Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get right on into the ESA Week 1 rivals action between Supernova and Outdone movement. This right here is playday number 2 of this second part Tuesday action for ESA Siege. I'm CDAPS, joined by the wonderful and lovely Cherish.
Hello, hello. I am sorry for not being communicative right now. I'm writing down usernames as I get ready for this one. Not my usual play day, so it's nice to see though. We've had I think I don't know if you guys would have hit on it last night, but we've had like a really big shakeup at this season. A lot of teams in the invite series, the upper division, have made it into CL, be it the former roster of breadbaggers who was also Oblation in other leagues became now Polarace. They're in CL, so they're not going to be focusing. They're going to be focusing rather all their efforts there. Um, Teams like Nobu have also focused their efforts on CL and other leagues. So there was a lot of movement up to the top series, champion series from contender, which allowed a lot of flow up from rival. And that opened up a lot of rival spots, which have been filled by a lot of teams with a lot of new faces. So, all in all, I'm excited for this one. And then I'm excited as well for the Unreal Nightmare Academy and Wasted Potential matchup coming up after this one. But already we've got maps for this one if you want to run through that real fast.
Yeah, so if you look on your screen, we're gonna have a nice little graphics talking about the maps. With after all of the bans and choices we're going out, map 1 will be the new kid on the block, being Oregon, which is a map I'm really excited to get to cast, get to see played at a high level, because if you didn't know, it just recently got reworked and now it has been put into our competitive Rainbow Six Siege ecosystem. So both of these teams being new kids on the block, like you touched on a little bit earlier, Cherish, they're also gonna be playing on the new stomping grounds. You're gonna be trying out a whole bunch of crazy high level strats. Maybe we'll see some really interesting stuff sticking. Right after that, we will be going to Villa, which is the very traditional T3 playgrounds of Villa and Clubhouse being played in every series. But also Cafe as the decider is not too much of a surprise either.
Yeah. Um with it was something that I know multiple casters have touched on in various whatever leagues. Minus not really pro league. Because obviously at pro league level, you're expected to know all the maps, expected to be comfortable on all 7 maps, at least 6 of the maps, just because of how bans work. Um, in like a best of 5. Um, so you really have to have a lot of flexibility, but a lot of the time, a lot of teams, at least initially, can prep out 3 maps, 4 maps that they're comfortable on, and really let the best of 3 ban system work in their favor. Uh, and because of that, we see a lot of teams really focus down Villa and Oregon, or not Oregon, my bad. Wow, Villa and Clubhouse early on, as Clubhouse and Bank were the big maps. Then you get rid of Bank, and now Villa takes its place as the big map that favors a lot of roam heavy teams, or just really flexible teams. And Cafe kind of fits in that same style. It's a very tall map in the sense that it has 3 floors as well, but it's not very wide. So, um, Oregon is nice to see because it's new, like you said, and it kind of fits that bank style. I think as more teams get comfortable with it, we're seeing it even out a bit already. It's not absurdly defender sided, but at the same time, I mean, there's still a lot to see from Oregon. There's been multiple competitive matches. I know Spain, the one that I can think of, the Spanish nationals teams have been running a lot of Oregon, and a lot of those maps have been going like 5-1 or even 6-0 defensive halves, and it's been a struggle for attacking teams elsewhere, but um, here we in Pro League, if you noticed last night, it was pretty even on Oregon, and even in the Space Station Gaming game, it ended 8-7 because of that. So we'll see how this Oregon fares, but I don't have the highest of hopes for it being an 8-7 barn burner that is extremely even.
Yeah, I think the main game that pops into my head was Playday 1 from NA. I think I know TSM was playing, I forget if they were playing against Susquehanna or if it was DZ, but I think it was a 5-1 and 6-0 half where everybody was
Oh
ragging
yeah.
on TSM because they were losing by so much, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, they're washed," and then they just completely sweep the backside because they got their defensive rounds out. But that typically does accompany new maps, such as we're going to see with Oregon. Siege, at its very premise, is more of a defender-sided game because you have that clock ticking in your favor at all times. You're the ones that just gets to hold back the angle, sit and wait for people to make mistakes, and you don't have to aggress if you don't want to. But so when teams don't necessarily know how to properly attack certain areas, knowing which choke points are really, really vital to take control of, that's where it just kind of makes it a lot more difficult to effectively and efficiently attack some of these bomb sites. But with that, it does seem as if we have everybody in the lobby, so we can read out some names here. On the Outdone movement side, their team is going to be comprised of Alpaca, Sixar, Pickles, Snowy, and Vosi.
I am so glad you pronounced that because I straight up I was about to be going in game saying snowy. I don't know why I don't
Snowy.
didn't look. Well, I don't know why I looked at that. And I was like, huh. I don't know why
Snowy.
I didn't say snowy. There's
Yeah,
no
it's spelled
yeah
SNWII, so it's
yeah
Snowy.
yeah. On the other side of things, we've got Flamzilla, Zandius, Nick, Bolts, and Pedrum. So it's very interesting names. So we'll be seeing how these two teams fare. On Oregon, I'm not familiar with either team. I'm not familiar with any of the 11 people in the lobby, minus our good observer, Ocho, running everything behind the scenes. Big thanks to him. Always like giving him the shout out. And yeah, we're jumping into Oregon now. Very excited as it'll be Outdone starting on the defense. We'll see what bans we opt into, but Echo, I believe, is still permanently banned. I don't know if that's a ban that we've picked up as well. I assume by Ocho typing it out, it is in fact a ban that we have picked up for us. So, still probably going to run Thatcher, Maverick, and then the defender bans have been nice because we see it a lot in Pro League, and we saw it a lot rather in Pro League that there was a lot of different operator bans. There was a castle ban against Space Station last night, which has become a Space Station staple and a stall meta staple in general. But I feel like without the Echo ban, stuff like that is very risky to do just because, it either says, okay, we banned first, we banned Castle, so now it's on you to ban Echo, or Echo is up with you starting on the defense. So it's interesting and very risky to leave Echo up like that. And yeah, this is on that interesting ban train, a Goyo.
Yeah, with that, you were talking about the stalling out meta, so having the Goyo taken away, it's just one less thing to worry about, and trying to get rid of those two Vulcan shields that if you don't have the necessary soft breach squad, which Supernova will be bringing the Zofia Ash combo, actually scratch that as soon as I
Oh.
talk away, they're going to be bringing the G8, switching it back again once I talk about it, to the Zofia, once again switching back to the Ash, or to the IQ. It's going to be one of those things that when you have a Jaeger and Wamai on the board, such as Pickle and Alpaca are bringing for Outdone movement, it's going to make getting rid of all that utility just that much more difficult. Luckily for them, we don't see a castle on the board quite yet, but we are going to be seeing the predominantly seen as tertiary bomb
Defenders,
site of
protect your
kitchen
bombs from
dining
being
being
defused by
brought
attackers.
first, as it seems Outdone movement wants to try to get the bad site, quote unquote, bad site out of the way quickly to really try to build some momentum onto their side. There's most likely going to be a good amount of upstairs presence, as the shield of Alpaca will probably be brought upstairs, trying to hold on to master bedroom area, making sure there's none of that vertical soft breaching does occur, which is most likely what Pendulum on the sledge will be trying to do.
So it's very interesting. I don't
10
even
seconds
know.
remaining.
It's still kind of the jury is split. I
5
think is
seconds
how
left
they
before
how the
insertion.
saying goes. It's still very split on what
Attackers' objective is
teams
to locate a bomb
have
and defuse
decided and deemed as the better site between what is it? It's kitchen meeting and then kitchen dining are the two opposite sites. A lot of teams have been running kitchen meeting, even if it is an assumably easier site to execute onto just because
Attackers
of
have
the
located a bomb.
proximity of the site to Big Tower and being able to plant on the stage. It's definitely been played a lot more, so it's very interesting, regardless of whichever side it is, that this site is picked first. But we'll see what
located by
interesting
attackers.
stuff Outdone wants to do, as it's not a G8. Interesting from Flamzilla. Even though there's not a ton that... Oh, I thought Nick was going to die there. There's not a ton, to me, that warrants bringing an IQ on this lineup. So I thought he was just bringing IQ for the sake of the G8. But, I mean, I guess you can deal with the batteries from above alongside Pedrum. So, though, it will be Flam to pick up the opening frag here. The Vigil shall fall. Sixer goes down. I feel like Sixer is more comfortable to say than 6R. But
Yeah,
regardless of
definitely.
his name, he will fall, and a minute and a half remains, half the timer eclipsed. Outdone doesn't have a ton of map pressure, but they are slowly working their way forward.
Yeah, and right now we're going to see Alpaca and both Snowy going onto this backside as the flank through Meeting Hall might bear fruit, as the Ash of Nick is actually droning, and he does catch him out and takes him out with a headshot, as well as dropping off some of those intel gathering tools of the drones. But the rest of the attack for Supernova has been pushing towards Small Tower, as Pendulum's going to drop his hat in the bag, take out Alpaca, making sure the Wamai's not going to be talking out the neighbors. Magnus Duck's going to be aggressively peeking, and he'll fall to Flamzilla, picking up his second kill of the round. No G8, no problem. The Commando still kills quite easily as Snowy swings out and is able to take out the sledge, but not before he's refragged out by the Maverick of Boltsy in a 1v3 clutch position. Pickles is over towards Shower Corridor, is trying desperately to hold onto the site, and one shot's going to go straight through the head of Bolts, but not before the
Attackers
diffuser
are
goes down
activating the
and
diffuser.
makes this a post-plant retake situation. Definitely the time has been reversed and is not on his side, as he's going to use his 2-speed self to go on a full rotate around through the big tower barricades. However, he's going to have to make a little bit of noise as he busts through the kitchen door with a couple of pre-fires. Unfortunately, the pot shots are not going to bear fruitful just yet. Both Flamzilla and Zandius have a good amount of HP on them, and they're going to use that to their full advantage as Flam gets his third kill of the round, and Supernova will take round 1.
Definitely an interesting choice to opt into the meeting and dining, or rather kitchen dining site, as it looked pretty well handled there by Supernova. Laundry Supply is the next
trying
choice.
desperately to hold onto the site.
And the thing is, you know, when you do see those sites, either meeting or dining alongside the kitchen site, it's a very flexible site in the case that, you know, you bring a lot of movement ability and rotation ability. In a castle, you bring I've seen the one-off of bringing an Oryx. You bring a lot of operators that can help out with creating rotates and expanding the site and really just opening everything up. And we didn't see that from Outdone. They closed off a lot of the site, and it looked very interesting and very shut off in general. And because of that, you saw that Pickles on the rotate back couldn't come all the way back into sight without the very red or well-read positions just coming back through that kitchen hall. So we'll see now. Like I said, basement laundry supply and a clash, and generally a pretty weak defender gun lineup, in the sense that the MP5 doesn't hit hard. Clash only has the sidearm SMP, or the SP SMG 9, and the UMP from Alpaca is obviously the UMP. And I think because of that, even, you could say Supernova is really trying to take advantage of this. They're already going to push the Wamai out of the bunker here down blue, and they're going to just be able to work their way on in, and Bolts is going to get to work on this door already just a minute into the round.
Yeah, and with the Maverick trick going out, it's actually a little bit of an interesting interaction that Bolts is going to have to trick that right wall. I think that there still might be a glitch where you can't effectively Maverick trick the left one, but he's going to be making the right choice in doing that wall, as the Thermite Halt is going to breach right on into the rest of the bunker, accessing that connector doorway. However, over towards Pillar, that's where the Clash is going to be trying to maintain all of the map control, as Flamezilla is going to go for the flank down main stairs if there is any misdirection and potential for some sneaky plays. The Ash of Nick is going to keep on swinging, trying to pre-fire anybody over towards the outside of Freezer, as Sixer continues to get aggressive. Both Bolts and Zanduis are going to open up the fragging, however, and start taking into sight as Nick picks up one on the Snowy as well. And it's a flurry of kills going all the way. However, Alpaca is going to answer back with his own double kill, evening the scoreline just a little bit more, as Sixer also picks up a kill. But after two more trades, Pendrum and Zanduis are going to make sure that the round still goes into Supernova's favor.
Yeah, it looked like a really noble effort there from Sixer and Alpaca, as I can remember the names correctly. It looked very noble there by the two of them to try and claw that back from the 5v2 to a 2v2, but it was for naught, as Supernova in general just looked so much better, so much more comfortable attacking that basement. Even if I was watching it and I was not really freaking out, I'd say, but I was definitely wondering why they were all five in the bunker. They were all stalling out together and struggling really to make any headway. And then all of a sudden they kind of just decided it's go time, and all started fragging out, starting with Zandius there. And it was a very explosive round out of nowhere, because it really looked like that was Outdone doing well to stall out Supernova and not really struggling a ton. So, further though, onto this round coming up, it's another movement, as it is Kids and Games Room. Kids dorms and games. I actually don't know it's not Games Room, because the Games Room isn't a site anymore. I think it's the Dorms Hall. I don't remember what the site is called. Interesting. So, we'll see. Also, further on the interesting, is a pick from Snowy. Oh, it is Main Hall. Okay. So it's Kids and Dorms Main Hall. There we go. Anyway, interesting pick from Snowy. The Alibi, not really an operator we see in competitive play, just because very easily handled. Just because you can call out what is and what isn't a fake in terms of the Prisma clones from the Alibi. So it's not the most useful. She does have kind of a nice feeling gun. The MX Storm feels very, very comfortable for a lot of players, myself included, but it doesn't hit very hard, and Snowy himself has been hit very hard. Not sure from whom or where, but we'll see now where Supernova is going to opt into going. He's run all the way to meetings, Snowy has. So he probably got tagged up from Nick, trying to get aggressive on Big Tower, and failed it, as This Maverick tricking is some interpretive art from the Maverick, but we've got it done. Supernova is getting some good positional control. 2 walls opened already, as Xandius is getting the bedroom one done too.
Yeah, getting those breaches open is opening up 2 really deep lines of sights that can effectively cut it in half, and that's what Pendrum's going to be trying to do. Is he has a nice angle into the armory bunker, and that's where the Jaeger is going to be residing. He is effectively cut off at this point, as Flamezilla is also going onto the window, trying to get this pinch, but the wallbangs aren't going to be enough, as Vosi gets a nice turnaround kill onto Flamezilla, ending the IQ's reign of terror, who has been a predominant fragging force for the Supernova side so far. However, Nyx and Bolts are going to be entering into sight, getting a couple of free fires over towards this side. They might go for an execute if they can get it properly done. Danduis is inside, and he's going to get a opening frag onto Pickles, as a frag grenade of Bolts is going to start getting cooked away, but it's not going to be enough. The Six is going to pick up his first kill onto Nick, but Pendrum's going to answer straight back by taking out Alpaca with a headshot. There's only about 35 seconds left, and the smokes are going down, but Alpaca has fallen, so no more canisters getting thrown around. However, the angle from down below is what Snowy's going to drop the diffuser down, as Xanduis unfortunately loses his life, and it's all up to Bolts and Pendrum, as some shots don't connect from the Jaeger swinging, but a crossfire from the open breach is going to claim the life of Bolts, as it's all left up to Pendrum in a 1v3 situation, no diffuser in hand, and 3 guns trying to take him down.
Yeah, it is pretty doomed here. And that'll do it. No time to get diffuser, no time to plant. He's going to pick up a stat pad frag onto Vosi. But Pedrum is not able to really do much else. And with that, the first round for Outdone, they stopped the reign of Supernova. They stopped the reign of Flamezilla. And they are able to really make it work there. Meeting and dining, the 4th site out of 4.
Yeah, they're going all around the map into every site, trying to throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. That's the beauty of having a new map in the pool, is you get to try out strategies, especially with, even though every match does hold a lot of weight in the overall scoring, it is only week 1, so you can really turn yourself around. If you do manage to fall, it's not the absolute end of the world. It's not like, oh my gosh, we dropped 1 map at the beginning of the season. Now there's no way we can win anything. But, so it isn't necessarily the highest stakes at this point, but if you're in the side of Outdone movement, you're going to want to start chaining together your defensive rounds and just continuing up the pressure that you were able to hold off the last time around. I do have to say, Snowy's kill from down below with that kill through the breach actually probably won the round, as the not only killed the thermite of Xanduis, but also made the diffuser into a location that was not easily recovered. So if they're able to get those sort of impactful frags over and over again, I can see Outdone starting to build up some momentum and stringing together defensive rounds, maybe trying to get themselves back into this. But after this round, we are going to be having a rehost due to some sound issues, but this round will be played nonetheless, as Bolts on the Maverick is going to be trying to most likely open up tower walls, either into attic or directly into site.
It's interesting that they spammed away the call for a rehost, so I don't know if they really do want one, but away from that call, we're going to see a lot of operator picks and already could be having some action. This first Sophia comes out as Nick has opted into the IQ, who has also picked up the G8. Nomad picked up by Pedrum, as Pulse, Kaid, and Legion all make their first showings here for the side of Outdone on the defense. And there it is, the fabled weapon of terror, and oh, what a shot from Snowy past the table right into the head of Flamezilla. And that is that gone. Now the fearsome G8 will try and challenge the angle held by the formidable Frenchman here, played by Snowy. He's gonna find a drone, not gonna find though Nick, who has opted to fall back a little bit. No, he's pushed up. That's interesting that that's not a headshot. But it doesn't matter, because that one is. Arm recoil, jumped up, took the headshot bullet, sadly. But regardless, That is a good start here for Outdone. Snowy doing big work now, as at least he's going to be refragged by Pedrum. His reign of terror is stopped out now. And we got a minute left, and a lot of struggle coming out for Supernova.
Yeah, by losing your soft breacher of the Sophia, there's not a really easy way to break on into Attic, and that's going to take Bolts with almost all of his breaching torch to get that open, trying to get any sort of map control and bridging the gap between Big Tower and Master. But Pendulum is going to fall and get in it down, but not out safe. But before Alpaca gets a double Nitro Cell kill from down below, using that Pulse Cardiac Sensor to its highest degree to get 2 free kills. He also was able to find out exactly where Xanduus is outside, give a nice call out to Sixer to whip out with the TCSG and send this round into favor of Outdone and straight into a rehost. That's a beautiful shot from Sixer.
Yeah, all in all, a very good round coming out. Oh, I guess we do have a rehost. Okay. Very interesting round and a very well done round from from Outdone there, as they're able to even things out. They looked very out of it on the first 2 sites, and then the last 2 looked good. So we'll see how things will fare for them in the last 2 rounds of the defense, where we will into there, where we will bounce around, as we still have laundry storage opened. It's the site, I think, and we still have kitchen and dining opened. So it's a very interesting couple of sites coming up. Could be seeing something interesting coming out of the defense, or not. So, I mean, where do you, where do you think this match has been going so far? That's where we'll start.
I think honestly, the first 2 rounds, Supernova took quite handily, and just Outdone movement was not ready for the aggression and gun skill of the Supernova players. But as they've really started to get their feet out from under them, they're really setting up their crossfires, they're setting up their trades a lot better, and therefore are having a lot more success on the defensive side. At this point, if Outdone is able to win this next round, I think they're probably going to go downstairs and try to fix the errors where they had last time. If they're able to swing together that round, then they can start really thinking about hitting that 4-2 split that you definitely want to have on your Oregon defensive side. That means you won the half, and that sort of can be the quote-unquote expected outcome of each side. But as we're slowly setting up our rehost, we're going to be trying to get everybody back on into the lobby as quickly as possible. So if you harden and have to look at me and Cherish's wonderful faces for just a little bit longer, Ocho's working overtime to make sure that all of the sites are correct on the previous rounds, as well as our bans. But so far, it's been a really, really close match on both sides. We've seen some really great fragging potential from all of these players, showing that maybe Rival Series is the quote-unquote lowest ranking siege in the ESA ecosystem. But these teams are definitely new kids on the blocks that are trying to make names for themselves and potentially could really start making, I want to say making a name for themselves again, but making other teams really fear and respect their ability.
Yeah, I definitely think we've got a well-matched one so far. It looked like it was going to happen to be like a one-sided blowout, just because of how the first 2 rounds went. But at least the 3rd and 4th rounds looked very in favor of Outdone. They definitely brought it back for themselves. So, we've got everyone in the lobby. We're just going to wait till they ready up. But, oh, this game, man. Ocho has to remake the lobby because
do you want to go to intermission, or do you want to keep it live?
We'll be taking a short break because 5-year game, very well done. So stick around and Stay tuned for the rest of this matchup and the one to follow. All right. Welcome on back as we're jumping right into this. Getting right into the 5th round here of not Border. I know the graphic said Border. It's Oregon. So, jumping right back onto the 5th round now. As Outdone is on attack. Well, we had one bug that wasn't Ocho's fault, but we can't fault the man. It is a stressful job to have to worry about 900 different things. It is very annoying. But regardless, we'll be getting to
Attackers
talk
need
a
to
bit
locate
more
and
about this
defuse.
one. So, something I did want to point out a little bit was that the last two rounds, the first death has been Flamezilla, and for the most part, he didn't really die in big points. In round 1 or 2, he didn't die in round 1, and in round 2, he I think only died in that big melee of everyone dying. So it's definitely something I kind of want to liken it to. Is I know it's been said a lot last night. It felt a lot for a team in Pro League, Disrupt Gaming, that one of their players, NJR, if he didn't get a kill, then the team kind of floundered out. And I'm not entirely making the same likeness to here, but the last 2 rounds, the opening frag has been Flamezilla, and the last 2 rounds, Outdone has won because of that. So it's it is a little iffy in its own way to say that you could even make the stretch argument that I am trying to make right now that losing Flamezilla is not good for the side of Supernova, as I am making every statement really long for whatever reason because my brain is just not totally working right now. But what do you think? I guess I'll go into what do you think Outdone has to do to really take this half and go into their attack half with a good start?
Well, like you said, with Flamezilla being the opening kills, it's really trying to get those momentum boosts and really countering the initial aggression that Supernova has been starting. I think every single round, whoever's gotten the first kill has won the round. So if
Mm-hmm.
Outdone is able to just continually read into where Supernova wants to take their initial map control, where they want to take their engagements, and really mold their defense to sort of take that into account and have the insight to not only counter that aggression, but to really push them back and get those opening kills, such as we saw the Doc do on the meeting stage. He was not only able to take out one, but he also was able to take out a second kill, as well as the very important soft breach of the Zofia that ultimately Supernova really did need to effectively take Attic control. So by canceling out that and getting your opening pick, you're just really setting yourselves up to be able to continually take rounds. So I think that's the main thing that Outdone really needs to focus on is just winning your engagements and continuing to keep on going.
Yeah, that's something we've seen both their last 2 round wins. They did pretty well to kind of get the ball rolling early on. Um, in the last round specifically, like you had mentioned, but um, it was the third round where they, on the opposite side of things, they did really good job. They being Outdone. Outdone did a really good job of uh, keeping cool, I guess, and really evening things out. I don't know.
And now there seems to be we're running into a lot of server issues on the Ubisoft side. So please don't blame Ocho as he's trying very, very hard to continuously make lobbies that
Yo,
people are
who is
actually
blaming
able to
Ocho?
connect to.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
fight anyone who
you
blames
blame
Ocho.
Ocho, we're coming for you in chat. We're coming for you guys. Do we need to go to another intermission or should we just keep talking?
It has been 4 rounds of 2 teams I have never seen before. I have talked, I think, about the extent of which I've talked about.
We're
So
running in
I
circles
think,
right now.
yeah, I think we're going to jump to a small break. once again and come back on when we're back together. So stay tuned, please, through all the problems.
Well, but we're back. Thank you guys so much for continuing to deal with our technical difficulties and staying nice and wholesome in chat. Love all of you guys. And yes, Conduit, it is gamer time. So, as we're going to go right back on into the action, the scoreline is tied up 2-2 with OM still on the defensive side. And just like I predicted about 6 or 7 minutes ago, we are going to be going downstairs to laundry room and supply.
Wow, laundry supply is the choice, as you said. And we've got, once again, 6 are back on the Clash. Every operator is the same from the last time. We saw laundry supply from Outdone here. As now we're going to see how they end up performing. We're going to see if they really opt into much else. A big point of the last time that this attack worked out was that Pickles was forced out of the bunker area very, very early on. He was forced back with about 30 seconds into the round, or into the attack phase rather, at which point the walls could very easily be opened up both by the Thermite and by the Maverick. And that definitely, obviously, caused very big problems for Outdone. Excuse me. It opened up 2 avenues that they could be shot through that normally, obviously, you're not being shot from. That causes a lot of defenses to crumble. But better set up this time around, as you saw, or as you may have noticed, rather. Pickles set his shield up just a little backwards, or rather, back, so that it can sit not flush against the corner, but rather just a bit back on it, and the ADSs can easily help cut down on the push. But again, he abandons the push even without the shield going down. That's actually so much worse this time than the last because of how quickly this was all handled. It's similarly done in 30 seconds or so, and the entirety of Supernova have made their way into the bunker. Pickles is forced back, as I had mentioned, and it's a big struggle here because now the defense is on the back foot. The attack is opening a lot of walls. They're pushing forward, and they have opened up with Flamzilla doing work already. Snowy will fall. The big fragger for Outdone goes down, and Supernova is in a fantastic spot here to pick up more on this round.
Yeah, like we talked about, getting that first initial pick is absolutely huge with Flamezilla opening up the frag, as well as the stun grenades are going to knock off the Clash shield, but not before she can quickly recover. However, they do seem to know that somebody's playing outside of the freezer, and Pendrum is going to drop down Bosi, making sure the Jaeger gun is not on the board. As Nick picks up Alpaca, swings out for the Wamai, but is not able to down Pickles. However, he does done a good amount of damage, leaving it all up, and he's going to be taken out with a quick headshot. Actually, not even a headshot, as Flamezilla is now going to be trying to flank out this Clash, who's in a 1v4 situation with the diffuser going down, as everybody is just going to be converging on this one operator. It's like a zombie movie here, as everybody's trying to sprint up these stairs. But they have sort of drawn back on their aggression, playing it a little bit smarter, as they know that that SMG in the hands of Clash is insanely powerful, as just an entire flurry of utility are going to go on these back stairs. The shield is going to catch the bullets from the IQ swinging once again, but they're going to play a little bit of ring around the rosy, and Xanduis is finally going to get the last kill onto 6R and take another round for Supernova.
Oof, that is quite the round. So, we'll see how, I mean, the kids' dorm has opened up, so we'll get to go up there, but already, Supernova has set themselves up pretty well. As we mentioned before, it's been quite the, defender-focused map, and as per usual, it is, you know, expected that these newer maps are more defender-sided. So it's interesting that Supernova is very well versed and very comfortable on this attack. But yeah, just a little bit more on that. The reasoning it's so standard that the defense naturally wins out is just because you mentioned it earlier that the clock exists. That is technically, you can even look at it in the way that it's a 6th man for the defense, just because the defense doesn't have to do anything for 3 minutes other than
10 seconds to go.
not other than stop the attack really has to go
5 seconds
and do the
remaining.
most. They either have to get everyone killed, or they have to go and
Attackers are moving out to locate
plant
a
the
bomb and
bomb
defuse it.
and not let it get defused. So they really have to do the most, and because of that timer, the defense has a lot of leeway. And with these newer maps, teams attack them slower, and it's awful, especially with this current meta, if you have to attack things really slowly, just because the meta right now is very focused on slowing down. As you can see, the double Wamai and Jaeger picks alongside the Bandit and the Castle are working all together to really slow down the attack in any way possible. It's interesting that a Kaid is not opted into here, kind of just because it stalls out a little bit more utility, a little bit more time for the defense, just because Ash can't open up that wall if there's a Kaid charge. Just because, for those unaware, once you map trick away the wall, the Kaid electricity will still stay, which destroys Ash charges. There's a whole lot of little, like, asterisks and specifics that come with a lot of stuff that happen in Siege, but away from that, we'll see the first push. Flashbangs are coming out to push out Sixer, but it's Vosi picking up Nick. The Ash will fall from actually below, trying to push past the hatch, and the open hatch is going to net the first frag for Outdone here. The first opening frag not onto Flamzilla.
Yeah, which is nice that he's still on the board, especially being a nomad. Being able to cut rotations, especially in a post-plant situation, could be incredibly powerful. But the drone work of Bolts is actually going to be spotted out by the player playing behind Master Bedroom, as Pendrum is going to be trying to take out the rest of these roamers who are down below inside of Meeting Hall. They have a couple castle barricades protecting them, as well as they probably have some nitro cells in their pocket. Actually, only Vosi does, is the two German brothers in arms together, a Pickle and Vosi on both these operators. As Pendrum is going to start going up these back stairs with about 45 seconds left. And Pendrum is going to be able to kick up Zixar and start swinging out and taking the Wamai out, but not quite yet, as Snowy's going to take this kill. But he's going to get instantly refragged out by Zanduis, so he can't left click anymore. He can't shoot any bullets, even if he wanted to. And with the man advantage being all tied up, Bolts is going to make sure that that stays down, as now the plant will be going down as the Thermite starts tapping away on that diffuser. Both Vosi and Pickles are off-site and just going to be playing patiently, waiting for a retake. But Flame is there to cut any rotations, being that nomad flank watch, is going to drop Vosi straight down onto the ground as he can continue hunting for the Jaeger, and he's going to find him as Supernova takes the round.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. That's the first round that we don't see the team netting the opening frag winning out the round, as it is a 4-2 attacking half here for Supernova. They have successfully picked that round up despite being at a disadvantage man count wise for better part of that engagement, starting after the first half of the round. So we'll then see how they take this defense. They're going to start up in Kids, which, as you had said, is kind of the de facto favored site for a lot of teams. I know back when Oregon was in the map pool over a year ago, actually now. Dang. It's really been out for that long? It was it? That's crazy.
I'm just glad that they never added Outbound into the map.
Oh,
pool.
thank God, dude. The amount of maps that they've put in the game where I'm like, huh? Like they reveal it and I'm like, huh? That looks like it'd be cool for a comp map, maybe. Yeah.
Then you
and
play
then
it,
like,
no,
you play it and you're like, I never want to touch this map. Like, I'm not looking forward to the chalet change because, in the off chance that they're like, hey, we fixed chalet, it's good for comp again. And then the season after that, where they're like, hey, we fixed skyscraper, it's good for comp again. Either of those maps come back into comp, I think I'm gonna cry. because
I've seen a couple of leaks for Skyscraper, and it actually does look really good, personally.
I've seen one leak from it was a leak about the new operators for next season, and it happened to show a couple changes for Chalet, and I don't understand the changes really. Speaking on, I don't understand. What is this like bunker that Flamezilla has set up for himself here? This is crazy to look at.
Yeah, he's actually in a position that is insanely hard to kill him, as well as he's able to deny any breach ability on Big Tower. So as long as he's able to stay alive for maybe 30 more seconds, actually he's just gonna get floor banged away by Snowy, who's gonna absolutely brain on him. Actually, no, Snowy just swung somewhere else. I thought the Maverick got the kill, but he actually still has wasted about a minute and 15 seconds, so not the worst roam in the world, and he's gonna continually. His impact will be felt, but Snowy's going to pick up a second kill onto Pendrum, dropping off both of the anti-throwables. And actually, there's already a rotate in Attic. I figured that the Maverick was still going to have to trick, and that would drip away a little bit more time. But they do have access in through those holes. And Sixer's actually just going to make that hole just a little bit bigger by placing that exothermic charge. And it will be chased away by a nade if anybody's playing over towards Attic. As one rotates in and gets down, and that's the Cade of Zanduis catching some frag shrapnel all over the place.
Oh, Snowy is doing work. He picks up one more. He's going to be shut down by Nick, the SMG-11, but through the floor holes, Nick's been spotted out by the Zofia. Vosi's looking for more. He's going to open up a little bit more of an angle for himself to help himself out, and he's going to try and push it as well, but shot in the back. It doesn't matter. Alpaca finds Nick. The nade of Pickles is confirming the frag onto Zandius. That is a very solid looking attack from Outdone Movement. They net another round. They bring it back to 4-3 instead of going down 5-2. And because of how one-sided that looked, they were down to laundry supply. And something actually, it looked like Snowy killed Flamezilla up through a breach in the top of rear stage, looking through the rotate
tower. So as long as he's able to stay alive for maybe
the top
30 more
level
seconds,
of the tower.
Actually, he's just gonna.
Which is insane.
Yeah, that was absolutely galaxy-brained by Snowy to use those angles, because that's the main thing about Siege, is a lot of people don't realize when you make rotate holes, you're opening up angles for yourself to be put in an advantageous position, but it's a double-edged sword. They work both ways, and Snowy being able to correctly utilize and read into how everything was structured and able to really take the Wamai out of control of Big Tower in a pretty safe manner was absolutely huge for that round. And Outdone just continued to blast through with the momentum, picking up pick after pick, slowly getting more and more map control, until ultimately all of Supernova was just surrounded and everything converged on them, and they lost the round. But with that, going downstairs, we might see a little bit of a similar manner of how Outdone most likely wants to attack. They're going to want to get control of Blue Bunker as quickly as possible. Maybe hope to get about 1 or 2 kills towards pillars, and then I think they're just going to flood their way into sight. If Supernova is able to read into it, they just need to not peek while denying this. But one peek's going to come out as Nick takes out Rosie with a beautiful SMG-11 headshot, dropping off the Zofia in quick fashion. Over Nick is going to have some damage tossed back to him, but Alpaca takes about just as much, as the smoke's reign of terror is going to continue. He's going to get stemmed up, and the Alpaca's going to get down at the hand of the gas in the canister as the smoke tosses out those toxic babes. He also did get stemmed up by bolts on the dot, making the smoke seem like he's going to be immortal over towards that wall. Alpaca will be returning to the fight after a little bit of on-medic healing from his teammate, and the shield will finally be removed at the hands of an Ash charge, and Nick will be forced back into sight, but not before reinforcing away that rotate hole.
Yeah, and he's done a lot of work here alongside that. Like you said, he downed Alpaca after hitting him with the spray, and then the smoke. A nice little combo there, as well as picking up the early frag on Devosi. So he's done all the work that he really needs to. He stalled out for a minute longer almost than anyone on Outdone ever did. They fell back and had the walls open by 2 minutes in, and we're a minute 30. Ooh, excuse me, little hiccup. Minute 30 in, the walls are still open, or just one wall is opened, and the attack is falling apart. Alpaca found one, but he's quickly shut down. No flawless round, at least, says Alpaca, but the rest of Supernova all chiming in, picking up one each. Nick had a double kill. There was a Legion kill. There was the Jaeger swinging, and the Doc picked up one. Everyone eats here for Supernova. And they looked so much more dominant on that basement than Outdone ever did, really.
Yeah, and like we've been talking about, getting the first pick is huge in this matchup with how these teams are playing. It's almost on a round-to-round basis. If whoever gets a kill just activates their next mode. They just kick it into the next gear, and the rest of the team really starts to feed off that energy. And having Nick on the smoke just absolutely fry the Zofia with that SMG-11 was just putting the rest of the team into such an advantageous position where they almost, it's like there was just a breath of fresh air. They just exhaled and they're like, oh, we got this. Everybody started swinging with confidence. Everybody started hitting their headshots. And Supernova was able to fully win out that round. But now they're going to have to change up how they defended second floor last time around, where they were kind of steamrolled last time.
Yeah, they definitely got rolled over there.
10 seconds left.
There's very distinct positions that got beaten out, and, well, we're not going to see those positions held. Flamezilla is not going to be up in rafters. Instead, he is onto, excuse me, the Jaeger, as now it is, I'm not sure who picked up the Jaeger last time. Probably Bolts, was it? Or no, it was Pedram, my bad. Pedram was on the Jaeger before he got felled in lower tower. So there's going to be a little switch up of operators around here. But something like I noted earlier, Zandius keeps bringing the Kaid, which is not something we saw from Outdone. So we'll see how well that fares for them, helping a little bit cause some pressure, not so much deny, but just be a little bit annoying for the Ashe and the Maverick attacking. And yeah, well, with no IQ on the board for Outdone, which is very interesting. We haven't just seen the stock of IQ grow because of the G8, but as well, there's been a lot of Valkyrie play. There's been a lot of other destructible play, and oh, I thought Snowy was gonna hit that shot, but instead it is Bolts. He's been pretty quiet tonight, but he is doing work. He's gonna pick up the top fragger for Outdone, and Vosi will fall as well. Flamezilla lurking downstairs finds that one, almost peeking his head forward as Pedram, but he fell. Ugh. Pickles fell just off the corner at the worst time, and oh, it doesn't matter. Pedram's going to find that one as we have no shortage of action. Nick is going to go swinging. He's going to find the Nomad of Alpaca, and this is Supernova absolutely rolling, looking dominant. They are ultra aggressive, and they see where the Maverick is. He fell off the rappel. Once again, no flawless round. A C4 misses out. I feel kind of bad that I didn't give you a shot at all to cast in this round, CDAPS, because it has just been non-stop aggression here.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm going to say it, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Whoever gets the first frag is going to win the round. And that's exactly what Supernova was able to do. And just like that, they're in a 4v1 position. The Maverick of Pickles is going to be playing a little bit passive, probably trying to talk with his team to see exactly where they're went wrong. As he's actually going to pick up another kill onto Flamezilla, swinging out as another one jumps outside, throwing his life away potentially. He's definitely detected at this point, but he might just be a little bit of a red herring. He's going to go for the ankle bite through the bottom of the truck, but they're not going to bear fruit quite yet, as this Valkyrie is just running around and playing a little game of cat and mouse.
Oh, he's just going for the nade. He's so done with Bolts. It doesn't even damage Bolts. There he goes. Takes the headshot on the low HP member, but yeah, 10 seconds, diffuser upstairs. That's just feeding the stat line for Pickles.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Supernova just wants to keep up this aggression, but to a certain extent, sometimes you just gotta let
Operators,
somebody
you are
save
out
the
of
op.
time.
You don't need to throw away your life. But Supernova still takes the round regardless of the late round shenanigans that did occur, and they will be going on to match point, trying to ice out this match into their favor and take the lead in this best of 3 series. But with that, they're going to be going to a new site that we haven't seen them whip out quite yet, and it will be Kitchen and Dining Hall, a very hit or miss site depending on what your team composition is and how hard and how much effort you have pushed into it. They are going to be bringing the castle, which is nice to see, trying to effectively counter the Ash and Zofia that we've seen both Snowy and Vosi almost insta-lock every round. That dual soft breach team is insanely powerful to take away these barricades, but when you have a Jaeger on the board, you can really try to sponge up that utility as much as
Attackers
possible.
need to locate
There
and
isn't
defuse as many
another
bombs as
really
they can.
traditional soft breach in the forms of a sledge or a buck on the side of Outdone, but they do have some breaching charges on the IQ, who's most likely going to be going upstairs inside of Small Tower, maybe trying to find those electroclaws with that aforementioned IQ scanner that is so powerful. But at this point, Flamezilla is probably going to be taking that vigil and just running around the map like a madman, trying to get that opening pick if he can, trying to deny any of the upstairs vertical pressure if he's able to do so, and just countering drones
10
all at the
seconds to
same time.
insertion.
Yeah, it's definitely
5 seconds
an
left.
operator that's come a bit more into play as of late.
Attackers are moving
He's
to defuse a bomb.
especially with the just the general stall meta. He's very obnoxious, as like you said, he really puts a focus on anti-drones, and punishing drone economy and such. I know, obviously, Space Station has been one to really put a lot of focus on it, and they play it in a different way than what we usually see Vigil playing. He's got his legs are so stubby. Look at him. Look at that. Look at tiny Vigil. That's like wide Vigil right there. He is.
We get a wide vigil happy emote in chat.
Can we? Yeah, someone just like crudely draw with like a red marker a smile on his mask, so that we can get a wide Vigil happy or something. I would love that.
We
So-
need to get Bolo's girlfriend on it. Make more emotes for us.
I would love that. So something that I mentioned earlier about the last time that Outdone had played this that we're seeing from Supernova, they're using the castle to play the site a bit wider here. As there's no small tower pressure, there's a lot of rotates that we didn't see from Outdone on the defense, and already the castle's taking a gunfight. Snowy, though, finds one sixer on his back, finds Flamezilla as well, trying to get aggressive for the refrag, and the Vigil will fall. That is already a 5v3 here. We're Outdone, but, you know, you don't really feel too terrible about this for Supernova, because even if you do lose this site out, you have basement coming up next, but that is a point for another time because we've still got a minute left in this round here.
I'm still waiting to be proved wrong on the fact of whoever gets the first kill wins the round, and that is in Supernova's court right about now, as they actually do take media control and start extending over towards the Z outside of classroom hallway. Bottom of white stairs control is in the hands of Snowy. He's trying to set up some crossfires over towards these players rotating out of small tower as the breaching into kitchen starts to occur. There's a good amount of drone work and long angles being held by both Zendejas and well, Zendejas goes down at the hands of Snowy, picks up his second kill of the round, but Pendrum is going to swing out and also fall down as Snowy on the R4C is just too powerful. Bolt is trying to take some gunfights. He'll pick up one, but it's not enough as Vosi closes out the round, and Outdone keeps the precedent rolling.
Yeah, so far there's only been one round. That was round 6 that hasn't gone the way of the opening frag, but so far it's been 2 rounds for Supernova, 2 for Outdone, 2 for Supernova, 1 for Outdone, 2 for Supernova, 1 for Outdone. That puts us 6-4. And we'll see now if well, the trend really can't keep going, because if it does, then Supernova just wins on this round. And it's laundry, as I said, it's laundry supply. This is definitely their strong site. You're 1-1 upstairs, obviously, but you
Attackers need to
are
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
1-0 so far down here, and very handily 1-0. There's something that I think is lacking from both attacks, especially, not just Outdone, is they put so much focus on the bunker. And it worked really well, obviously, for Supernova, just because, I mean, on one hand, you have 4 guns when you bring the Clash, but in general, it just worked out really well for attacking for Supernova,
10 seconds
and
to
they were able to
insertion.
get picks on Outdone being very aggressive. And I mean,
5 seconds left before
Supernova
insertion.
played very aggressive at the same time last round, but they just stalled out for
Attackers
so much
must
longer
locate
than
and defuse
Outdone
the bomb.
did in the back of the bunker. But away from all that, because I like to do this thing, and this is going to add on to it. I like to do this thing where it's like, I go from point A to point B, but in between that is a very long squiggly line that doesn't really, I have to hit like 900 points that I'm going to stall out for. Oh, what a shot from Vosi, takes down Flamezilla. The Jaeger will fall early on. That is a nice frag, and this was going to be something I was going to hit on that we're already seeing change from Outdone. They put so much focus on the bunker and
Bomb
didn't
has been
really,
located.
they all flooded in there, and because of that, it became a shooting gallery, really, for Supernova. But they're already taking other sides of map control. They're really spreading out. You can see all the drones working their way through the tower. Snowy's face peeking upstairs as Vosi clears out down below. And they're taking a ton of map control and really shutting down any roam play here from Supernova coming out.
Yeah, right now they could start pushing down Freezer if they do want to, but Pickles and the rest of the drone work is going over towards this main entrance side, seeing that this might be a little bit of a laundry push if they decide to go down that. And that's exactly what they might do, as Vosi's going to start breaking away that barricade and putting pressure over there. Pickles actually could just reach that hatch with his torch if he decides that's the path they want to take, but they could just also sprint down the doorway. This Vosi's actually going to stop the flank with a Claymore. Bolts is going to pick up a kill onto Snowy with a nice shot as the Doc decapitates away the Ash. One fragger against another. Seems the defender's going to go on top. That's actually going to drop the diffuser onto the ground as well. It's sort of interesting to see an Ash holding the diffuser, or maybe the Thermite just dropped it. However, Sixer does have it back in his backside as well. With about 50 seconds left, this round could shape up to be a bit of a nail biter, but Bolt is going to pick up a second kill onto Sixer, dropping the diffuser once again as Freezer is his domain. He's icing up all of those bodies, and nobody is going to be wanting to swing this player, as Xanduus is going to get a kill onto Alpaca as a little bit of free firing is going out. There's just so much presence in Freezer that Pickles is going to take the diffuser hightail and huff it away and try to reconcile with his teammate over at the bottom of main stairs. However, the smoke grenades are going out, but Vosi's gonna pick up Nick, swinging through that smoke, dropping off the SMG-11 combo straight to the netherworld. But the frag grenades are getting taken away by the Wamai magnets as he swings and pre-fires, but Pickles isn't gonna be able to pick up Xanduus, and Supernova's gonna get the final kill. Of Bolt is gonna pick that up and take the map 1 for Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova setting themselves up in their first match here in ESA Rival, as now they are going into Villa, obviously up a map. Their 7-4 victory here. Did really good work shutting out that defensive half. I think Bolts hit about double digits. Flamezilla definitely was around 12 or 13 frags. Pedra might also be inching their way close to double digits, but we'll see if they can once again hit double digits and shut this one out 2-0 when we head to Villa, or will Outdone come back in this one and really make this a tight one and send us to cafe. So
Yeah,
I guess. Oh yeah.
I was gonna say with that, we're actually gonna take a quick little 5-minute intermission to make sure the map gets set up. Everybody's able to restart their moss and maybe go to the bathroom, get some water, whatever they want to do. But make sure you stay tuned because map 2, if anything like the first map, is to be a predecessor, is definitely going to be a lot of really great siege on Villa. So make sure you tune back in about 5 minutes as we go to break.
All right, everyone, welcome on back to the matchup here between Outdone Movement and Supernova Esports. I believe that's their full name, but we'll go into Villa here as Supernova has picked up the map 1 of Oregon. If you missed it, 7-4. It looks very solid on the defensive half, winning that one out 3-2 in terms of round after a 4-2 attack split. Excuse me, I have bad hiccups apparently. So, definitely looking like Oregon is a bit more even than a lot of teams have figured initially. So it's very nice to see that at the least. But away from that, back to Villa now, which has turned a bit. Initially, when we saw it a lot, it turned into an attacker-sided map that is very frag-focused. But nowadays, it's shifted a little bit back in favor of the defense, as well as being somewhat of a 3-3 map. But before we get into that big discussion here, if you did happen to miss before, I am Cherish. Joined with me is CDAPS. Nice and fresh and new coming in for this season. Happy to have you on. So what are you looking forward to on this Villa setup? This Villa map?
Villa is just one of those maps that's, if you think of, imagine a straight line, like almost like a, for lack of a better comparison, like a political spectrum. You got the left side and the right side. Left side, I put coastline, consulate, frag heavy maps. Then as you go to the right side, you got things like such as clubhouse and villa. These are the really a lot more structured maps that you need good team chemistry and strong strats and setups in order to effectively attack, take away the map control you need. And there's a whole lot of just really interesting ways. One of my favorite mechanics that's currently in the games is impact tricking. And impact tricking just is an insanely good and viable strat, especially on Villa. Pretty much every single main wall that you need to get breached can be denied by shooting away the top and just throwing one of those explosive Pokeballs over there and hoping to catch thermite charges. And especially when you have Thatcher off the board, such as we're seeing with these bans, it's going to make that a little bit harder to get these breaches open.
Oh?
But the lineup coming out of Supernova with the Finka could be a little
Defenders,
bit
protect your bombs from being
interesting
defused by attackers.
to see a potential rush coming out.
They do have a lot of the workings for an interesting setup. Like you said, that rush has been something that Finka is famous for, just because of the faster ADS time, the bonus health that you get. It's definitely, I think, something we see, honestly. It's very interesting. We don't really see
10
this with
seconds left.
any other operator, in the sense that, in the notion that Finka is loved
Attackers
by
objective
Latin
is to locate
America.
a bomb and defuse it.
And she doesn't really get played at all by anybody else.
Hey,
Latin America
Finka
loves
too.
Finka. The thing
Finka,
is,
that LMG, it feels good. It just,
Yeah,
it has the feel.
I don't know. Some of her health isn't totally meaningful all the time. Her guns are both kind of awkward sometimes, just because while it is a very high damage LMG, it is a very low rate of fire LMG compared to. You can compare it to something. Yeah, well, I was gonna say you can compare it to like the Type 95 of whatever her name is, Ying. Similar to that, as missing an ADS actually. Sixer's going to be forced off his impact trick for the time being. But yeah, you can compare the fire rate to that. You can compare the damage to a higher fire rate or higher damage weapon, like the assault rifles, the ARX, or the commando, maybe even the 5.56 if you're feeling frisky like that. But the
Attackers
point
have located a
stands.
bomb.
She's very interesting, and well, I guess that's all I can really say on Finka, because there's not much to go into anymore. And Bolts is the first felled victim, as at least Nick is already in sight, and he's already that was not really worth casting.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
What? The rest of the rush is going to go in as Snowy picks up a kill on his own, but that LMG is going to be going as everybody's going quick and fast. In a 2v3 situation, the bullets are going to start flying everywhere as this LMG has no recoil and puts out such a large amount of damage. Pendrum is going to be able to take out Vosi, evening up the scoreline at 2-2, but there's a flanking Valkyrie over towards the top of red stairs. He's going to have to go against the SMG-11. But the Wamai is swinging out and takes out Pickles, but he's going to be, or Pickles takes out Flamezilla. But Pendrum's going to get the quick refrag back into a 1v1 situation. SMG-11 versus MPX. Who's going to win? The head gets peaked a little bit, but Snowy is not able to connect. But he now has the definitive health advantage as well. But Pendrum still has the diffuser in his back pocket. And the way Siege goes, a single stray bullet to the head can end a single operator. As some more pre-fires are going out, both players know exactly what they are or where they are in their location. As the swing is going to go out, the Valk is going to be narrowly missed as it's a game of chess right now. Both players completely at a stalemate, swinging, trying to get these shots out, and ultimately the Valk will reign supreme as Snowy picks up another kill.
And I don't know if you caught that. At the end, you could hear Valkyrie cry out because a shot did come off from the SMG-11. Regardless, it would have ended in a outdone movement round win just because of how trading and stuff works. And the Finka is stuck again. And we're headed to Living Library. And something I entirely missed is a Mozzie ban. That is interesting because we saw 11 rounds without any Mozzie play.
Yeah, Mozzie's just one of those really great operators to not only have a really strong gun, have a kit really suited to roaming, but also being able to deny all that drone intel is a very, very powerful tool on the side of the attackers that can effectively be nullified. What's interesting is we're going to be going downstairs, but not the kitchen, which is typically the preferred site of the first floor variety on Villa. We're going to be going into Library. There's a map, site that I usually do not get to see in CAD.
Yeah, we don't really see this map, or this map, we see this map a lot. We very rarely see this site. It's very interesting that Living Library has been opted into, and the reason why is because it's been talked about recently that a lot of sites that have come into meta and that have become very strong are sites like you mentioned, like Dining Kitchen, just because, you know, you think of Dining Kitchen here and you think of Reading Fireplace on Cafe, which we may not get to. It's just sites that you can hold very well up above and then still have the site below pretty solidly held. So you don't really get that up here. And, well, you're not going to get any nades out of the Finka. And I guess the aggression from Snowy is working out well. This is something we didn't really totally see from the defense on Oregon, just because Oregon is very strat focused. And now Snowy has had the freedom to be very aggressive here. And he's already picked up 2 opening frags for himself as the Finka falls, as I mentioned before. And now we'll see where the rest of this defense goes. The castle is getting into a gunfight. There's little things happening here and there, but looking for to break down his own barricade as Pedram picks up Snowy, shuts that one down. Alpaca right back onto Pedram, picks one up too. The Valkyrie is still sitting upstairs. The flashbangs aren't doing a ton here to the castle of Sixer, sitting in that L desk area. Alpaca is the one sitting behind the breach, but through the breach, Bolts picks up Alpaca. Still got a minute left as Nick is now entering. Once again, I'm doing the thing where I cut you off, or like I don't give you a shot to talk because they're all killing each other. There's so much action. Bolts picks up Sixer. Zandius and Bolts now against Pickles and Vosi. Vosi and Pickles on full health. Zandius on full, but Bolts is on half. Zandius is going to get pushed by Goyo and actually just shot through the wall. Tagged only a little bit. Interesting that the headshot didn't land, but the Valkyrie's going to find one. Valkyrie's going to find two. Pickles clutches it out. The Nitro from behind. Doesn't matter. And that second round on Living Library of all sites is picked up by Outdone.
Yeah, and Outdone is doing a really great job of just countering the aggression that Supernova is trying to blast through with. Bringing the Goyo in the castle is just helping to stall out the attack, as they might get the initial map control into the less contested areas, but as you're trying to push closer to site,
Goyo and actually just shot through the wall. Tagged only a little bit. Interesting that the headshot didn't land, but the Valkyrie's going to find one. Valkyrie's going to find two. Pickles clutches it out.
Ash, it almost seems as if you don't have enough utility to deal with everything that Outdone is throwing at you. But I was actually just thinking for a little bit on a quick point of, do you remember the first time we casted together in Battle for Bama?
Not really, but
well, it was a map on Villa, and we saw Library played a lot. And I'm thinking that we have a curse of if we cast Villa together, Library is going to get brought.
Oh man, I do remember that. Like when you casually are, when you're casually just like, hey, do you remember the tournament from February? And I was like, no. But then I do remember the constant clash picks from the colleges that we were casting that day.
I think it was Huntsville. I think it was Alabama Huntsville did it. Yeah.
I remember the clash picks, and I remember just all this and all the Living Library, and I think outside of casting with you, I've cast it one time, and now I think we've cast it like 3 or 4 times together.
Yep. It's just like I casted during playoffs. I saw Bar be brought on Clubhouse for 2 straight games, and it was an interesting one to say the least. But with that, we're going to be going right back into the action as round 3 has begun. The prep phase is finished, and we're seeing Sixer put up the last-minute reinforcements over towards the castle barricades on here. But actually, Nick is just going to be sprinting straight in through the basement. He's going to catch some buckshot straight to the body as Alpaca drops down the Ash. He's also going to be covering his tracks with that Toxic Babe canister, making sure Pendrum and the other players trying to push these stairs are going to be held back at bay. And yes, that is Bolts also at the bottom of this area. However, Alpaca is going to be in a close quarters combat situation, which is exactly what you want to have with the shotgun SMG-11 combo. He's actually going to take out the Claymore and is going to be able to push further inside of Pantry. He's going to get milked on his screen, and Bolts is ultimately going to be able to take him out in that vulnerable position, but not before a good amount of damage has been done. Flamezilla also fell on the other side of the map trying to enter upstairs, and it's a 4v3 situation with only a minute left, or a minute taken away, as now the Maestro drone is going to be taking away some drones. Sixer's going to swing out and take out Pendrum as more and more bullets are flying everywhere. Bolts takes a good amount of damage, but he's going to drop the Jaeger into a down but not out state, and Zanduis is going to be able to finish up that frag, not before going down, as well as also the Nomad gets cleaned up by Snowy, and Outdone takes another round.
Wow. So that was a funny kill to watch initially, as Nick almost caught Alpaca lacking, at which point Alpaca swung with that shotgun, like you said, filled the Ash full of buckshot. And with that, I guess we finish a site rotation, because we're up to Aviator Games once again. Trophy statue not touched at all. It definitely seemed like Outdone have been ones to really opt into a full full map setup. Obviously, you have a lot of sites that are one-offs, and I'm sure beforehand we did see one of their one-off sites on Oregon in the dining kitchen site, just because they never touched it afterwards. But I mean, it's possible we saw a one-off site there on Living Library, and that will just head back to Trophy Statue next round should they win this site out. But I know I mentioned it earlier. I know I said that Villa is becoming, or has become rather, a very swung attacker-sided map, just because the attack has quickly broken down how to attack a lot of these sites, and the defense hasn't really had time
10 seconds
or
to
ability to
insertion.
catch up. So
5
it's
seconds left.
become very frag focused, and at that point, long angles and frag focused maps in general. Oh my God! Stop with the band waves. I mean, keep going with the band waves, but yes, I wish there was a thing to Hibana's OnlyFans. Interesting. I wish there was a way to disable it so that like you couldn't see it, or like at least in custom games it was disabled, just so a lot of teams, just because we see it, obviously we see the like whatever it is, 5v4 or 4v4 whatever flash up on the screen. The only way that comp players, if you're unaware, the only way comp players are aware when they get a kill is when the scoreboard pops up. So
Well, don't you get an X? Don't you get a red X?
no,
I thought you did.
not in pro league settings. So it can be very annoying to have the band wave going on and not know if you kill someone or not know if you're truly, like, without looking at a ton. So
Give us like an like a streaming
seriously.
mode, something like
Or
that. It
just
wouldn't
like
be that
get
hard
rid of
to
it from
disable
custom
it.
so like everyone could see it. That'd be great.
Yeah.
All right, well, away from that, the Wamai is going to get hit by an air jab, but Pedram is found by Snowy once again. And with a minute and a half, it is Nick lurking with the G8. He's going to find the first frag there for himself. With it,
A bomb has been
Snowy
located.
falls, and we're in a 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, but they still have to deal with this Wamai on the shield at the top of main stairs, and quite a precarious situation. But he's gonna get naded away by Flamezilla using these long angles, banking that, put it into chat for Kobe, as now Xanduus is gonna be Finka boosted up. Bosie's gonna be able to take out Nick, but Flamezilla is gonna put his hat back once again, double dip and take out Sixer, continuously blasting away those Finka adrenal boosts and surges, going in, trying to start the aggression and continue it rolling. However, the smoke canister would be twice as deadly if they were to go in that gas due to some interesting interactions with the Finka boost, making you quote-unquote breathe harder, but the breaths are not going to be taken by Vosi as he gets taken out in the back, and Xanduus ends out the round by taking out Alpaca. And finally, Supernova is on the board with their first attacking round.
Yeah, very solid job there. The first round that doesn't go the way of the team with the opening frag. That is something we focused a lot on Oregon. We only saw 2 of those rounds. Both of them happened to be from Outdone, and they both went the way of Supernova. So, this is interesting. It's not going to be stuck. No! Oh, now we have the lame version. I wanted the cool version of the closet strat, but now we just have the lame version with Wamai. I want the Frost version. The Frost version is fun. So,
Yeah,
the closet
Frost
strat is probably what we're going to
Defenders,
see.
protect your bombs from being
What are you gonna
defused
say
by
I've talked
attackers.
about it before, but Frost is just in that really awkward area of if she's sort of not shown and can be a surprise factor, actually turns into a very, very lethal force at high levels of play. Because you're not necessarily jumping through every window, pre-firing the ground like you might do in ranked. And especially as in competitive play, typically the pushes are towards the end of a round. But like, let's say there's about 20 seconds left in the round, you need to take closet control, and you're worried about all the crossfires that are set up and getting to sight without the clock
5
hitting
seconds
zero.
left before
You might just
insertion.
find yourself with that bear trap scrapped around your leg, and then that's
Attackers are
effectively
moving out to
the
locate
end.
a bomb and defuse it.
But with the Wamai, it's a little bit more of a traditional strat. There's going to be a castle protecting some of these nice angles. He'll probably be held up in a shield inside of the closet, or even over towards the bathroom. It is a variation of the strat we might see. Flamezilla is on the Finka once again. Going to be aggressively peeking in towards, actually going to step back and drone inside of the closet, making sure that the Wamai is not there. He's actually just going to be sitting on a shield right next to Breach and covering up a rotate hole, as Vossi's going to be placing down some ADS to try to make sure that that big piece of metal stays alive as long as possible. You're gonna get to see a nice frisbee toss from Snowy. Gonna catch away a flashbang immediately as the Supernova attackers are continuously trying to
Bomb
burn
located
away
by
these
attackers.
ADSs and Magnus with their utility. The pre-fires are gonna go in towards the window and not bear fruit quite yet, as another ADS gets taken out with a flashbang, going to full blind Snowy and force him away.
Very interesting that this isn't the traditional closet strategy that we've seen a lot of teams adopting nowadays to help stall out a lot of attacker pressure. Whenever I mention closet strat, it's basically they put a shield and a Wamai and like a bunch of ADSs in the closet there, and you just stall out for as long as possible. And teams have found out that you really beat it by attacking from Aviator Games, because you have no shield, you have Wamai stuck in bedroom, and you have no ADSs. But that's not what we're seeing here. We saw a weird little setup, and it was already pushed away. Now it's being pushed from the bedroom further, and it's Pedram pushing on in, finds the castle there. At least Snowy's going to refrag onto Nick, but Zandius finds Snowy. A quick shot from Vosi finds Flam. Right back and forth go the kills. But Vosi is on pretty low health. He's watched closely by Pedram. My bad. But not anymore. Pedram's going to fall off the angle as now the push is coming in from Bolts and the rest of Supernova. They're pushing forward, looking for frags, and they find the mute. But no, Sixer's going to win out against Bolts. Now looking for the refrag. Pedram can't find Bolts. He's going to push in the same path that his fallen teammate has gone. But he doesn't know. Alpaca's pushed up. Vosi found Zandius as well just before Pedram will fall. And that is round 5 going the way of Outdone. Movement looking very solid here on Villa.
Yeah, we have to say Villa is a defender-sided map through and through. But right now, at a scoreline of 4-1, it's not necessarily the best situation if you're on the Supernova side of this equation. However, if they're able to get this second round in for them and put it on the board, a 4-2 split is typically what is expected. But if you are going to fall, once again, getting to that 5-1 side is not ideal. And if you're on Outdone movement side, you're foaming at the mouth, wanting to continue the momentum that you've brought forth so far, trying to get that absolute half win and really set yourself up nicely to start extending your lead potentially on attack and
Attackers need to
continuing
locate and
through
defuse
with your
bombs.
force, trying to ice out this map and even up the scoreline entirely for the whole series.
Yeah, so it looks a little bit rough for Supernova. Starting out, Dining Kitchen is the move as of now as well. We're shifting over to that one, as we're going to see how things will go here. We're back, though, with this interesting Wamai setup. Probably the castle of Sixer is going to set up some barricades as you just see him cross over there. He's going to help out Snowy on the Wamai here. And we'll see. I'm interested to see how Supernova wants to opt into this take. We saw them try and rush up below last time, and it didn't work out. But we'll see if they want to fully opt into the upstairs focus and then work their way on down. But we'll see. I mean, the Finca is roam clearing right now. Not really a job you see from Finca. But she's just been... I don't want to say useless. Useless is not the right term. But she's not had much impact at all here from Flamezilla bringing her out. The nades aren't being used before she dies. Oh, what a swing. As I'm cut off and again, yeah, nades not used before she dies. Flamezilla will fall. Snowy is hit double digits by round 6. And he is doing work. He's 4-0 on opening picks this match so far. He's doing work. Well, he might actually be 4-1. I can't remember if he died first last round, but point stands. He's doing work this one, and he is really making his presence known on Villa.
Yeah, and roam presence is just so important on a map such like this, as Vosi's gonna get another roam kill onto Bolts, taking the head off of the Nomad. He's also gonna be fighting another player in Astro, but opt to just jump straight down that Skylight hallway and retreat into safety. At this point, you've killed almost 2 minutes as well as 3 attackers, so your roam work is done. You can go back into sight and get some pats on the backs from your fellow anchors now, and continually just try to make sure that the attackers cannot get into sight. However, having a sledge and a thermite on the board still is still a somewhat advantageous position, especially when you can break open a hatch and get a kill onto Alpaca, who seems to have been a little bit lost at those basement stairs. A castle barricade is going to get absolutely decimated at the force of the British hammer that Sledge is packing, and they're going to be starting their push over towards that side, but not before carefully droning to make sure they have a little bit of intel to swing and try to get this 2v4 clutch going.
Yeah, so I think it was the mute looking at the bottom of the stair, or looking up the stairs, so that he could try and get someone rotating from Astro. But they're gonna rotate through a memorial room right in the gun. But the waiting arms of Snowy actually prone right under the window. 4K for the Wamai. Really great job here as he shuts out a 5-1 half, and yeah. Trigger discipline for sure.
And with that, the first half is in the books at a scoreline of 5-1. Outdone movement is just looking absolutely dominant on this map so far, which is what you would definitely want. Is this their map pick, correct? This is their map pick, right?
Yeah. I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I'm pretty sure.
No, this is Supernova's pick.
Interesting. So maybe we're going to get to see a little bit of trade on both sides for... Actually, Supernova was able to then take Outdone Movement's map towards Oregon. But with the sides being reversed, could be a little bit interesting as we go into potentially map 3 of the series. If Outdone Movement is able to keep up the pressure and continue winning rounds like they have so far. However, with the sides being switched, it is anybody's game just as easily as Outdone Movement was able to get a 5-1 half. Supernova could even get a 6-0 half if they start really waking up and showing the fragging potential that they showed last time around on Oregon. Like we said before, it is a defender-sided map, so they're in a little bit more of an advantageous position on this back end of the map. But just like that, we're going to be seeing a library being brought, which is a little bit of an uncommon sight, but I guess both of these teams really enjoy the angles and potentially the position that you can get in to defend it.
So we'll see now how Supernova is going to flex around. Interesting once again that I guess it is our curse, dude. We are seeing more living library, but so interesting that this site is so well loved by both these teams, even as a flex site. Oh,
what do they know that we don't? They know something.
They must, because all I know is this site is bad. A lot of teams think this site is bad. These are like the only 2 teams that don't think this site is bad. I don't know what they see that I haven't, but we'll see what they can make happen and what they can make work here on this site then, because they're stalling out the attack a good bit. The attack is taking a little bit of time to work their way on in. They're clearing out the upstairs now as the Jaeger has dropped down, got detected for a split second, but he's rotated his way back in, so they have to know at least one person has fallen back from the upstairs. With that, they're going to still drone out up here, looking through Aviator and Games, trying to figure out, making sure no one is in there, as well as in the vault. Snowy's going to start to get some pressure, look for Nick or Pedram. Not going to find any damage on either of them. Bolts also took a little bit of damage, but he healed it back up just because he's docked. But it's Zandius to find Voshi for the first pick, or Vosi, my bad, for the first pick. Running away, running away was Nick, but it's Bolts to find, or to be found right after Snowy with a nice headshot for his 13th frag. We're down to the last minute here. And the sides are even at 4 apiece. The mute, just kidding, has gone down. But Flamezilla picks up Pickles in response. 3 on 3 essentially here. As looking is the castle. He's trying to swing and find more, but he's not going to find anything just yet. Snowy has to know here and here. Someone's stomping around. He's not going to find the castle swinging. Castle's going to go for the res on the mute. But both the mute and the castle will fall. Flamezilla on the flank at least found Snowy, though. Shut down the big fragger, but now Flamezilla is shut down. Almost going down is Sixer, but it's Zandius to find some damage, but no kill. He's going to run, or move slowly, actually, with the AUG in hand. Not going to find a kill. Going to find a headshot onto Sixer. It's down to a one-on-one. He doesn't know where Alpaca is. Alpaca is lurking in the vault, looking outside through the rotate. He's going to push forward. Oh, but no, Alpaca has rotated out. Zandius doesn't even know where the diffuser is. 7 seconds to go, and Outdone have secured a map point here. 7-1. Zandius is shot in the back. It doesn't even matter. And that is huge from Outdone movement.
Yeah, absolutely great play from Alpaca, as the rest of the team did fall on the post plant. He just was managing to sneak his way in behind where the Wamai came from, masterfully playing the game of stealth and continuously just waiting on that clock to tick and knowing that the Wamai had to try to get on the diffuser. Unfortunately for the Wamai, he wasn't quite able to, even if he hadn't been shot, wouldn't have been able to get the defuse down because of the timing, but he did just get a back full of bullets for his endeavors. And with that being on match point, Outdone movement has the opportunity to take this map in quite a commanding way at a scoreline potentially of 7-1 if they're able to effectively and efficiently attack this aviator game site that Supernova is now choosing to defend. This is typically the primarily dominant site on this map, typically seen as a lot easier to defend, just a very traditional site that a lot of teams know how to play properly. You have to get control of study, which can be easily turned into an absolute death box. Pushing 90 hallway, depending on if you have somebody such as a Jaeger, a Doc, or a Wamai in that area, can be also incredibly difficult. And there's just, with the amount of roam presence you can have on Villa, makes it very, very easy to blank if you manage to stall out on those choke points.
Something interesting too that we haven't really seen from at least when Supernova was attacking. A lot of teams like Outdone here are focusing more on a backside take, and it's really helped to break open the sight of Aviator games, and it does really well to do so, just because of how teams can fall back on Villa. There's no flank denial, which is interesting from Outdone. Nomad does really well on Villa just because of all the archways and stuff, but we're not seeing that here from them. So they're instead opting for double soft breach, double hard breach in the Ash Zofia and the Maverick Thermite. But further on, we might be getting an engagement as I have to hold my point. Not just yet. The point is, when you have to rotate out of Aviator games, you can either attack from study and give them the rotation out through the bedroom and stuff and through the vault, or you can attack from this side and really punish that rotation out through the vault and through the bedroom and cause Vault to not be safe. Also, Bolts is safe, but he's in the ground. So it's safety with a little asterisk on it, because he's not going to be pressured anymore, but he's not going to be doing any or causing any pressure, and neither will Pedro. A nice shot from Sixer shuts down the Goyo. Flamezilla is pretty low, and Nick is almost done, and this round is already looking shut out for Outdone, really.
Yeah, both of their players of Nick and Flamezilla both have lost a good amount of HP, as the drone is going to find the location of the aforementioned Jaeger. He's going to be swinging out trying to pre-fire, but the Valk is going to be the one getting the kill as Nick takes out Alpaca. He's rotating over towards 90, where Zandeas is taking a whole lot of damage. until he picks up that kill, and he'll pick up another one to secure his second of the round. Pistol in hand, rushes into sight, trying to close it out, but Pickles is going to pick up the final kill onto Flamezilla and take this map 7-1 for Outdone movement.
What a map. Honestly, to come back from looking so evenly matched on not Outback. Wow. Ugh, that would have been awful.
We
if it
talked
was
about
Outback.
Outback.
I know. They looked so evenly matched on Oregon, and to come out swinging 15-4 from Snowy, no one could even match the second frag of Alpaca. They were even with the third and fourth frags of Outdone movement at 5 frags. There was 1 fragger on 6, 2 on 5, and 2 on 3 for I believe was the numbers from Supernova. And like I was saying, it looked so even on Oregon, and it looked like Supernova was just that little bit more ahead. And then Villa came about, and it was all outdone. I know we mentioned a little bit that they traded maps, but still, that was a little less trading maps and a little more outdone, just one-upping.
Definitely one-upping them. But with that, map 3 will be Cafe Dostoevsky, a very structured and fun map to watch. And with that, I hope you guys stay tuned as we go to a quick 5-minute break to make sure overtime sides are correctly chosen due to round differential and all of that nature. So we will definitely be right back with you with the action on Cafe. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to kick straight off into map 3 of this best of 3 series between Outdone Movement and Supernova. If you're just now tuning in, both maps have been won by both sides. I guess one map apiece, as Outdone Movement was able to take map 2 of Villa at a scoreline of 7-1, but Supernova took Oregon in almost as just a dominating fashion of either 7-4 or 7-3. But with the round differential, it was Outdone Movement's ability to choose which side on this decider map, and they'll be starting on defense, therefore banning the first attacker, which is the default Thatcher ban.
So, sorry about that cough. Well, stuck in my throat, but yeah, Supernova starting on attack every time. So, well, Jackal ban, probably going to see Amira ban. So, I expect it's going to be Amira again, just because.
And then a Valk ban.
Why are you making us wait for the Mira ban? Why? Come on.
There we go.
Like, we knew it was coming. I would like a Mira ban, or not Mira, a Valkyrie ban. I would like a Pulse ban. I would like, well, they haven't really been playing Pulse. There's one round of Pulse played so far, and that was back on Oregon. I would like a Valkyrie or Pulse. Well, Mai would be cool.
Pulse?
Yeah, we got Pulse.
You got one of them, right? As you threw out nearly every operator. So.
Every meta defender.
Hey, 100%, about 25% of the time, you're right 100% of the time, Cherish.
What?
Yep. About 25% of the time, you're right 100% of the time.
Don't say that. My brain's too small to comprehend that.
Well, can you comprehend that Flamezilla is on the Finca once again, and we're going to be getting right on into the action at Kitchen Service. Actually, it's just a little baited flash pick as he's going to be switching on to the ironclad Frenchman of Monty, the big mobile inkillable drone that's going to actually cater itself very well for a kitchen push if they want to take prep control quite easily.
Yeah, we didn't see the Monty yet today. We did see plenty of Finca to just straight no use, no purpose. Saw a couple. I mean, I guess you can say she kind of helped win that one round for the attack on Villa, but I mean, the Finca didn't really do a ton. So, oh well. Good thing we don't see it here. And instead, like you mentioned, Flamezilla on the Monte is interesting because Flamezilla has been a very strong fragger for Supernova, at least on map 1. And now he's obviously put on an entry role in the same sense that he was before, but a non-fragging entry role at that. So, not going to find the operator still reinforcing there either, but he's going to provide a lot of safety here for Zandius, my bad. As especially there's no wall denier, which is very interesting to see. Alpaca's going to go swinging out to his death. That was something to watch. He was ready to go, and it's super interesting that the smoke would choose to do that. With 2.5 minutes still to go, or all 2:15 left in the round when he swung out. And no info. And now Pickles is meleeed down by Flame. This is such a rough and tumble round. At least Vosi is going to pick up 1, and Snowy as well. Sixer as well. This is 3 frags here, as now Nick is almost taken out. Vosi and him just past like ships in the night, not able to see each other. Quick pre-fire finds nothing from Nick as there's 2 operators waiting on the other side here. Flames is going to start pushing forward as the operators are swinging behind, but the diffuser is down. It's just the Montaigne, and he's shot in the back by Vosi. 3K for the Mozzie. And what a bizarre round we just witnessed.
Yeah, at first I was like, wow, first 2 picks going to Supernova in really quick fashion. The Monty's in a really nice extended position, being able to cut off the site entirely. But Outdone Motion definitely had something to say about that, as just an entire flurry of kills was not answered all the way until the Mozzie picked up everybody. All the scraps of the attackers fell at that commando from the Australian. But with that, as Kitchen has been won by the defenders, they'll be going upstairs to another insanely strong site of Bar Cocktail Lounge. And this time, Sixer's going to be sixing off of the Maestro to the opposite of Monty.
Attackers need to
2
locate and defuse as
shield
many bombs as
operators,
they can.
1 on attack, 1 in defense. Could be a nice interaction between the more passive niche operators in this game.
Ooh. Yeah, it's very I don't know. It's a very interesting pick in the clash that Sixer keeps bringing it
10
out,
seconds remaining.
even though it didn't really work all that at all.
5 seconds left
Really,
before
I was gonna say it didn't work that well, but it didn't work at all.
Attackers are moving
Really
out to
on
locate a
Oregon
bomb
from what
and
we
defuse it.
saw. So it's very interesting that he is favoring the operator. It's very interesting. We're not seeing any Wamai. Wamai and Pixel has become a very favored operator and position and role and all whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I mean, interesting that Outdone is very much playing this in a different way than what we're used to seeing, and I kind of like that they are, because you know I'm so over seeing the Pixel player just sitting down
Bomb located by attackers.
sitting there for 2 minutes stalling stuff out. Oh, proximity alarm! I forgot that those are in. I'm not sure who would have brought one, but oh, it's probably the castle. So very annoying to hear that beeping as Sixer is getting a little chatty on the clash. Doesn't really need to be doing a ton. And, I mean, we're not seeing a ton. Supernova is so cautious on this push. They're not opting and not getting anything. Even actually, wait, Petrum is just full diffusing. Pickles is going to find that. Bolts at least refrags onto Alpaca. The mute goes down. Diffuser is picked up by Flames, actually, as Nick almost falls thanks to the UMP. The Clash is pushing in from behind, getting pretty obnoxious here. She's going to always be watched, but she is just being a pest, really. Not really trying to get any kills or damage, just being as annoying as possible. She's going to be flashed out and potentially pushed as, nope, looking around for any support. Not going to find any supporters because there are none. The plant is coming down from Flames, as now Snowy is found by Bolts. It is picked up, at least the defuse, by Vosi, who picks up 2. He's looking up above for another, but can't find 1. Pickles is going to push forward and be found out as well by Nick, but he downed Nick. Bolts is all that remains, and he has to drop, but the Clash has defused it, actually. I didn't even realize that Sixer was on that diffuser. That round was a round.
Yeah,
And that's it.
This is definitely at least a round. Maybe not the most traditional round, but a round nonetheless. Still counts into the scorecard for Outdone Motion. I think the most interesting part of that was just getting the Monty's POV, as everything was just nice and calm. Nobody was peeking as they were getting the diffuser. And then just like that, it was like a snap. And then a castle appeared. A castle got broken and a Jaeger appeared. A dock swung everywhere. And it was just like an FBI open up meme. And the Zofia ultimately did lose her life while trying to tap away on that diffuser. But after everything did fall, the diffuser ultimately did go down. But the Clash was a little bit too sneaky Not exactly words you expect to say, a sneaky clash, but
Defenders,
it's
protect
still
your bombs from
happening.
being
Got a
defused
nice
by
ninja
attackers.
defuse. Big shout out to Sixer there. But with the first 2 rounds in the bag for Outdone Motion, they will be going to the a little bit more difficult site to defend of a reading room fireplace. If you paid attention to how Outdone played the upstairs floor, it's probably going to be a pretty similar fashion as if you go ahead and look up on onto the 3rd floor, you'll see that the bomb site of the B chassis as well as the A bomb are directly below where we just
10
saw
seconds
all of
left
the
before
action
insertion.
take place. Therefore, the players on the
5
Supernova
seconds
sidelines,
remaining.
such as Nick and actually the Zofia or the Nomad,
Attackers'
do not
objective
have
is to
breaching
locate a
charges,
bomb.
but they're gonna have to try to get that vertical pressure to force away anybody that is lying down below.
So, nothing interesting operators-wise, I think. We've got both SAS operators, which we haven't seen yet, from Outdone. And the Montaigne is going to start his push in from the train room here, or rather the mining room. As there's a little desync error, I think, coming up, but we're all set.
Bomb has been
We're all
located.
good as now Nick finds Vosi, actually not sure where, looking upstairs, I believe. He's going to see the smoke and wait for this one. But no, that's actually the mute, my bad. Alpaca running below, looking for a C4 setup or something that's bound to be called out. Pedram has been found, but Nick finds Sixer as well, his 2nd kill of the round. Pickles finds
Attackers
Pedram
dropped the diffuser.
on the backside of
Attackers
things as
recovered the
Flamezilla
diffuser.
has made his way into sight with Diffuser. Thanks to the breach and shooting up, Pickles will fall thanks to bolts. Just Alpaca and Snowy. Nick is hunting for the former down below as the defuse is coming down. Missed C4. No, it lands onto Zendeus. Nick is finished up by Alpaca as well. And now Snowy is looking for what he can. It's pretty low on the thermite, kind of low on bolts, and the Montaigne is not the healthiest either. But swinging for whatever reason is Alpaca. Snowy finds Zandias as well on the side of things. I pronounced his name, I think, 3 different times in this round alone. Flamezilla is not going to be shot either, thanks to client-side bodies. A very fun point of siege as it's Snowy and Bolts on their lonesome here, looking for the frag. Is Snowy not going to find it just yet. He's going to see a castle barricade, and for whatever reason, the defuse didn't go down. Flamezilla got off it. He got a bit anxious or who knows what. But, oh, there's no openings for a C4. There's no openings, but there's the opening. The headshot. Bolts is going to be tagged up a bit. Snowy's trying to find this one as well, but it's planted pretty well for him, and Bolts is going to secure the round. Came down to a one-on-one. But that round still kind of was solid in favor of Supernova the whole way.
Yeah, it was a really interesting push that Supernova was able to accumulate and ultimately force through, as typically you do see a lot of vertical pressure coming out with that aforementioned vertical roam that Outdone Motion was employing. But when you have the Monte, that does just open up the ability to push straight into train and into mining and just bully your way into dining room, which is exactly what they did. So with that, we're going to be returning to Reading Room Fireplace, actually. Even though Kitchen is unlocked, it seems as if Outdone Motion really does want to iron out the inconsistencies that they had. They must feel as
Defenders,
if they
protect your
can
bombs from being
definitely
defused by
win
attackers.
this bomb site if they really account for what Supernova wants to do. It's a little bit more untraditional, but if you sort of know in the back of your head that that's what's going to happen, you can definitely adjust your strats accordingly to accommodate for it.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. Wait, I guess I didn't even notice this. It's interesting that Outdone has opted into going back to Reading Fireplace here. So we'll see how this one's
10
going to
seconds to go.
fare. But we'll see.
5 seconds.
Ah, yes, there it is. It is the Wamai and Pixel
attackers are
they're
moving out
opting to
locate a
hold
bomb.
fully up above this time instead of be fully on the second floor like they did before. And this is really where I think the strength of Reading Fireplace is shown, just because it takes so much and so long to take out this that by the time you have to execute the site, you can only really funnel into a couple doors. It's not the same way as attacking Bar Cocktail, because so it was explained, if any, for those watching who know Reaper, who used to be Rogue's coach a bunch of seasons back. He's bounced around other pro league teams as a coach and analyst, but he put out a video talking about sites like Reading Fireplace, and specifically Reading Fireplace, in that if you lose Cocktail on a Cocktail bar defense, then you lose the site. If you lose Cocktail on a Reading Fireplace defense, then you are still upstairs, or then you still can fall back to the main site. And even then, you can find opening picks onto people like Nick and get the round looking very much in your favor at a 5v4 with just about half the round to go.
Yeah, and just like that, the roam presence has not been removed from upstairs. Snowy is still standing strong, his shield's intact, but the shield of the Monty is looming and starting to push towards Vosi. However, Bolts is going to catch a nitro cell from down below as Alpaca finds a sneaky little explosive brick of pain and puts it forth onto the Nomad. The Monty is pushing down the bottom of White Stairs, is trying to take map control, but he doesn't know that there is a defender at the bottom as he exposes his backs to him. Unfortunately for the defender, he hasn't swung quite yet, but with the loud shield of the Monty, it's gonna drop down on Pickles as he gets 2 slaps to the face. Then Darius also picked up a kill onto the player on the bottom white, and it is a 3v3 over Alpaca's SMG-11 is gonna take out the Monty and also drop Diffuser down. Actually, never mind. Zandeus does have it still in his pocket. So Mai's going to be swinging it over in Dining, or in Excavation over towards Pillars, and the shots are going to be traded back and forth between the Sophia as Vosi is able to take out the Thermite, leaving it all up to Pandrum to get a 1v3 clutch. He doesn't have Diffuser in his hand, and there's only about 30 seconds left, so it's going to definitely be a hill for him to climb. And he couldn't quite climb the mountain enough as Snowy is able to down him and finish off his kill, securing another round for Outdone Motion.
Movement. It is a moving M word, same idea. But, yeah, 3-1 looking very solid as they can now opt into either Kitchen or Bar Cocktail. It seems they'll go for the Kitchen site. And while it looked like it started out very poorly between the Montaigne meleeing someone down and Alpaca flying headlong through the breach to his quick demise, after that, every kill was in favor
protect your bombs from being
of
defused by attackers.
What is his name? It was every kill in favor of Outdone. My apologies. So, very interesting. As we'll see how it works out from here. Vosi is 7-1. Last map we saw it was Snowy who was going nuclear, but this time it is Vosi. Huge frag total through 4 rounds of play. Bolts is also pretty high up there with 6, but the rest of his team is kind of lacking. It's Nick with 3, but then the other 3 the other 3 players, Flamezilla, Pedrum, and Zandeus, are on 3 combined, whereas the 3 lower tier players for Outdone are on double that at 6. So it's definitely been showing that the supporting players, the supporting cast for Supernova, have been struggling on this one. Pedrum. Oh my gosh. These names are tough to say quickly. Pedrum is definitely not having the greatest map here compared to his prior 2. So if he can wait up here, I believe Supernova can really try and even out this half well. But something interesting, thanks to Snowy and someone else, I'm not sure whom, but this is a very high, very upstairs roam, probably from Pickles and Snowy. When we don't really, no, it's not Pickles, it's no, Snowy and Vosi.
Bomb
We don't
located by
normally see
attackers.
third floor roam on bar cocktail or on kitchen service.
Yeah, but at this point, without actually Bolt on the Nomad, and could Nomad off the staircases, but he's all the way downstairs and not protecting Nick, as Snowy is going to go ahead and impact away his hatch drop, and potentially start trying to pressure these players over in train. As Pendrum is going to get the opening frag onto Snowy, dropping the Vigil on that flank here. Bolts is going to swing out and also take out Vosi, and just like that, your entire roam presence has been felled in one swoop, leaving it in a 5v3 position for the rest of the players on site. However, Alpaca, Pickles, and Sixer have done crazier feats as so far, as the time has dwindled down just a little bit. There's not any breaching occurred so far, but the bandit batteries have been removed. Actually, never mind. The breach is open, and Xandos is taking some shots out here and downing Alpaca's smoke as Nick is going to finish up that kill. Pendrum's also going to pick up Sixer, leaving it in a 1v5 plus potential for Pickles. He's going to take some shots and not be able to take down the diffuser, as it will be attempting to be planted right now, and it probably will be successful as the Monty is here. But Pickles going to get a nice shot onto Nick, but isn't able to chain it together as Bolts gets a nice refract, and Supernova takes their second round of attack.
Very solid looking attack from Supernova as they're able to make it work very well and really bring it out for themselves here. So it was looking a bit struggly beforehand, but they seem to even things out, and we're really in this a nice flow for the past 4 rounds of back and forth in terms of rounds, so it's definitely looking a lot more even than Villa was showing up. As Flames is back on Montaigne. I'm not entirely liking the pick, but
Attackers
if they
need to
are
locate and
comfortable,
defuse as
then
many
I mean
bombs
it's
as
kind
they
of
can.
working out to a degree. Not
Yeah, they've already gotten their
massively,
2 rounds, so they're
Yeah.
sitting pretty at this point. If they can manage to tie up this match at 3-3, they would be in the definitive driving seat position going into the half switch and could very easily take the map at the end of the series accordingly. But Outdone motion, or Outdone movement, I don't know why I keep on saying motion, flows off better, but Outdone movement is going to be attempting to defend probably the best bomb site on this map
10 seconds
of
to go.
Bar Cocktail Lounge, and they're going to have a very, very similar setup to what we saw the first time, where they were insanely effective. The smoke is going to be playing
Attackers
inside of
must
bathrooms.
locate and
Players
defuse the
over towards the
bomb.
pixel corner, opening up into freezer, some nice long lines of sights opened up with some shields to hide behind.
Attackers have
And it's going to be
located a
very
bomb.
difficult to take control of that piano room, which is the ultimate sort of backbone of the attack that you need to take control of.
We'll see if they can grasp that control and really exert some pressure. I wonder if they're gonna open up top of red, especially considering that there's the shield played here by Sixer. But I am not fully sure. A flank drone is placed here by Nick to make sure he doesn't get peeked, as he's going to pressure the player on Lumber as well as the player here in Pixel, neither of which are going to take any damage. And wow! A nice C4 from Sixer. I had no clue what it was, but that's what it is. It's a C4 to the window. And potentially to the walls. As Sixer is going to find the opening frag here onto Nick.
And just like that, the first Toxic Babe Canister is going to make sure to keep the Monty at bay as they're aggressively pushing into Piano. There's some Maestro Cams taking shots at Bolts' Nomad as he's going to burn away the ADS that the smoke is going to be trying to stay behind. His shield is now completely vulnerable if a soft breacher is able to chuck a nade or shoot something over, but that's only Pedrum with grenades and an ability to take out out that area. And right there, the Monty is going to fall at the hands of the fiery Vulcan shield that Sixers Goyo has placed. Xandis is going to get a nice kill on Devazi using those long angles turned back against Outdone movements play. But at a 4-3 scoreline, you don't have your Monty on the board anymore. You still have some good fragging potential from the Nomad and the Sledge. But on that side, there's still one canister left in the back pocket of Alpaca, as well as him playing some nice close angles with that shotgun SMG-11 combination, which is going to make it insanely difficult to push him out of bathroom. And instead of pushing him out of bathroom, they're just going to reach away the corner, and Snowy's going to get a nice kill onto Bolt as he's trying to place down an air jab to stop the flank. However, Xandis is going to pick right back and take out the Goyo with a beautiful place headshot of the thermite gun as the Maestro camera is just picking away at Pendrum. He can't do anything as Snowy swings out and takes his head away, leaving it all up to a 1v3 clutch. But Snowy's going to continue it out and finish out the half at a scoreline of 4-2 for Outdone movement. Now
So-
with the
Oh, you
got
go,
it.
you.
You got it.
I don't know. It's other than the first round, it's been back and forth. That first round seemed a little fluky, but it's we'll see a Ying and a Gridlock. Just kidding. Why not stick the Ying? It's a good bait to pull the Wamai out. The Sledge is stuck by Alpaca. Expecting, I guess, the Wamai,
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
the Wamai switch out. So, I'm wow. Oh man, I need to turn down my. I need to turn down my volume really fast because that shotgun was so loud. So,
But, yep, with the half switch at a scoreline of 4-2 is expected on Cafe. We're going to have to see if
Attackers
Supernova is
located
able
a
to
bomb.
one-up the precedent that Outdone has put forward. This is still anybody's
10 seconds
game
left
as the
before
expected split has been put through. However, Outdone movement is going to be trying to get some attacking rounds, maybe just a little bit more than Supernova would have been able
Attackers
to
are
in order to
moving to
try to
defuse the
take
bomb.
this map and end this series in their favor. But attacking third floor is a lot easier said than done. There's a whole lot of angles and a whole lot of utility that they have to effectively clear, especially when you have a Jaeger and Wamai on the board. All of those throwables and soft breaching potentials that the Ashe and Zofia are bringing forward make it insanely difficult to effectively use if they get just zapped away by an ADS or stolen by a Wamai Magnet. We're also seeing a really, really nice cam coming out of Flamezilla's Valkyrie all the way over on the south side of the map. And Snowy's going to be able to take out Flamezilla, but not before TKing away Vosi. And that's a 1-for-1 trade that definitely goes into the favor of the defender as you lost so much utility with the Zofia falling so early.
Bomb located by attackers.
yeah, that is especially with the Wamai on the board still. He's going to get an additional 2 discs over the next minute. I know one. I don't know when the second one ticks up, but I know the last one that he gets starts or gets pulled out at what is it?
Like
105. It's 105. I don't know
Oh.
what the other one is. But I know yeah, that is so much utility missing that now because Vosi fell that Outdone has to still deal with here in the pixel corner, just because you can use so much from the Zofia. But we'll see. Xandius pick up one as, yep, there's the final jump out. But, oh, he was able to pick up Pixels at least with Snowy refrag. Sixer picks up Pedram as well. The Wamai does go down on an ill-advised peek. And it's Nick and Xandius up against Snowy and Sixer. Sixer's on 25 health, but that's only, what is it, 2 puffs of smoke before he's down, I think. So that is pretty risky to deal with. As Snowy is slowly pushing up here on the shield. The smoke playing close, but he's not even going to attempt it. And now it is looking like an execute here in these final 30 seconds.
All set to jam the meridian.
Yeah, and as we hit the 30-second mark, Nick is going to start tossing those toxic vape canisters to cut off any entrances. As Sixer also has already made his way into sight and is going to start tapping away on that diffuser, baiting it out and trying to swing onto the smoke before he tosses that canister. But Ash is going to be just sprinting straight through it, actually backing up, and will get taken down by Zanduas, leaving it all up to a 1v1. Sixer picks up one and is looking for the second kill. Pistol in hand, gets for the drop shot, but it will not be enough as Nick stands strong and Supernova takes round 7 into their favor.
4-3 goes the scoreline. Good tracking from Nick as he was able to pick that one. We'll see how kitchen service shall go. That is only the second round on Cafe here to not go the way of the opening side. And I know it's something that we usually see with Siege, but still, it is something to point out, I think, that over the course of this set, these 3 maps, so far, 7 rounds out of 26 have not gone the way of the team that gets the opening pick. Meaning 19 rounds have, if you get the opening frag, 19 out of those 26 rounds went your way. So that is really, really good job from these teams to push their advantages. And it shows that they're not really ones to lose the rounds in general if they do have an advantage. But we'll see if Outdone can really work their way through this map, the rest of this map. Now that they're on the attack, it is kind of unfun to attack. It's very annoying to attack. Just because there's so much you have to clear. And in general, it's just very obnoxious. And the way that Jaeger Wamai has been seeing a lot of play and have been holding, it's very annoying. And there's a lot of castle play. And it's just such an unfun map sometimes to attack. Excuse me.
Yeah, but I think the main difference we've seen in just a slight glimpse of the first defensive round for Supernova is they're willing to bring the aggression to Outdone. We saw 2 runouts come out off of the first site, so also we're seeing a very extended bakery hold currently with the Wamai and Jaeger playing in there, making sure that the Outdone attackers really have to work and be diligent to remove those threats from that very important room. Flamezilla is also all the way upstairs, and there's a whole lot of drones flying everywhere. He's going to get his head ripped straight off by Snowy, opening up with that aforementioned aggression. He's going to be following these drones all the way downstairs and trying to continue taking this map control, probably trying to make sure that Alpaca and maybe even Pickles can get inside of Train and start ripping up that floor, revealing all the gadgets and possibly even defenders that are lying in wake down below. The more drone work is coming in as the Ash is going to pull out a charge, maybe blast away some of that floor. Nope, he's just going to be pinging it away for Alpaca to bring it with a superior hammer. That's a lot less of a utility cost than an Ash charge, especially if you have to deal with castle barricades. You want to keep those in your back pocket, trying to be able to take those out from distance as opposed to getting up close and personal. Have to do.
Minute 15 to go. We've got a whole lot of breaching being done. Or Bean Dog. What a name. Man got banned, but he's not in this game. The Cade Claw is going to go down from the hatch and the freezer wall. This is not really a take that we see a lot of teams opting for anymore. The freezer has been very much ignored lately just because a lot of teams realize you don't get all that much by opening it. Sure, you get an entry into sight, but the amount of info that you can get is really bad unless Zandius hands you a free kill. Pedram is going to go down to Snowy as well. He's pushed his way on in. Snowy's going to find a third for himself, and it's just down to Bolts. Holding away from the first flawless round that we've seen tonight. And there it is, Snowy with a 4K. Shuts down the flawless That said, first one tonight off a 4-piece from the Ash player. He is doing work for his team.
Yeah, the Ash just from beginning of end to the round had such an impact. Was able to take out a Maestro cam or a Bulletproof cam. I don't know what was at the end of Small Bakery or Wedding, if you prefer to call that little room. Right outside between Bakery and the bottom of Red Stairs Harry Potter area. But getting the first pick onto the roamer, continuing the aggression and taking all of second floor behind your drones, as well as being able to push all the way down Brown Stairs, push into sight through Whiskey in that double
Attackers
door,
need to
and
locate
continue
and
your
defuse as
fragging
many bombs
potential
as they
is
can.
always going to be a recipe for success on your attack. And that's why
located
gunners
by
such as
attackers.
Snowy are just going to continue to carry their team. He's already on to 13 kills with only 4 deaths in his side as well. Looking like a very, very, very strong performance on Cafe.
Shield going out. You can double rainbow grenade now.
Very slow start to this round. There's a
10
couple
seconds to
interesting
insertion.
lacking reinforcements. I don't know if you noticed, but
5 seconds left before insertion.
there was the one just outside of
Attackers are moving
Coat
to defuse the
Check.
bomb.
So, oh, just kidding. It's been reinforced just as I mentioned that. Flamezilla is 2 and 7. Pedrum is 2 and 7. These are your top fraggers from Supernova from previous maps. Bolts is picking up the slack at least, but Nick at 5 and 6 and Zandius at 5 and 7, your harder support players, well, at least in the form of Zandius, is not really what you want to see. So, we'll see on the other side of things, Vosi has been pretty quiet since I mentioned that he was 7 and 1. But alternatively, Snowy woke up. He went from 4 and 2 to 13 and 4. And he's hit double digits for probably the third map. I think he might have on Oregon. I'm not fully sure. I didn't obviously get to see because of the rehosts. But he is doing work here, as is Vosi and the rest of Outdone. We'll see how much work they can continue to do as they're in control so far on Cafe, 5-3. They're looking to get even more control with a 6-3 scoreline, put themselves very much on a good standing for winning the map. Now, Alpaca is putting in a lot of work with the sledgehammer, getting to work on the floorboards, smashing away, putting away a lot of position advantage, and a nice nitro almost takes out Alpaca. It's very low, at least. Low enough that any damage really will fell him. But a minute to go, and no frags have happened. This is a very slow round compared to what we've seen.
However, with only a minute left, the action is definitely going to start coming in quite soon, as Snowy's going to go towards that double door once again, swinging it confidently, jiggling his way all around, trying to find the players that are playing in place, and there are 2 as some crossfire go in. He's actually able to take out the Kate, and another one onto the Jaeger as a whole flurry goes in, so she also picks up one as, pardon me, the castle will also fall as Snowy just continues to get entry kill after entry kill. It's all left up to Bolts once again. He's able to stop Snowy's rampage, but it's a little bit too little too late as he's just fighting against the entire world. Vosi's gonna finish out the round, and another flawless round comes out for Outdone Movement.
Wow, that is rough to see. 2 flawless rounds in a row for Supernova as we head to map point. Snowy went huge on that round. He snuck in, was able to take out the Kaid, and then the Jaeger right after, pick up a third somewhere else in there. The Ash is really doing work here so far on this map. We're going to see another Ying look. We'll see if Alpaca sticks it this time. Could be a very quick execute, and yeah, thank goodness he is sticking it. I like Ying on Cafe. It really helps pushing through a lot of these angles, and instead they're actually opting away from a Thermite and onto a Montaigne as well. So,
Attackers need to locate and
two
defuse
interesting
bombs.
picks coming out for Outdone here. Snowy is on 16 frags. He's been putting in the work. And yeah, again, the Ying Montaigne duo. There is 6 sets of smoke grenades on this defensive side. There's not a ton to burn out all the Wamai and ADSs. Yeah, the Wamai discs. But, I mean, I guess you'll have to use Candelas or smokes or... you know, you use the 3 flashbangs on Ash. So, you need, what is it, 11 projectiles, assuming every disc goes down. You need 11 projectiles, so you have 3 flashbangs, you have the 4 from Zofia.
Attackers are
That
moving to defuse
leaves
the bomb.
4 things to burn out. So I guess you burn it... Oh no, you can use track stingers as well to take out Wamais, so you probably use
Or
1 or
ADSs.
2. No, they don't. They go
go
through
through
ADSs.
ADSs?
They go through ADSs, yeah.
Oh, I thought they got burned away.
No. Gridlock tracks go through ADSs.
But you can
they get
also
caught
use
in
those
Wamais.
candelas as they burst apart. Each of those do count as an individual.
Oh, that is true.
projectile.
So you could
can
even-
time it perfectly.
Yeah, so if you could get it in the right spot, you could really burn out the ADSs just with the Ying. But, oh, who knows? There's a lot. Oh my god! What a shot from Snowy is. We're still contemplating all this stuff. He has gotten 4 straight opening picks.
A bomb has been located.
And his
He's on
impact is
7.
definitely felt as he is already on 17 kills and he smells the blood in the water. As another player might be making the mistake of peeking him towards Palace. He's going to actually drop back in drone, make sure that there's somebody over in Pixel. And yes, that's where the Wamai of Pedrum is playing. Bozzie's going to drop down these mains or onto red stairs. As Sixer is saying to watch this, they're smoking off and he's jumping straight down with the Ying Candelas, flashing away everything, and he's going to be going for a nice sneaky ninja plant. And yes, Vosi's going to get a kill onto Bolt, as well as Alpaca picking up Flamesy, but Pendrum also tossed out and ended Snowy in a natural way. Bossy also picks up Pedrum and it's all up to Nick, and he's going to be able to take out Alpaca, but he's in a post-plant position against a Mozzie. And there is somebody on the skylight, so it's not looking too hot for the smoke to try to clutch. And Pickles is gonna finish him out. An Outdone movement is gonna take the series.
Yeah. It went map 1, 7-4 for Supernova, and then a 7-1, 7-3 for Outdone movement. A good win from them, able to persevere despite losing their map pick. They very solidly take Villa away from Supernova, and then they're able to very handily win map 3 of Cafe. 11-4 from Vosi, and Snowy picking up a nice 17-5 scoreline. He went absolutely nuclear the past 2 maps, especially. He's been doing great work for his team. And with that, he's able to secure them their first win here in ESA Rival Series.
You know, I have to say a big shout out to Sixer for telling us that something was about to happen. You know, I had a little bit of EMS premonition that maybe something was going to happen, but ultimately he led to a little bit of excitement popping off as they went for the utility dump sneaky plant. But with that, the first series is in the books, with Outdone movement finally edging out over Supernova. But the action is not done, as we actually do have a second best of 3 tonight.
Yeah, that one coming up is going to be between Unreal... what is it, Nightmare? Yeah, Unreal Nightmares Academy team and Wasted Potential. And we have the map ban for that coming in. In case you wanted more Villa and Cafe, don't worry, because we've got that coming for you. We're going to Cafe, Villa, and potentially Consulate for our third map. So, could be very interesting, but we'll have to see how that unfolds after a small break. And we'll see you back for that best of 3 coming up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting into our second best of three today, and it is between a Wasted Potential and Unreal Nightmare Academy. Two quite long names, and if you look at the overlay during the game, they're going to be abbreviated to UNA and WP. But with that, as I look to my sheet, we will have three maps on display for you today. Cafe and Villa, the very typical T3 maps seen in almost every series, are going to be the first ones, with Consulate as the decider if at the end of the first two games it's tied 1-1.
I hope it's not tied 1-1, just because at that point that means we go very late into the night. But yeah, like you in our little chats off to the side, I know you said Villa, Club, and Cafe are two maps we see basically every series. Two of those three we see every series. It feels like, and there's not really much else I think to say. These are maps that teams have become comfortable on. These are maps that teams have defaulted to now that Bank is out of the pool. I will say, I mean, I take it with like a grain of salt, I guess. I'm glad, like, on one hand, I'm glad we don't have Bank Club, Blank Club, Bank Club, back and forth and back and forth. Now, at the same time, it is now Club, Cafe, Villa on like repeat rotation.
And with that, I guess we can go ahead and go over the lineups really quickly. On the Wasted Potential side, we have Man Bun, Revnot, Gangstars, Yorno, Buzz, and Immortal. And on the Unreal Nightmare side, we have Artful, Blizzy, Blakey, Sir Mepsalot, and Natural. But also with that, we can go ahead and get right on into the action, assuming both teams are ready. And yes, they are. We're going to be starting off with a Cafe Dostoevsky, which was the last map of the best of three we saw, but it will be the first map of this best of three if you're just now tuning in.
So we'll be seeing Cafe again. If you joined us for the last series, you just saw Cafe. So definitely not looking forward to this. But you know what? It should be pretty interesting for sure. So what do you expect coming into this one for the rest of the bands?
Well, I think anybody with half a brain is going to say Thatcher. So by the time you asked me that question, he was already off the board. And maybe there could have been a Jackal ban, but I actually do like the Capital ban. He's an operator that at high level of Siege, not a whole lot of people necessarily know how to use his kit to its full effect, but when it is used in a very good way, is insanely powerful and so hard to counter. Sure, Wamai now does catch those crossbolts, but he is essentially the only way to stop those smokes or firebolts from spreading, cutting off lines of sight, and forcing anchors to abandon their position. As well, Mira is a pretty default ban on almost every map of this entire game, so seeing her gone is not that surprising. But what's a little bit more surprising is the Maestro being gone. In addition to the Maestro being banned, Echo is also permanently banned right now until Ubisoft is able to find out the exact issues and what's causing those yokai drones to be indestructible and not being able to shoot them, which is very, very annoying. But getting right on into the action, we're going to be going down to the first floor kitchen service and cooking as the Goyos being brought with Mute Mozzie combination Jaeger and Smoke. And on the attacking side, there's a whole slew of females with Ash, Nomad, IQ, Zofia, as well as the big hard breacher of Thermite himself.
So, Mute Mozzie and Goyo. Quite the pairing. Not one we have seen extensively for quite some time. Even the
Attackers need to
famed
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
starters of it in Space Station have fallen away from using a lot of Mozzie. He's kind of niche nowadays, not used in massive amount. And I mean, his gadget is not terrible. It's pretty nice, but it is far from fantastic. And he just ran past the drone. That's interesting. Yeah, it's nothing super amazing, and it really goes to show how losing the super
5
shorty
seconds
has
left
really
before
affected the
insertion.
Mozzie. There's also still
Attackers are
this
moving out to
permanent
locate a
bug
bomb and defuse
that
it.
has been going on where it says Mozzie has stolen 96 out of 10 drones. It's like right under saying he has 1 pest left. It says 96, and apparently that means he's stolen. It says like he's stolen 96 drones, and that's not right. So very interesting. But away from that, we'll see how Unreal. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna call them UNA, just because I mean, Unreal Nightmare Academy selling that every single time is very tiresome. But we'll see how they opt into this extended defense you can expect thanks to the Mozzie Guayo, or just in general how the defense is gonna run out.
Yeah, we're not seeing a full drone presence here. It's going to be a little bit more traditional turtle strat coming out. Because unfortunately, Man Bun is going to blind himself away with an unfortunate flashbang, catching the banister. But the top floor control is relinquished into the hands of the attackers as they're going to try to move over towards mining and train area. Probably trying to get Buzz's Buck into an advanced position to start taking out gadgets down below and just blasting away the entire floor. However, with about half of the round gone, one nitro cell is going to narrowly miss Buzz and leave him about on 5 HP. Unfortunately not getting the kill, but doing a lot of damage nonetheless. It's going to make him a little bit more worried as he goes into these aggressive angles, trying to challenge the people down below. Man Bun is going to be the first initial engagement, going down towards the bottom of red stairs, shooting away a Mozzie Pest, and also narrowly being missed by a nitro cell once again from Coachet.
Nitros are coming, and the attacking side here of Wasted Potential is basically walking on a minefield, and yet none of them have landed, even if there's 3 that the defense has brought. 2 have fired off, and neither have really made massive purchase. This Guayo shield right here. Oh, it could be brutal, but it doesn't matter. Blakey's not going to target it, and it's the first frag of the set. Man Bun finding Blakey, picking that one up. Now Lizzie is going to be pushed out thanks to a ton of flashbangs. Man Bun, while Flash is going to get the frag there. He's looking for his 3rd. He's going to find it. No, it's Revnot to pick that one up. Natural is going to refrag at least onto Immortal, but sneaking through the rotate hole. Here comes Man Bun, finds Artful. Jorno picked up Natural as well, and that is Wasted Potential swooping through and shutting down the rest of the round.
Yeah, and just seeing every gunfight essentially go into the favor of the attackers is not a particularly good sign for the defenders so far. On Cafe, with it being defender-sided, you need to string together your rounds as much as possible. And unfortunately, we might have a little bit of a rule violation if Buck was to have been wearing a skin. So we might have to investigate that. But we necessarily didn't catch it. So we're going to rewatch on the stream if we can.
Yep. That's not a base skin.
Yeah, that's the Battle Pass skin, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, we might have to have a rehost to get these characters, or get these players to get the skins off, because it is a newer rule that we have implemented into ESA, following Pro League precedent and trying to, instead of necessarily blacklisting specific skins, it's almost been a harder stance of only whitelisting skins. So instead of just not using Blood Orchid, Wind Bastion, and Ember Rise, etc., it's now you can't use any skins unless they're the Pro League ones or the pilot skins or default. So the round will still stand, but it's going to be a warning onto the side of the Wasted Potential attackers, making sure that they don't run any other skins, but with that one being taken in, it might come into impact later. Maybe not going to be a full Knicks situation in Pro League, just a little bit smaller impact so far. But going upstairs to third floor bar and cocktail lounge is definitely a site that these Unreal Nightmare defenders really need to win. They're going to be trying to hold on to piano for as long as possible, and they've expended a whole lot of their resources towards that side of the map. With those castle barricades, shields, well, mine magnets, and ADSs, making it a lot more difficult for Wasted Potential to try to get that necessary map control.
So, we'll see now. Once again, the Goyo is picked up by this time around the natural, as it is a Wamai as well. It's going to be a lot of window pressure put up by Wasted Potential. This is not something we really saw. Just kidding, they're all going downstairs. I was going to say, this wasn't something we saw before from the map prior, but it doesn't look like we're going to see it this map either, so it's not really a big point. But a lot of times, hanging on those windows back there, white stairs or the side windows on Cocktail, it offers a lot of rotation denial and shuts down a lot. So, we'll have to see now, as Manbun is trying to get into a gunfight with the man and Pixel. Gonna take some damage, but not go down. But it is... I don't know if I'm gonna count that as an entry frag or an opening kill. Natural finds it funny that he killed himself with his nitro, and I guess the rest of us do too. So we take those. I guess if you're Wasted Potential, or rather you take those, because I can't say we. That makes me sound biased. But you take those if you're Wasted Potential, as they're looking for the window execute this time. And actually, Buzz is going to go repelling on in. He's not denying his repel with any noise cancel. And Blizzy's going to find the first frag. Meatslot finds two. Manbun and Immortal go down as he jumps out of a window, flying out on those two operators. The Thermite and the Ash. He's made his way all the way back in. Revnod is going to be patiently waiting and looking for him, but he's not looking the right way for the Wamai. He doesn't even know where the Wamai is coming. Proc's alarm is going to go off, beeping away and shot out, but Revnod is shot himself. Giorno's all that's left with the G8 in hand. He has to look for 3 frags. He's not even going to find one. Oh, well, the air jab? No, not even going to find one. Blakey finishes... No, it's Artful, my bad. Artful finishes off Giorno. And that is round 2 for Unreal Nightmare Academy.
Yeah, despite the suicide from the Goyo, ultimately Sir Mepsalot was able to turn that round back into the favor of the defenders with a well-timed run out. That calculated aggression is always accepted if you can get those kills. So, definitely a very, very good play by him, able to turn the tides back in and ultimately leading to the first round of the series, going into the sides of Unreal Nightmares. But just like that, we're going to be going back downstairs to Kitchen Service, which is a site that the defenders were not able to successfully hold on to last time around. But this time they've made a little bit of adjustment. Clash is being brought to try to help deny that ease of entry and just really waste the time of the attackers as they try to get rid of her.
Bomb located by attackers.
Too, that we're seeing a lot of Clash play just because we don't really see the operator. It's since... So when she came out, what is it? Year and a half ago now? Something like that? 2 years ago, actually? Thank you for the quick comment, Ocho. I know we've brought it up a couple times here and there. 2 years ago, Clash came out, and she had the very quick swap on her guns, and she was a perma-pick ban. And then she got nerfed into kind of her current state, for the most part. And everyone kind of realized, like, okay, she's not all that fantastic. And then, like, she got a slight speed change, like they made her slower with her shield on her back, and she kind of got, like, just thrashed by nerfs, and a lot of some teams still like to run the British defender, but it's well, not the most used operator. She's not the most used operator. So we'll have to see how Unreal Academy opts into running this clash, as they're opting into a newer defense style that a lot of teams have chosen to go for, where you leave the back freezer open, you run a very wide setup with a bunch of shields back in the Christmas and VIP area. There's a clash upstairs, actually. She's all the way up here. Very interesting. She could have gotten dropped on in a second by the Zofia here, but slowly going to be pressured out. Very interesting that she's so aggressive. This is not really something we've seen before. And she's stalling out the attack a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do as a clash. You want to go and get that intel in a similar fashion to Monty, but while being safe nonetheless. Both Buzz and Revenant both have the ability to hard counter the clash with their utility, such as right there placing an air jab right next to her. If she moves, she'll get knocked straight down to the ground and her shield will leave her exposed, but she's just going to be falling back, valuing her life just a little bit more. Buzz is going to be placing these breaching charges down, opening up these nice angles and seeing exactly what the defense is bringing down below. Maybe trying to get a kill in the meantime as well, but some bullets are going to fly up from the player playing towards Prep, but they will not connect just yet. Immortal is trying to push over towards the bakery side, most likely wanting to get that breach open, but as time dwindles away, the attackers are definitely going to have to start getting their feet moving as the drones are going to get taken out. The Thermite is going to have to try to take out Blizzy and Natural over in this area. Actually, he doesn't even need to breach, and Giorno's actually going to open up the fragging by taking out Sir Mepsilot. That's the clash off the board, as well as the Nomad picking up another kill. Giorno's going to pick up his second onto Blakey, leaving it all up to the two players over towards Prep. Manbun's going to slide in and take out Blizzy, leaving it all up to Natural in a 1v5 clutch. He's going to take out the first one, actually dropping the diffuser onto the ground. That's a really big pick from him. Also dropping down the Nomad into the DBNO state. But everybody's just going to keep on swinging him as Buzz is going to land the final decisive blow, taking down Natural and bringing another successful kitchen attack onto the side of Wasted Potential.
And something to note, in essence, that was like basically a flawless round from the attack. It came down to the 1-on-5, and the remaining 2 kills were pretty impactless. Yeah, thank you for finishing that for me because I couldn't think of the word. But yeah, they were pretty impactless there and just not able to really get much out of it. So, very interesting as we now head to Reading Fireplace.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first time we're seeing this site being brought, as the 2 rounds of Wasted Potential's attacking wins have both been on kitchen. Unreal Nightmares have been able to successfully defend at the 3rd floor, which is probably going to be a very similar look on that upstairs side of the map, as the way you defend this reading room is traditionally done from above. Trying to deny the vertical pressure that these attackers want to get is very, very, very important to hold on to those areas. And that's why we're seeing Unreal really place a whole lot of emphasis on this top bar area. There's reinforcement shields and a whole lot of gadgets going up there to try to protect their players that are most likely either going to fall off or even play till death.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, I mean, that has become the kind of basic idea. You hold up top until you just die. I mean, I know a lot of people do that, and that's not always the best idea. That's not always how trading is meant to work. But that's how a lot of teams run this kind of. They just hold up top until they die rather than fall back. And the way this is held is very it's very tough, honestly, just because you need so much communication between so many moving parts, and there goes one of those moving parts. Even though Blizzy was able to pick up Revenant in a nice trade, headshot for headshot, that is one of those moving parts that needed to wait to get pushed back and fall back. Now, one of those shields is going to get pushed out. The Ashe and Zofia are going to push in together, really get a lot of control, a lot of pressure, and try and make their presence known, their guns heard. WAMIs and ADSs are going to be shot out. Speaking of, actually, just kidding. Natural is going to be the one to find Man Bun, not Man Bun finding Blakey. Nice C4 from the Pulse. Now an operator we saw previously as Buzz has to take over the position now from his fallen comrade. He's going to push forward, and a nice peeking headshot from the Jaeger finds that. No, it's Immortal actually found Buzz. Swinging, Mepslot is going to find Giorno. It's just up to the Thermite. He's able to find one, at least on the Blakey. Mepslot is down to half health. And he has to find two more alongside Mepslot. With 50 seconds to go, he has one drone in his pocket, both exothermic charges. He's going to find a smoke to the face since the smoke has dropped down. He's going to drop down himself, create some noise, and not find anything.
Yeah, and just like that, Unreal Nightmares bounces back from defeat last time around and answering the call with a very, very good top floor roam, enabling to get all of those kills and hold on to that map control for as long as possible. That's exactly what you want to see on a successful reading room take, and that's also going to feed really nicely as we see the rotation of the site back upstairs to Bar and Cocktail Lounge. If you're on the side of Unreal Nightmares, you know that this is a must-win, as well as you need to try to successfully defend Kitchen if you are going to be successful in this round. You really are gunning and needing to get to that 4-2 split that we see be so stereotypical on the Cafe defensive side. And if you sort of waver away to a 3-3 tie, then you're not going to be in the best position. But it is still possible for this to go either way, as Kitchen has been a little bit of a trouble site for Unreal so far. However, when we saw them try to attack this third floor site, it wasn't as easy to try to take the necessary map control. We saw a little bit of runouts, and we saw Unreal being able to win their gunfight in a spectacular fashion. That's exactly what they're going to be trying to do. Repeat the success with the same lineup, because if it isn't broke, don't fix it. A whole lot of presence over towards Piano. A whole lot of nice lines of sights being opened up for this mute inside a bathroom to effectively play. Actually, it's going to be a full rotate hole, making a really dynamic amount of rotation potential over towards Piano, making it very, very difficult to take that crucial room. There's going to be so much utility, so many players, so many lines of sights for you to have to figure out, as well as even if you're dropping over towards Cigar Lounge, you're going to be meeting Goyo shields and barbed wire, and that means that players on the soft base roles such as Man Bun and Buzz are going to definitely have their work cut out for them.
So that is a lot more destruction than I'm used to at that position, but I know what that is, and it is more or less a budget Mira. You play it the same way as a Mira. Obviously, you hold on the shield, you look through the slits, and then you kind of peek up into the soft part or the open part of the wall, that sort of stuff. And it's a very interesting strat just because you play it similar to the Womai shield on Pixel. I think Unreal Nightmare has even been running it with a Womai in Pixel as well. But it is a very safe position, and it allows you to rotate out into Freezer a lot easier if you need it, as well as not having the added pressure from the white stairs window that you would get previously if you were to hold Pixel. Nitro is going to miss out from, I believe, Artful, as Immortal is going to be doing some work as he tries to open up the wall. There's another shield sitting right here, one of those Goyo shields most likely, as now Mepslot is going to be pressured out. I believe that's Mepslot at least. Not sure who that is, but holding over in Pixel is going to be that operator, as I think that Ash Charge got eaten up by an AES or something, and This is so much time wasted by Unreal Nightmare, and even now, Artful is gonna find Man Bun as well. This is looking rough for WP.
Yeah, as Blakey's also going to take out Immortal. That's the hard breach down, as well as the diffuser being dropped away by the aggressive peek of Blakey on the Jaeger. And it also seems that Giorno knows that the mute is playing down below in that area, trying to get a frag out here, as well as Buzz cooking up a grenade over towards him, taking out that Goyo Shield. And yes, the Vulcan Shield will erupt and spread that fire all over towards the Pixel corner. But Sir Mepsalot has actually just retreated from that position, relinquishing the control, as Buzz is going to get a nice kill onto Blakey as he tries to rotate inside of bathroom. But at this point, Artful is also going to go down, evening the scoreline, but Mepsalot is going to answer back, taking down Buzz, leaving it all up to Revnot and Giorno right here, as shots are flying out all over the place. There's a player in Freezer and all the way across on the balcony side, as the mine's going to fall at the hands of Revnot, vaulting in through bathroom. Some more shots are going to be fired over to the Bionic Cocktail, and more bullets are going as Giorno gets a wall bang, picking up his double kill, leaving it all up to Blizzy, but the diffuser's going to get down by the castle. He was able to clutch out the 1v2 Unreal Nightmares with the Unreal round from a beautiful play on the rotation from the FBI defender.
Wow. I still would really, though, like to commend Wasted a potential. I almost called them Wasted something else. I don't even know. It's
Wasted potential.
I almost called them potential, but like starting with an A, so it would have been like Wasted a potential. I don't know why. But
we've been casting for too long right now.
Oh, dude. I've been out of it for like a month. Yeah. So not just super tired. But we'll be seeing now the
Attackers need to locate and defuse bomb.
kitchen, is it? Yeah. Kitchen service as the last
located by
site here
attackers.
for Unreal Nightmare. And it's not shocking if this map starts off 3-3 on the half, just because of how solidly Wasted Potential has shut down this site from Unreal Nightmare. So, I mean, do you have any real idea as to what they need to do? What do you call it? Unreal Nightmare has to do to win out this site this time through?
So what I've noticed a lot is Pulse is being brought this time for natural
Attackers are heading out to defuse
inside
the
of
bomb.
piano. But I think the biggest hit or miss kind of thing with sort of the main backbone ideology that Unreal Nightmares is trying to employ is getting those nitro cell kills on the soft creatures up above. Unfortunately for them, on their kitchen rounds, they have not been able to quite connect on them. I think they've hit 3 and left people on 5 HP. So a little bit unfortunate. But by bringing in the Pulse this time, they're going to get a lot better of a read onto where the locations of these attackers are. So if they are able to just get those free untradeable kills, this could definitely swing in their favor. And speaking of free untradeable kills, Blizzy is in a nice aggressive position, but he's going to get droned out by the sledge who slammed on open the main door. And Man Bun's going to be able to find out Blizzy with a nice angle all the way over from the bottom dining room near Whiskey, opening up the frags for Wasted Potential once again. More drones are going to go in for coat check as Wasted Potential is just tossing caution to the wind and going straight on in. They don't need this vertical control. They don't need to deal with the nitros. If they can just get into sight and start dragging like they've been doing so far. When nitro's going to go over the wall, but it's going to get skeet shooted away like back down yonder in the pastures. But Buzz is also joined up with Immortal, who has the diffuser in his back pocket. Is going to be reaching on into Freezer, opening a nice line of sight into sight. Actually, it's going to be Mute Trick, but it got clicked right before, and now the Mute's in a very, very bad position, stuck in this corner. Actually does manages to make his escape all the way over towards the washing machine plates area. However, if Buzz is able to cook a frag grenade over that top, it could spell the end of Mepsalot because he does not have an ADS or magnet there to protect him.
Well, that flash is going to come to make sure of that, and correctly, Mepsalot is going to fall back, but following right behind is Man Bun, who gets met the face full of pellets. Buzz and Artful are going to trade back 1 for 1. Buzz for Mepsalot go down, as now it's a 3-on-3, 50 seconds to go. The plant is coming down. Nitro comes through. Immortal is going to fall. Artful picks up his double, as now Giorno's going to push forward. He's not going to see the Goyo. Goyo with 3. Artful is doing work here, holding down the fort. And what looked like a 3-on-3 or 3-2-3 scoreline is now very much looking like a 2-4. UNA is really doing work here to shut down, and specifically Artful is doing work stopping any push from Wasted Potential. You can see how little information Revnot has even. He's going to pre-fire angles. He's going to look at the white stairs. No clue where any of the operators are. Artful's going to misguided peek forward, but thankfully from the front side, the Jaeger is going to find the opening frag after watching his teammate get cut down.
And that right there, I have to say, maybe I called it with that Nitro Excel taking out the planter, but seeing Wasted Potential shy away from the vertical control that was working so well was maybe trying to catch Unreal Nightmares off guard, but didn't quite work as well as they would have hoped. And with that, Unreal has had a breath of fresh air put into their sails, and they've managed to swing it back into their favor with a 4-2 split. And with that lead, they're going to try to continue the momentum that they've brought forward as they switch onto their attacking side. But if Wasted Potential has anything to say about it, they're going to go straight upstairs to the 3rd floor bar cocktail lounge and hope to get the round for themselves.
Attackers need to
Bar
locate and
cocktail
defuse bombs.
is the choice. We've seen pretty interesting stuff from a lot of teams as of late on Cafe. A lot of teams are opting into kitchen service defenses, as you saw from
By attackers.
Unreal Nightmare. You saw they started on kitchen. You saw earlier some kitchen starts as well, and we're still seeing bar cocktail starts. Very rarely we'll see a reading fireplace start, and I've never seen either casting or in pro. I've never seen a
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
start on the other one, mining and dining. The fun one to say.
Yeah, rhymes are great.
I've been trying to find one for reading and fireplace, but there isn't really. The best one that I think Slay and I cooked up or got was Books and Cooks.
Ooh.
But that
I
it's
have
better
one in
for
my head
kitchen.
already.
What? What do you got?
So your dining room, what do you do in the dining room? You eat. So it's reading and feeding.
Oh, reading and I kind of. That's better because see, when I say Books and Cooks, like Cooks sounds better for like
For
kitchen
kitchen.
service. Yeah. Reading and feeding. I like that.
Hey,
I like
I'm the lyrical mastermind of my generation. I'm sorry. So don't. I'll catch you on a diss track if you ever wrong me, Cherish.
Oh yeah. Coming soon. Coming this fall. ESA compilation album.
Oh, it's a cipher. We're gonna hop on a.
Oh
cipher.
yeah, you're gonna hop on a cipher.
But we're not playing Valorant with the cipher. We're talking about the rapping kind of cipher. Throw a Y in there. But just like that, piano control is in the arms of the attackers, as Sir Mepsalot is in a quite exposed position. However, Revnon is going to take out Artful, dropping the IQ down, who's a very big gun on the front. As more angles are opened up, Mepsalot is just creeping his way in, pre-firing some punch holes and finding a whole lot of people. He's going to take out Immortal as he's all the way inside his sight, but Giorno's going to drop the diffuser and Natural down to the ground with that SMG-11. He's also going to pick up a second one onto Sir Mepsalot, taking
have
down the
recovered their
fellow
diffuser.
British operator. But Blakey's going to have the diffuser in his hand. He's going to be tapping away as Blizzy's finally able to stop out Giorno. The Nitro Cell gets ripped, and the few ears of Blakey are able to take it out as he also turns onto the player inside of Piano and drops him down through the wall. It's a 2v2 brought back from the jaws of defeat for these Unreal Nightmare attackers, and they do have site control and can start planning if they decide to do so. The Nitro Cells have been burned on the side of the defender, so there's not any way to stop the plant besides old traditional bullets. but Buzz is gonna swing through with those opened angles, take out Blizzy, and the trade is gonna go out again as Revnot is able to get the last lap and take the round back for Wasted Potential's defense.
What a round. It was back and forth and really tense there at the end. Good snapshots by Blakey, but not enough in the end as him and the Nomad will fall. Blizzy not able to save his teammate. And now to kitchen service. We've seen a site 4 times tonight. 3 defenses of Bar Cocktail as well. So far this site is 1 and 2. So we'll see. That also, though, Bar Cocktail is 3 and 0 so far on the night, at least in this matchup. And this is becoming, yet again, a really close contest between these two teams. Though I don't know if we'll see the same thing
Attackers need to
as we
locate
saw in
and
our
defuse
last
bomb.
series, where it was really close for a while, and then, well, in the first map, I mean, and then absolutely blown out of the water in map 2. But same lineup actually comes out from the defense, which is very interesting. Not really something you see from a lot of teams, is sharing lineups across sites. So I wonder how this one's going to work out. But again, it's a lot of Mute Mozzie abuse, and this is, to be fair, when I was
10
leading
seconds left
competitive for
before
collegiate, this is something I tried to get for my own team on the
5
basis
seconds
that
remaining.
Mute Mozzie isn't hard to execute.
Attackers are
You
moving out
just
to locate a bomb and
throw
defuse
down
it.
all your stuff and play around it. And that is just, from there, it affords you a lot of opportunity because you don't need to focus on drones as much. You can play around, if you learn correctly to play around Mute and Mozzie denial, then it opens up a lot of avenues for you to create space, create roam pressure, that sort of stuff. So it's a very good, and it also just just lowers a lot of the pressure on you from having all your strats or defenses
A bomb has
droned
been
out and
located.
stuff. But we'll see how Wasted Potential wants to work around this combo that we don't really see as much anymore.
Yeah, it still is powerful, but since Mozzie has lost his super shorty shotgun as Castle yoinked that away from the short Australian, he has seen a little bit of a dip in play just because he's not as useful on the utility side as he once was. He was able to just roam, make rotates, and be insanely hard to counter in that way, but he's been nerfed just that little bit. But just like that, one Mozzie drone is going to get taken in, and if Buzz is quick enough on the trigger, he can take that into his own side. Actually, Blizzy's going to spot it out and remove that defender piece of utility once again, as well as stopping the rotate up the stairs, as the rest of his teammates are going to start taking away all of that utility from down below. The IQ scan is going to be seeing ADSs, mute jammers, bandit charges, everything away. And it's going to be just tapping away with that suppressed pistol, making the execute probably going to go a lot easier if they decide to push in, which they most likely will. There's going to be some more drone work going down to the bottom of red stairs, and if the player in coat check is not droned out, he could be potentially insanely dangerous, as well as the Mozzie playing in bakery is not droned in a very, very, very advantageous position to try to get some pinches on the attackers who might try to push in that area, as well as there's just a whole lot of horizontal pressure currently that Unreal Nightmares are going to have to try to push away. As Sir Mepsalot is trying to get a nice floor bang onto a player, but is not going to be able to fully take him out. Natural and another player here. Manbun is going to go down at the hands of that, but Revnot and Buzz are going to smack right back, taking out Blakey and Artful. It's all in a 3v4 situation with 20 seconds left. Mepsalot is going to finally take out Immortal and even it up at 3-3, as the Habana with the diffuser needs to push into sight. He's going to get swung by the Kaid as Revnot picks up his second kill and his third kill, but he's actually going to finally get ended by his Moroccan teammate as Blizzy picks up the headshot. But it's almost a little bit too little, too late, and yes, it is. Buzz is going to pick up another kill through the wall as Wasted Potential takes another round on defense.
Really nice flick shots there by the Kaid of Revnot. He's able to pick up both the Hibana and then the pushing sledge through the site. Locks up a second round in a row here for wasted potential. Evens things up at 4 and 4. And we'll see how that goes for them.
And
so, yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. I kind of just...
Mute Mozzie combination again. Let's talk about it more.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what more there is really to talk about that.
I guess it's being brought again, so it's making
defuse
droning
as
a
many
little bit
bombs as
harder.
they can.
And it's ultimately just slowing down the Unreal Nightmare's attack. Which, at the end of the day, that clock is what finally was the final punch. Might have came in the form of the bullets of the Mozzie, but ultimately the time constraint and necessary rush that the attackers had to employ was their downfall. I guess you could slightly attribute that to the sort of lack of drone work and intel that the attackers were able to gather. They weren't able to push as aggressively as they most likely would have liked.
10 seconds left.
Speaking about these pushes, the push is probably gonna have to go
5 seconds
upstairs
left
if you
before
want to
insertion.
get this successful reading attack. And they're gonna be
Attackers
met
must
with
locate
a
and defuse the
lot
bomb.
of pushback as all 5 defenders are up on that 3rd floor site currently.
New camera feed up and running.
Yeah, as we've seen too, Mute Mozzie has been doing work. It, like you said, it's been working to stall out Unreal's defensive or pushes, and it really did work out wondrously beforehand. Just because, as you saw, it took until about 30 seconds for Unreal Nightmare Academy to push forward and try and take a lot of control and really execute on the site. So we are going to see how they are going to opt into this further, Mute Mozzie, but looks like they're pushing forward face-wise. As both Goyo shields are detonated, the defenders are forced to peel off upstairs very early on. There's a defender that's Goyo on the white stairs, as well as the Jaeger now taking his place. And shot from below, completely unaware of Mepslot. Has no clue where he's being shot from. Very frustrating for him, but now actually there's still a Mozzie chilling out up here. He's gonna get pushed by the G8 of Artful and gunned down. Buzz will fall. Unreal Nightmare starts off with a pick as they're almost finding another. Just finding the feet of Giorno. Mepslot is gonna tag him down to about equal HP with himself. As now he's looking even further for the mute. Can't find it just yet. Can't find it at all. Has to reload, and he's gonna get slapped up through the floorboards by Giorno there.
Ooh!
What a shot!
That is a beautiful shot coming out of Giorno, showing that he's an absolute threat on the SMG-11. He's going to be looking for another one, but unfortunately Artful is going to be able to take him down. Natural's going to get another kill onto Manbun as he's going to be protecting his teammate of Blizzy. Revnot is going to be ripping the nitro from down below, but it's not going to catch anybody just yet. The definitive health advantage is in the favor of the defenders, but they don't have the man advantage, and especially not now as Artful drops down, gets his triple kill onto Revnot, and is trading blows with the Valkyrie. Nobody's hit just yet, but Blizzy will finish it off as Unreal Nightmares gets a successful attack on the board for the first time. I wish landing on somebody in Siege, like if you dropped, was like a kill. I feel
Did
like,
it all,
like,
has
if
to
you were
reload, and
repelling
he's
in a window, it would've been kinda
gonna get
like animated
slapped
in the
up
IQ, just
through the floorboards
landing
by
on top of
Giorno
Goyo.
there.
But
Ooh!
but hey, who am I to judge what should happen in this game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen it. You can, if you repel into someone, it also kills them.
Yeah, it does an auto melee.
Yeah, and it's actually really funny because it'll show your it'll show its own icon for doing it, even though it's so like unique. and so rare. It has its own icon for whatever reason. I just don't remember what that icon is.
I saw
I think
it
it's like a grappling
a
hook.
week ago. It was on Consulate. They were trying on Yellow Stairs. They were trying to get
That's
a
the
dock
only
out
time
and-
I've ever seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it
Bomb
was.
located by
Was it
attackers.
Doki? I think got kicked or something like that. Somebody along those lines on the Navi side got just triple flashed and then kicked through a window.
Did you see the clip? There was another clip from Latin America. Oh my god. They used 8 flashes and 2 frag grenades on this poor guy. All you saw was like, you heard 2 ADSs zap away 2 flashes, and then like 5 flashbangs came flying in on top of him. And it was... He's blind, he's running around in circles, and no.
And then a frag grenade just lands inside his shirt.
Right on his pocket.
RTD active. Moving perimeter.
I forget who did the tweet. It was hilarious. And it was, if my girl can't take yellow stairs like this, I don't want her.
Yes, I remember Laxing tweeted that one out. That was
Yeah,
good.
it was Laxing, yeah. I was thinking it was either Laxing or Fox, and I didn't want to sound stupid by saying the wrong person.
No, I got your
But Blakey
back.
finds the right person as he takes out Man Bun from an upside down rappel on white window. And that's an opening pick for the side of Unreal Nightmares. Definitely a very impactful kill as well, as that is the pixel player of the Jaeger gone. And that's going to make getting piano control just a little bit easier. Actually, not a little bit, a lot of bit easier, as it's only Gangster over inside the bathroom. As Artful is also in a little bit of standoff with Immortal as he's trying to rotate out of train. Actually is going to be able to find a little bit of a pathway out through the fireplace, but saying, I'm just going to stay in, possibly with the intel from Cams and a Nitro Cell, trying to get a free kill from down below.
Well, no free kills here from UNA, as they're gonna be able to avoid that one. Nice shot onto the Valkyrie cam as well. And there's a lot of angles to watch, but Mepsilon is gonna find the one that Giorno's not watching. Swinging forward with the SMG-11, he's gonna find the head of Revnot as well. He's looking to shut this one out as he found 3. He's shut down Immortal, but Buzz tries to make something more work. He's got 2 out of the 5 that he needs here. Slowly working his way up red stairs. He's just at the breach from the Hibana pellets. Not going to run past the G8. Not going to be able to run past the G8, rather. And that's Artful shutting him down, stopping any further clutch out. And that is 6-4 now. Unreal Nightmare.
Yep, and they've pushed into match point on the attacking side, being continuously successful and
To watch, but
pressure and
Mepsilon is
getting
going
them
to
under control,
find the
as
one
well
that
as getting
Giorno's
a
not
good
watching.
control
Swinging forward
off
with the
their
SMG-11, he's going to find the head of
skill
Revnot
and
as well.
being
He's looking to shut this.
At this point, they're looking like a very, very strong team and can finish out this map if they're successful on attacking kitchen, service, and cooking. That is going to be the battleground of right here. And it was a successful defense coming out of the wasted potential side last time we were down here in this site. The attack sort of stalled out after a good amount of picks by, I think it was Revnot on the Cade playing towards coat check, able to just masterfully execute his way in, weaving in and out
Defenders,
of
protect
bullets
your bombs
and
from being
peeking
defused
multiple
by
doorways,
attackers.
picking up kill after kill, and trying to get all of this, keeping the map control in more of a horizontal way is how Wasted Potential has been trying to defend site. But at this point, they're probably going to have to get more vertical control and deny the entry into train.
Full pressure is very commonly
10 seconds
picked up
left.
by a lot of teams. It's very standard
left.
nowadays, and it always has been standard, I guess.
Attackers must locate and
Even if
defuse
this
the bomb.
map or this site wasn't played back when Cafe was kind of big, I guess. Still, it's always been a big thing. I guess in Siege in general is just finding the Nomad's head is Immortal. He's only got his 2nd kill on the game. He's having a rough one here for himself. 2 and 10 Cafe has not been his map. He's died every single round. Well, he's got his team a good start. Flizzy has fallen. Nomad is down. So a lot of that flank watch and flank control denied here. As, wow, Blakey is just going all in. He does not really care much at all here. He's very aggressive, pushing forward.
Reloading. Cover me.
But the sledge as well on his backside, Mepslot trying to help out where he
Attackers
can.
have located a bomb.
And all in all, I mean, it's still pretty quiet going
Drone
here.
activated.
Yeah, and with a full minute off the clock, there is a good amount of upstairs control already into the side of the attackers, as well as some intel coming out to the Jaeger roaming towards the big Christmas tree outside of Freezer in the bottom of White Stairs. And that's where Blakey on the Ash is going to be trying to challenge. As Mepslot takes control of Train and Excavation, he's going to start blasting away at that floor, making the defenders of both Immortal and Giorno feel a little bit uncomfortable. However, we've seen Giorno do work with the SMG-11 through these vertical holes, and he's going to be aggressively challenging those breaches that the sledge is slamming
Bomb
straight
located
through.
by
As well as
attackers.
Blakey is now droning once again, really wanting to hunt down that Jaeger in conjunction with Artful, trying to pinch out this player as more and more free fires are going in. Natural's going to take out Man Bun as Blakey does fall Revenant inside of Kochek. Both of the horizontal roamers are taken out, but there still is a Mozzie inside of Bakery.
Knock, knock.
Yeah, 3 on 4 with a minute to go. This is really good work from Unreal Nightmare. Is they only have Buzz, Giorno, and Immortal here to deal with. Mepsalot is looking to try and reach some down here and help out where he can. Interesting why those pellets haven't gone off or aren't going off. There we go. They have to be... Oh, they were going off. Okay, I thought they were bugged for a second. Well, Immortal is going to find his second kill on the round. He's trying to even himself out as Mepslot is going to push forward onto Giorno. He's going to kill Artful, actually, as he evens things out to a 2-on-2. Immortal is going to swing forward, find his third on the round, and fourth. Finally waking up is Immortal. 4 kills on the round, including that little spawn peek. And he's trying to keep his team... Yeah, he's trying to keep his team in this one.
Yeah, and going from 1 kill to 5 is definitely a way to try to swing things back into the favor of
Big, I
your own
guess.
team. As we are now
Still,
reached to the
it's
last
always
round
been a
of
big thing.
regulation, and
I
going
guess in
upstairs-
Siege in general is... Oh, just finding the Nomad's
I believe
head.
This is a split site so far for the wasted potential defense, being able to win it once and lose it once. So it's anybody's game at this point. If Unreal Nightmares are able to successfully win this site on attack, then that'll be map 1 in the books. However, if these wasted potential defenders are able to force overtime, we're gonna have a couple more rounds on display for you guys sitting at home.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Yeah, we're
by
really
attackers.
trying to get close to overtime here. But we'll see
Bomb located by
if
attackers.
they can, if Wasted Potential can net themselves top, or at least hitting overtime. Very interesting. They have 2 members on 10 frags apiece. Revenant and Giorno alongside Buzz on 8. Whereas on Unreal Nightmare, they have just Mepsalot on 12 and Artful at 9, and the others
10
are
seconds left
much,
before
a bit more even than Wasted Potential, but not
seconds
really super close to double digits. So
Attackers are
I
heading out to defuse a
have
bomb.
to say I'm more obviously more expecting Wasted Potential to hit 3 members on double-digit frags before Unreal Nightmare does. And I mean, it's interesting then that they're losing this match so far, and we're losing it pretty solidly for a bit.
Did he destroy that with the hammer, or did it just drop through? That would have been sort of... Did it? Oh, yeah, he did. He just smacked away some of the utility, dropping the drone economy a little bit less on the Unreal Nightmare side, but it's probably not the biggest deal in the world, as the rest of these attackers are stacked up on the piano windows, going to be trying to take control of that oh so important room, and there's not any pressure in there from Wasted Potential's defense. There's a little bit of utility, but most likely they're just going to be giving that area up, and being prepared to deal with those consequences, setting up nice crossfires and trades, maybe even nitros from down below, as they do have two players playing awake, and that I believe is a Pulse and a Mozzie here, as Sir Mepsalot is trying to enter in. He's going to be free-firing all these common angles before trying to maybe get a free kill with a bit of initial aggression.
Oh. Yep, there's that aggression coming out, but it's not from who you thought it would be. It's Revnot on the Mepsalot, and that's a good find for wasted potential. Now, the Mozzie and Pulse are going to be chilling still down in pillars, waiting for a C4, most likely, honestly, even post-plant C4. They're not going to find any C4 down Whitehall or in Pixel just because of how hard all the floor is. And I thought that was a headshot on a man bun, but it's man bun finding the head of Blakey instead. Trying to challenge it is now the G8 and losing it again. Man bun is unstoppable from this white stairs position. It's so hard to challenge that because all you can see is a head, whereas he can see your whole body. That's just how that works with perspective. Pushing forward is natural. He's going to see and know the mute is right here next to him, and he knows the Kaid is close by. Giorno has to suspect something as Manbun finds his third. At least Natural's going to refrag, but oh, he can't control that recoil. That shot to the ceiling. As now Manbun is looking for 4 here. He's going to rotate around as it is just Natural on his lonesome. I don't know when or where Vlizzy died from, but a quick shot from Giorno ends Natural's life and sends us to OT.
And with that, Cafe is still alive and kicking, as Wasted Potential is going to get to stay on the defensive side, so they will have a little bit of advantage going into these overtime rounds. We don't know how the overtime rules work. It now becomes 3 rounds, 2 defense for one side, 1 attack for, or 2 attacks, 2 defenses. It's just going to go back and forth. Wasted Potential is going to defend, then they're going to attack, then they're defend again if they don't win 2. First one to get 2 rounds together sort of stacks and breaks the deuce. But with that, everything else is reset. The Wasted Potential defenders could go to any site if they chose, but the site that they're going to choose is Service Cooking, in a site that has been a little bit hit or miss on both sides. It's not quite as easy to defend as Third Floor Cocktail, but potentially Wasted Potential wants to keep that in their backside as a little bit of a pocket ace if it does end up
Defenders,
going
protect
the
your
full
bombs
distance.
from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, that is something that some teams have opted for even. They will kind of take a site that they are confident enough on, and then further on, you know, you assume that, okay, this is Cafe. It's probably defender-sided in all these rounds. So you have to go in expecting that
10 seconds
and
left.
work around that. And so you take your... Some teams will
5
take their
seconds
slightly less preferred site and then go into
Attackers objective
their
is to
definite
locate a bomb
site,
and
like you
defuse
said,
it.
keeping it sort of like that ace in the hole. And it's very nice to keep that site that you know has been struggling on, or that the opposing team has been struggling to attack. So it has definitely been that. It's definitely been a struggle for Unreal Nightmare to attack that upstairs site, as we've seen it now twice. But now, slowing things down is Unreal Nightmare. Artful is being annoying on the rappel here, as now it's the first frag onto Manbun. Epsilon finds the Jaeger. He's taken about half his health for his troubles, but he has found the opening frag for his team, and that's all he needed to do so far.
Yeah, and it's starting off as a good attack for Unreal Nightmares as they're going to continue this momentum. There's not any more roam presence coming out of Wasted Potential, but they do have that really deep and spread out horizontal hold on the bottom floor. But it has caused a little bit of issues here as Immortal's going to swing up and take out Lizzie, running up the red stairs and dropping out the Nomad. No more air jabs are going to be going as another drone is going to chase away Immortal's position on the Valkyrie. He's just going to rotate into Bakery and try to stay alive as long as possible. The IQ is going to be going up above and taking out all of those pesky ADSs and other gadgets of the sorts, as well as getting some mute jammers, allowing for some droning potentially, or even some breaching here. But Revnot's going to be able to find a C4 onto the sledge of Sir Mepsilon, and that is a huge kill coming out of the wasted potential defense, leaving it all up to Blakey, Artful, and Natural. So these three players are going to have a lot to do, but Immortal's going to drop down the hard breach, as well as the Diffuser going to go for a wall bang onto Blakey outside of that area. And there's going to be a double kill coming as Blakey actually takes out Revnot, but Revnot's going to take out Immortal. Well, little blue on blue action, evening up the score line in a very unfortunate scenario. Now in a 2v2, Artful and Blakey have a little bit of life left in them, as both of them have very powerful guns in the form of the G36C, as well as that aforementioned G8, very, very powerful LMG. And it's going to be a full rotate to the back side, actually, maybe even dropping the hatch, as there's only about 20 seconds left. This push is going to have to come soon, as there's going to be a silent drop of the Ash here, and he's going to be able to find the Mazia Buzz. Gonna try to clutch out this round. It is all up to Giorno with the SMG-11 in hand. He still has a nitro cell and could rip it. He has some holes open. He's gonna throw it out, and he's gonna drop down the diffuser of Artful. He's gonna prone it away, stay safe, and clutch the round for wasted potential.
God, what a huge clutch up there. Great nitro, and frankly, not the greatest coverage from Unreal Nightmare. Obviously, you don't want him. You don't want your coverage to push like that, but I mean, at the same time, you can't totally play that super passively like that, holding back in the freezer if you're the Ash. So it's very interesting, but regardless, it is gonna be we're gonna be seeing the. As I have to tab back for a quick second, Reading Fireplace is the site of choice. Very interesting. So far, on Unreal Nightmare's defense, I don't know why I didn't log which team won. Round 4. So, I accidentally wrote it at the teams. The kills traded. I'm pretty sure Unreal Nightmare won Reading Fireplace. But we'll have to see, because I guess they don't feel confident on their kitchen, which makes sense. They're 1 and 2 there. And their bar cocktail was perfect, which is very interesting. They were 2 and 0 there. So they didn't choose to go bar cocktail and really secure this one.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and with that, it is a little bit more of a difficult site to hold, but the attacking lineup for wasted potential definitely seems to be more catered towards a top floor attack. Bringing that Ying could have done a lot of damage from the skylight, and I don't see a traditional soft breacher such as Buck or Sledge on that attacking lineup. That could make things a heck of a lot more difficult as soon as they get that top floor control. And yep, Giorno is going to actually finally find out that the bomb site is in reading room due to the IQ scanner. They're also going to know that there's a pulse running around with that scanner in hand. He's on white stairs, continuously pinging out and talking about the locations of any repelling attackers on this east side of the map. Buzz is going to be located outside of a reading door, potentially going in for an aggressive push if the calls are correct, as there's a good amount of drone work going in. Giorno and Revnot are most likely going to have to go all the way upstairs and make sure to clear all of the roamers that may lay up in the 3rd floor.
So, Man Bun is going to try and even out his skills here, or his kill count, rather, not skill count. I don't know why I almost said skill count. But the Ying of Revnot is throwing down those Candelas as the rush is coming in. Lizzie's going to find the first frag onto Immortal. Thermite will fall. Slot finds Giorno as well. Maybe I was wrong to question why this site was chosen. It's working out really well so far for Unreal Nightmare. At least Manbun's going to find Slot, as now all the attackers are back in the building at the least. 3 on 4 coming out, as a Nitro will go awry, or rather wide, and miss out on Manbun, or rather Buzz. Or it could be both. Could be either one, probably Buzz though. Revnot is chilling out for a second. He still has 1 Candela in his pocket alongside 2 smoke grenades. A lot of soft destruction going out up top, as there was natural C4 that did miss. Artful has no C4 as well. It is him, those 2, Blakey and Vlizzy, still on the side of the defense. 2 really strong guns in the AUG, most likely, and the 416. 2 solid guns in the UMP and the SMG-11. Buzz is going to have to hold upstairs as Manbun and Revnot are working downstairs. Revnot missed the diffuser drop to him as the last Candela comes in. No smoke grenades have been deployed. The push is not going to be covered. Buzz failing. Natural picks up 2 and shuts out the round, with Blakey picking up the 3rd. Unreal Nightmare is going to secure us a 15th round. My voice is going away as I talk. Oh, man.
So Cafe has gone the distance all the way to round 15. This is the final match, or final round.
Grenades have been deployed.
But not
the push is not going to be covered. Buzz failing. Natural picks up 2 and shuts out the round with Blakey.
To continue fighting against our voices wanting to give out. But the final battlegrounds will be the 3rd floor bar cocktail with wasted potential on the defensive side. This has the makings to be, at this point, it's wasted potential's round to lose, because it is a very strong site. They've set themselves up well for this nice comeback, but anything can happen. This is Rainbow Six Siege. Any shot can just kill everybody. We could see some crazy strat come out. I think last time we were on Cafe, the final round of the first series was a Monty dropping with smokes and King Candelas popping everywhere. So for a ninja play about 45 seconds into the round. But I don't think we'll see anything quite that crazy. It's very traditional now with both sides, except the inclusion of the Jackal, as Artful will be bringing some smoke into his back pocket, as well as a good tool to not only remove roamers, but remove anybody else with his very powerful C7 rifle. This is the first time we've seen the Spaniard being brought. It typically is banned in some teams not wanting to deal with the foot tracking operator, but he's being brought this time, so we're going to finally get to see his impact just a little bit. Revnot is prepping away the glass over towards the white window, allowing for some better sound propagation for the players playing on Pixel, as Immortal tries to break the silence and tries to get a spawn peek, but he will not find anybody quite yet, as actually some bullets are going to return. He's just going to sprint away, not wanting to get caught with one of those stray ones going to his head, because even if you are a doc, you can't heal a headshot.
So, yeah, you cannot heal that headshot. Portal was trying to get a little cheeky, but couldn't find anything, probably for a good reason. And because of that, you're going to see a very relaxed attack, very slow attack from Unreal Nightmare. Minute into the round, they haven't really gotten much, as I'm interested, not excited. I'm interested to see how the Jackal is going to work out. There's not very much roam play at all other than Buzz, and even Artful isn't hunting Buzz. He's not checking footprints yet for Buzz. He might be now, as Immortal's almost going to lose his head, but take no damage from the Zofia and Mepsalot. Now, a drone comes in below, as they must seem to know that Mozzie is downstairs. Lizzie and Artful are going to focus their fire down there for a split second before ignoring it, actually, as Mepsalot finds the first frag onto Man Bun. Man, Revnot finds Lizzie as well, and with half the round to go on this final round for sure, it's a 4-on-4.
And with a minute and 20, the attackers do have control of Piano, but the only hard breach being the Habano is going to be a little bit difficult to get through the electrify wall that the Cade's Claw is doing. And right with that, Blake is going to be blasting away on the wall, opening it up the path into sight. He could just sprint in and go in towards pressuring Freezer, as Revnot actually has gone down below and is utilizing some nice floor angles right here. He doesn't have his nitro cell in his pocket anymore, so he's not as necessarily much of a threat from that front. But Artful is also pushing up into an exposed advanced position. So is Blakey. Sir Mepsalot is going to be able to take out Immortal as he picks up his second kill of the round, dropping off the dock, cutting again those long angles taken out of the way. However, Jorno, Revnot, and Buzz are still alive and kicking, and Jorno's going to be able to take out Artful with a great headshot from the SMG-11. However, Natural's going to be getting the diffuser down. No, Buzz is going to take him down with a headshot and drop it back down once again. There's 20 seconds left. Meps has claimed the diffuser once again, is going to be planting over towards the cocktail area, being protected by Blakey on these white stairs. Now it's a post plant with the man advantage, and the attackers are going to have to definitely try to fight off the aggression that we've seen Wasted Potential go again and again. Naturally, right here, Blakey's going to take out Giorno as Revnot picks up another kill, but Buzz is going to get the trade out and get a successful retake position as Wasted Potential takes map 1 at the hand of a nice clutch play at the end by Buzz.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Defender mission successful.
7. Map 1. Wasted Potential is able to pull that one out of the bag. Man, it really did, though, take every single round. That's how close this one was between these two teams. We saw double 4-2 halves here from both defenses. Quickly, as I check that out. Nice 16 frags from Mepsalot, 10 from Blakey on the backside, and again, 3 members from Wasted Potential have hit double digits, 14, 13, and 10. There's a good number of team kills in that matchup as well that we're not really expecting. So we're going to take a small couple minute break. It's been a long night. My brain is melting. Words are hard. My tongue is falling over itself. We're going to take a few minutes break, get some water in our caster bodies, and get ready for potentially the last map, potentially map 5 out of 6 for tonight. Villa coming up next.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get right on into the action. Going to a Villa in this map 2 of this best of 3 series. If you're just now tuning in, Wasted Potential was able to edge out a very, very hard fought victory as Cafe went the full distance at a score of 8-7.
Yeah, definitely going the full distance. As far as we can go, we'll see if they opt into something similar, the same thing. But maybe not. Maybe it'll end up being a lot closer than that 8-7. So far, this one is give me 1 second. So Wasted Potential won their map of Cafe. This is Unreal Nightmares map pick. They chose Villa. So excuse me. We'll be seeing how this one ends up for them. But it's gonna be looking very close. If anything, if the first map is anything to understand or go off of, this is gonna be extremely close.
Yeah, Villa is just one of those maps that is still very structured and lends itself to the defensive side in a very similar fashion to how we saw Cafe be played. I think it was both teams won almost all of it was 4-2, 4-2 split with a 2-1 split in overtime. The defenders just kept the advantage the whole way through, and I'm predicting probably a very similar manner on the side of Villa. But with that, seeing a Wamai ban is definitely quite interesting, as Wamai has actually found and carved himself a really nice niche inside of Villa, being able to place all of those magnets in the upper archways of most of the hallways. You can really get sneaky with their placement and deny a lot of utility from a hidden perspective. As well, it's going to lend itself nicely into the ease for the attackers to try to get rid of this sponge meta that we have seen, such as with castle barricades, maestro cams, and Goyo shields. The Jaeger ADSs aren't going to be able to protect all
Defenders,
of
protect
those
your bombs
crucial
from being
pieces
defused
of
by
utility.
attackers.
So, yeah, it is very interesting to see Armai gone. You're right. That is something that I always personally love mentioning. I'm glad you picked up and mentioned it as well. The architecture of Villa does well to support the play style and the gadget. Yeah, just it supports the gadget is how I'd phrase it, I think.
10 seconds to go.
It supports the gadget of Wamai very well. It's very
5
tough
seconds
and
left.
very obnoxious to push out a Wamai with all those discs hiding. Even in this little, like, quick overview, you can see there are, I count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 archways when we were just looking over top Aviator game study. It is like there's 7 or 8 over here, plus not including the normal doorways. It is just there's so many arches and confusing and just general annoying ways that you can hold this with Wamai. So not seeing, and I think we saw him close to 15 rounds on Cafe. So I'll have to get to that in a second. Manbun has found or seen and found the kill on Mepsalot. Swapping over to the Ash this time around. The top fragger from UNA will fall this time first.
Yeah, and it's actually a swapped role from Blakey and Mepsalot between the Zofia and Ash, as Mepsalot is definitely feeling himself with his aim a little bit more. If last game was to be a predecessor, he's going to be probably taking more of the primary entry as opposed to the secondary entry. But with the first kill going out for both sides, Blakey's going to pick up a Revenant who's going to force to be reckoned with on the defensive half. It's going to be the Goyo being dropped down. That's a Nitro Cell out of his pocket, but you can't forget about those ultimate shields that he probably already placed. Buzz has rotated inside of the breach of Vault
located by
as Giorno
attackers.
rotates over and gasses away anybody who wants to enter in that area. Artful has fallen back and is still trying to control 90 for as much as possible. However, he might not know that the
Attackers have
castle is
located a
playing
bomb.
on the close left of the breach. We could see a little bit of a jump scare if Buzz is able to swing out with that aggression. Natural's going to get a kill of his own onto Immortal with a nice long angle. Buzz is going to be found out by Artful. That G8's too strong as he picks up a second kill on the headshot. However, he's going to get fragged out as Giorno runs in and uses that breach to his full advantage. But he's in a 1v3 situation. With the diffuser also going down, he's going to be trying to get a clipped smoke through the vault door, but it's not going to be able to stop Natural as he's not even taking any damage at this point. And more damage is going to come through as Lizzie swings out and takes the head off of the smoke from Vault.
Interesting that this ended up this way. It just goes to show how much control you can get on this site and how much you can truly break down this site if you take it from behind. So getting in there and being able to, like I said, just get into that vault, break it open, it's been working wonders for attacks. And just there, Unreal Academy is able to crack open the site, even though they
Attackers
lost
need to
that
locate
opening
and defuse
duel.
bombs.
So looked very solid, only losing one after Manbun found his opening frag. But from there, we'll head to Trophy Statue, not wanting to deal with the one-sidedness of that defense. On Aviator Games, with Wasted Potential is going to be moving on over. And we'll see now how this defense is going to be held. They're not opting for a closet hold, most likely because, well, definitely because Wamai
5
is
seconds to
banned,
go.
and because Frost isn't really that good of a closet holder, even
Attackers
if
are
she
moving
was
out
the
to
one to
locate a
start
bomb
out.
and defuse it.
But very common, very standard original hold here coming out with the pretty wide moving over to Aviator Games. Just offers a lot of control for the defense. Not sure why Manbun still has an ADS in his pocket. Not sure what that does for you, other than I mean, I know it does nothing for you, so not sure why he's not put that one down anywhere. But he's rotated out of 90 now. He's going to rotate down through that hatch, fall back as his teammates are being pressured from 90 and from the study side. We'll see what this can afford Unreal Nightmare here.
Yeah, the Mozzie is just tucked up inside of Aviator with Mozzie pests on nearly every door, blocking off any intel, as well as Giorno with a mute combination. However, with the vault door being open, they're going to get pinched out as the location of the mute is known to be behind the bar. However, it's not going to be enough as Buzz swings out and takes out Mepsalot, once again being the first kill on the side. Barfel's going to whip out that pistol and give Giorno a little haircut out as the refrag reigns true. At a spine of 4v4, it's going to be broken once again as Blakey takes out Buzz. Also, Artful putting his hat in the bag once again, dropping Revenant, trying to rotate up those main red stairs. However, Manbun is going to take some shots at himself, and he's going to have to retreat all the way to
Attackers
the
have
back
located a
Astro
bomb.
stairs if he wants to be able to rejoin with Immortal on site. With the Maestro and Jaeger still on the board, the clutch potential is high. But if Unreal Nightmares has anything to say about it, their man advantage might reign true. He's going to be on the injury here. Artful picks up Immortal and drops off the Alda. 81 bullets can't stop it if you take a headshot. He's also going to pick up Manbun through the smoke, topping off heads everywhere he goes. Artful is on a tear and gets round 2 for Unreal Nightmares.
Well, this is looking very solidly in favor of Unreal Nightmare. Once again, the first frag goes the way of Wasted Potential. Mepsalot is going to fall, and then From there, it is almost entirely Unreal Nightmare the whole way through. They're all on this attacking side, and this is really what I'm used to on Villa lately. It is a very solidly attacker favored, and it is, yeah, I just
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
yeah,
bombs
I don't know.
as they can.
It's just very solid attacks from Unreal Nightmare. Artful has really woken up on this one. They only allowed the opening death that time to buzz, and
Bomb located by attackers.
sweeped everyone. That was so solid from that attack, and now down to Dining Kitchen, which I wouldn't be surprised at all if Unreal Nightmare opts into this one as one of their first two sites, or rather their first site. But that's for 4 rounds in the future. We've still got just the
seconds
next
left
4,
before
like
insertion.
I just said. And, I mean,
5 seconds
Artful
left.
has 6 frags through 2 rounds. He's really trying to put this one
Attackers are
in the
heading
ground.
to defuse the bomb.
He's trying to send us right over to Consulate very quickly. We'll see
Yeah,
if they
and-
can... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I thought there was a little gap there, my bad. But with the drone work coming out, Artful is going to be looking to go aggressive towards... Actually, Mepsalot is AFK, but as he's also holding a donut right now in the entry frag, maybe he's not being that useful regardless. But jokes aside, with a round score of 2-0 at the side of Unreal Nightmares, it's looking solidly in their favor. Getting any attacking rounds that you can on Villa is a challenge in itself, as Blakey has already pushed all the way into the bottom piano room here, making sure that main stairs is not contested. Actually, that's red stairs. So many staircases on this side. Blakey's just going to continue to push into map control. Pardon me, he's just going to run outside, check the default cam, and start pushing in towards laundry.
But on in, Artful's going to start to get a lot of control, well, a little bit of control, rather, as this is going to open up a bit of control as well over to the living library side of things, should the attackers want to fully encapsulate that and take control of it, as Lizzie, my bad, is also taking over that one. Man-Bun gets in a gunfight with Artful. That could be big if the G8 and the IQ player will fall, but the Jaeger will fall back, and it is Giorno to fall at the hands of Lizzie. Not gonna find any frag just yet, but Artful is pushing ever so closer forward. A nice impact from Lizzie, or rather not from Lizzie, but from the Sophia behind him is gonna help out Lizzie, who falls, as now the Ash is gonna get pushed. 5-7 against 5-7. Buzz picks up Mepsalot, and now it's 3-on-4 in favor of Wasted Potential. They're looking a lot better here. 4-on-2. G8's not going to win that one out. Revenant is going to pick one up, Man-Bun with the other, and it's just up to Blakey. They know exactly where he is. He's one of 2 doorways. He's going to not find the head of the Goyo. Revenant for 3. And the first round here for Wasted Potential comes on what they feel is their 3rd site clearly.
Yeah, and bouncing back for Wasted Potential, this could be exactly what they need to try to chain together some defensive rounds. Getting that first one, breaking the ice, could just cause an absolute avalanche of defensive dominance if they're able to continue winning the gunfights like they did on Kitchen. It was sort of interesting to see that Unreal Nightmares really didn't want to go for the vertical control that you typically see accompany a Kitchen dining attack. But I mean, at the end of the day, that might have been why they lost that round. There wasn't any pressure from up top, no soft breaching, no nothing. And ultimately, when the roamer
Attackers
came
need
back
to
down, he was
locate
able to
and
get a
defuse
nice
bombs.
flank on and just win the gunfights by holding angles inside sight. But holding sight is going to be a little bit easier as we go into Trophy Statuary, a traditionally more accepted and revered site for its strength, as it is probably going to be another horizontal hold coming out of the Mute Mozzie combination of Buzz and Giorno. Unfortunately, last time around, it was picked apart with relative ease, coming out of the backside of Artful, fragging out of the mine, just picking up anybody in his
10
crosshair
seconds to go.
straight to the head, bullets with pure efficiency. This time they might also
seconds
have
left.
a little bit more utility as Man Bun is giving a little bit of reinforcements,
Attackers
as
are moving
well
out
as
to locate a bomb and
Jorno
defuse
putting
it.
down more mute jammers, more Mozzie tests, and ADS, trying to hold this south side of the map that Unreal Nightmares really wants to push towards, but they are going to be met with all of that resistance from the roam game.
Drone's ready.
So we'll see how the roam game this time works out. The last time we saw this, they net the opening frag from Buzz onto Mepsalot, but after that, it didn't get much of anything, if anything at all, rather. So we'll see how the rest of this attack will fare. And compared to normal Villa, this is pretty solid from UNA already. You get your 2 attacks from the Villa that a lot of people are used to. But now Villa's shifted, like I said, more attacker favored, very frag heavy. And it's not surprising if they net another 2 rounds or so here. 3-3 is a good defensive or a good offensive half for them, even despite the changes to how the map gets played. And if you can get even more than that, which they look like they will be working towards, it could be great for them. But working towards the Mozzie and the Mute is now Blakey, pushing forward with the teammates on either side. He's getting so much information just by face checking, just by walking through everything. Mozzie is holding close with that commando alongside Giorno there. Buzz and Giorno gonna be, wow, a nice shot from Mepsalot. Takes down one, and swinging around, Vlizzy's gonna die to Buzz. Buzz holding close on that corner, not being expected or read. Giorno's gonna fall to Artful, and well read by Artful, but not able to beat out the commando. Too low on HP. Natural's at least gonna be able to pick Buzz back up. But that dynamic duo, known for their gadgets, works wonders with their guns as the Mute Mozzie combo are able to pick up 3 and a lot of damage onto Blakey.
Attackers have located a
Yeah,
bomb.
Blakey is at the point where you could sneeze on him and he would probably fall over. As well as with those Maestro cams still on the board, he's about 1 or 2 zaps from those laser beams, if you want to call them that. But Natural does have the HP advantage towards himself. He has full HP. And he has the diffuser, but it doesn't matter as a headshot drops him straight down to 0 with a well-placed shot out of Revenant, leaving it all up to the 5 HP Blakey in a 1v3 scenario. At this point,
Attackers have
if you're
recovered
on
their
wasted
diffuser.
potential, you just need to not peek anything. So Sophia has to do all of the aggressing and doesn't have very much time in the backside as the Maestro swings out 81 bullets down range. Immortal's gonna body shot Blakey away, and wasted potential is gonna take back the tie for the half so far.
Something fun to note, out of 4 rounds, that is the first round to go the way of the team who net the opening kill, if I can speak. And it's looking like they're really, wasted potential isn't out of this one completely. Those first 2 rounds, obviously you saw, they got 3 kills over 10 possible kills in 2 rounds. They got absolutely snowballed in the second one on Trophy Statue. They got the opening frag and then lost the next 4 gunfights. So, or the next 5 gunfights, my bad. So, they're very much way back into this, which is really good on their, which shows really well in their mental, just because they are able to
Attackers need to
prove that
locate
they
and
can
defuse
stick
as
with this
many bombs
mentally
as they can.
and swing themselves back into this one, even after starting out really rough. So, we'll see how much that can net them coming up. Again, I think 3-3 half is really what either team is okay with. They're not happy, they're not upset about a 3-3, just because obviously 3-3 can go so many more ways. But not only, I think if Wasted Potential somehow pulls out these next 2 rounds, Unreal Nightmare is not at all happy. And that's not just because, you know, a lot of teams, they definitely won't settle for 2 attacks on Villa, just because of how they've shown to be so proficient on this map and these sites so far. If they somehow lose, especially Aviator games, they are not going to be too happy with ending 4-2 or 3-3 just because, I mean, you know, you really have to go a bit more than normal on Villa's defense nowadays to really make it work.
Yeah, especially when you take the first 2 attacking rounds and are in such a strong position. If you get reverse swept on your attacks, that also means wasted potential would be on a good amount of momentum to continue through. But with that, the Ash charge is going to blast away the sandwich door as well as a drone on the attacking side. So rip the drone economy in that area. But we're going to see the 90 Vulcan shield here be most likely destroyed in quick fashion, but continuing to slow down the already creeping attack of Unreal Nightmares. They're going to be going for the 90 push once again, probably trying to open up that vault wall, but it has been prepped for impact, and that's where Immortal is going to be rotating over towards. He's making sure to stand up on top of that box to make sure his toes are not exposed. Actually going to drop it away as Buzz is peeking that, trying to maybe get a free kill or at least a good amount of damage as he ankle bites away and the attackers pushing past that pillar. As well as one player is going to go up the roof. The impact isn't going to actually miss, unfortunately, but the second one will reign true. Unreal Nightmares are going to be trying once again to reach as Natural places another exothermic charge. And this time we're going to see the really big hole being opened up, as well as a trade coming out as Immortal slaps the head of Mepsilon. But the body shots do just as much in that trade. It's a 4v4 with a good amount of utility on both sides, with the vault being the main point of attack. Artful's going to be able to take out the castle of Buzz, who was forced into an unfortunate position. Our study control is still in the side of the attackers, but not any, or in the defenders, but not anymore, as Artful is able to take out Man Bun. Blizzy throws his hat in the bag and takes out Giorno, as well as the Goyo trying to creep up the stairs. Is going to hit those track stingers, make a bit too much noise, and Natural is going to flick around and take him down.
Quite the round once again from the attack. They are looking so dominant here on the Aviator Games attacks, as we now once again are moving back to Dining Kitchen, as every time, especially for the Aviator Games site, both times rather, not every time, only gone there twice, they've hit every site 2 times, so both times they got the opening pick. That time it was a trade, but after that, every single gunfight has been going the way of Unreal Nightmare, and they're looking really solid on these attacks. And we'll see if this can translate over to this one, as it did look a bit shaky attacking Dining Kitchen here. Something we were talking about earlier is there's just so much in Dining Kitchen to attack. I mean, you have to clear the upstairs, and as well as probably open up the laundry wall, and you have to get, as you saw from UNA before, they were opting into control through the what is it called, living library and like bike rooms. And now you'll have to eventually deal with Buzz on the pulse. Should he decide to run around down in the basement and call out info from there? There's so much that you have to deal with naturally on this site. And it's so much to clear in such little time that, especially alongside the Mutant Goyas stalling out a ton, it's super obnoxious. So, we'll see how this site is going to go for UNA. As very quickly they're going to get some control here that they didn't get before. They're not even opting for upstairs, but sure.
Have located a bomb.
And that was the pitfall that they fell into last time, but maybe they're going to try to win their gunfights and win their ones to continue trying to get that map control. So that slot is going to be breaking into the bottom pantry and might just try to rush on into sight. However, it's just going to be a quick red herring, as that sound cue is going to make all of these defenders worry. As well as Blakey's just jumped straight into bicycle storage, putting pressure onto the Memorial side of the map. And he actually has a nice crossfire here. But Renaud is going to take out Mepsilon, dropping the Ash once again, as well as the Maestro is going to be swinging out towards Blakey and is going to be able to actually no, Giorno is going to be the one taking out Blizzy, as Blakey is going to sprint into
Bomb
sight
has
and
been
take out
located.
Buzz. Artful is also going to be able to take out Man Bun as more and more trades go out. Blakey's going to pick up, or Immortal's going to pick up Blakey with the headshot, leaving it at a 2v2 situation so far. Both Immortal and Artful both have low amounts of HP compared to Gangster and Giorno, who have full HP at this point. So pretty even on both sides. But it's a really interesting position as the attacker is inside of the site, but the diffuser isn't, as Giorno is just slowly holding and has pinned the thermite into an uncomfortable position. Actually, he's just going to go ahead and sprint on in and reclaim with his defensive or attacking teammate, as Giorno's going to rotate over towards Memorial and rejoin himself with Immortal for the retake position, but it doesn't matter as Artful takes out Immortal with a well-placed headshot, but Artful's going to be in the down but not out state at the hand of that SMG-11. Essentially, it is a 1v1, and Natural's going to swing out and take out the head of the SMG-11 player, as Unreal Nightmares takes another round and gets a 4-2 split on the attacking half of Villa.
Yeah, very solid attack there as it got down to the wire and Giorno almost clutched it out, but having that IQ still up to make calls was definitely the key there. Because of that, they're not able to clutch out another round. So far, it has gone 2 for UNM, 2 for Wasted Potential, and then 2 for UNM. UNA, my bad. And ooh, this is something we haven't seen at all tonight, and something that I'm excited to see. Our first Yana play, which is an operator that I've come to very much like, and I'm very much looking forward to in the comp side of things. There's a way that she's been used that I think is best for her. I know a lot of people really like to use her to self-drone is, I guess, the best way to put it. But, you know, you use the man drone, the hologram, whatever you want to call it, and you send it forward with your teammate instead, actually. You send it in front of your teammate, and your teammate almost refrags off of your drone going down, your hologram going down. And it's super bizarre, but it's yeah, it's just a very interesting playstyle, because then you further thereafter swing off your teammate, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, it sets up a nice position of the ability to have a very versatile flex player. If you're +1 when you have your soft lead hard freeze, you don't know who to take, you can just take the Yana and have a very flexible operator who essentially has infinite drones, a really, really great, safe way to get a lot of intel, as well as some very good guns and frag grenades in her utility kit. And that's exactly why Buzz is going to have it, as we're seeing Man Bun look a little bit like a rat with a punch hole watching and locking down that back red staircase and hallway. However, Blakey's going to take out 2 drones on his roam inside the living room, trying to hide over on the library side of the map, and maybe getting a quick flank in if the attackers don't read into his position quickly enough.
Yeah, she's going to get droned in a little, checking some stuff out, as now Blakey's going to be holding for the push in. Actually, he's not looking, and oh, he's going to lose the gunfight to the fast-firing R4C. Immortal's also going to pick up one on the Metsalot. He's been waking up more and more as the night has gone on. As now Buzz is going to look for a nice nade. It's going to take out some ADSs, I believe, or actually, no, that's behind the bar. My apologies. So that one's going to create some pressure here. As now Buzz is going to not really use the AR as much, the augmented reality of the Gemini. So we'll be seeing how he wants to run the rest of this, as he could very easily, I don't understand why he doesn't just man drone it and push forward. There you go, buddy. Now he's gonna push forward. Yeah, I know. He's going to push forward and create a lot of pressure. I heard an explosive go off on the backside of things because of that. The nice thing about the Gemini is everything about it sounds exactly like a real person. Revnod is going to go down at the hands of Man Bun, but Buzz at least 3 frags in a way onto Artful. So, lost the Nomad for the smoke. That's huge. It's just down to Natural. The Maestro, 81 bullets in the Alda. He picks up 1. He's looking for 3 more. He's got Immortal planting right beyond the bar. He's going to pre-fire, not find Man Bun. No, he finds Man Bun, rather. He doesn't find Buzz. He's looking for Immortal. He's going to down Immortal. This is a balanced weapon. He's got 7 bullets remaining in this magazine. He's got 3 kills to his tally. He's looking for Buzz. Buzz could reality here and send out the man drone and fake out Natural if he so chooses. He's not going to play very aggressively, though. That's the nice thing here.
Defenders have
Prepping
eyes
a
on
nade,
the diffuser.
and
Attackers need to protect it.
almost finds Natural, but the nice Kobe right out from Buzz before the band wave comes through. The Yana clutches things out. He's able to make the first attacking round for Wasted Potential work out really well.
Yeah, and that attack was really well done. At the end, it was a 1v4 situation. Sure, there were almost some heroics coming out of the Maestro with 81 bullets, an insane fire rate, and a lot of damage. But you know, I think the ACOG was the issue with that weapon, personally. And that's why it got taken away. It's totally unusable now. But
Yeah.
as we saw in
It's very
Absolute
well
Clinic-
balanced.
Yes, it is. It is super balanced. But as we're going to see the Alda get traded for a UMP, definitely going from an S tier weapon down to maybe a B or C tier, if you want to talk about that. Unless you're Canadian with that gun in your hands, it's not going to do as
Attackers
much
need to
damage
locate and
as you
defuse as many
could
bombs as
with
they
the
can.
aforementioned Alda. But we're going to be seeing kitchen dining being brought to the table from the Unreal Nightmares defenders, as they're going to try to defend this first floor site with a couple of nitros in the pockets of both Blizzy and Natural, as well as that cardiac sensor that can help deny the vertical pressure that Wasted Potential is probably going to try to employ.
Test active!
So, we're going to see... I don't know
10
if that
seconds remaining.
pun was intentional, but it's kind of funny that you said we're going to see
5
dining
seconds to go.
kitchen brought to the table.
Yep, that was a pun. I'm glad you
Okay.
caught it.
Test
Glad you
active!
caught it.
Objective is to locate a bomb
So-
and defuse it.
You're right. We are going to see it brought to the table here. See how this one's going to work out. As Blake is running via P10 Roni. Very interesting gun choice, just because it's viewed as a land killer, and that online it really seems to struggle. But
I have a bone to pick with that weapon.
what do you mean?
I felt like, sure, the team name here is Wasted Potential, but I think the biggest Wasted Potential is on Ubisoft's
A bomb
side.
has been
With the
located.
Twitch Prime skin of the Mozzarella, why did they not give us the Pepperoni? Why? Why did they put it on the Commando? Why did
you're
they
right.
put that skin on the Commando?
You know what? I can get behind that.
It angers me. It triggers me right now. But what's going to be pulling on the trigger is Man Bun sending some shots down range at Sir Mepsilon, as Buzz is going to be talking with that drone here. Is man droning it away and chasing the Vigil all the way back towards statue area. And also the Jackal pings are going to make sure his location is fully known and broadcast to the rest of the Wasted Potential attackers. However, it is Vigil. He's 3 speed and has impacts and could potentially just rotate all the way around the map if he wanted to. He could drop all the way to basement. He can run anywhere. But he's going to be just rejoining over with Blakey over inside of Astrology.
Something interesting I found out really recently. In fact, you can't see Vigil on his scanner if in the Yana clone. But
Yeah,
we'll
it's a good
see.
counter.
Yeah, it is actually. Like you said, he's gonna drop out after
Attackers
his
have located
teammate,
a
the
bomb.
Roni of Blakey, will fall. As now working their way upstairs, here comes the Jackal pings once again onto the Vigil. They're gonna be getting very noxious, doing a lot of work, getting pings going off on some fresh footprints. The attack is slowly working their way further downstairs here. Very slowly. Oh, I thought that was an enemy, but no, it was a teammate. And it looks like the Vigil has fallen downstairs. He's going to take a gunfight and lose it to Man Bun. Mepsilot not expecting the held fire and the held angle from the Ash. Man Bun survives on 1 HP. Corner peeking, found the Jaeger, is Revenant, looking for more, can't find anything though with the G8. And oh my god, it's lined up central as Blizzy is looking insane here. He might find a third, he's not going to as the Jackal pushes forward and his Buzz lurking on the backside, finding Natural and bringing it once again to a 4-4. And oh man, we're looking the same as we did on Cafe.
It's just blow for blow, punch for punch, absolute gut-wrenching amount of action. Just, it's like being in the trenches right now. It's an absolute
I thought
war
that was
of attrition coming
an
from
enemy,
both
but
of
no,
these teams
it was a
were
teammate.
Really
And it looks like the Vigil has fallen
matched.
downstairs. He's going to take a gunfight and
Skill.
lose it.
And it's also reflecting very well on the score line, as Wasted Potential has been able to string together 2 straight attacks, just as Unreal Nightmares were able to do at the beginning of this series,
need to
or
locate
of this
and
just
defuse
potentially
bombs.
this match, actually. But with the scoreline all tied up, we're going to see Trophy Statue being brought to the table for Unreal Nightmares. But it's going to be a little bit different in the way it's played. I don't quite think Unreal Nightmares is going to go for the full horizontal hold that we saw Wasted Potential do over towards the study and bar/aviator area. They're probably going to go for a little bit more vertical pressure, maybe downstairs inside the kitchen, potentially having those
10
nitro
seconds remaining.
cells in the pockets of both of Lizzie and Sir Epsilon.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
APS deployed and ready to go.
So, we'll be seeing, the Trophy Statue. No downstairs play from a pulse. Sometimes we'll see that. Sometimes people teams have opted into defending dining kitchen a little bit with some reinforcements and opting into throwing a pulse down in there. But we're not going to see that. Instead, Buzz and Manbun are going to take control of that kitchen and wait for Buzz to man-drone it. And this is what I was saying. You wait for, you use the Yana clone, the Gemini, like a drone. You use it to face check everything because it can move a lot faster and check a lot of angles in a different way than a drone, as well as it can potentially even be a lot quieter than a drone. But it also gives you the option of it dies a little slower than a drone. You catch the same amount of info, or a little slightly more info, but also, it's very interesting just how people will take a gunfight with a player before they take a gunfight with a drone. So, depending on how you push with it, you very much can fake out people based on how they want to play. So, Buzz is going to be looking around for that, and that Evil Eye. He finds Mepsilot at least hanging out in the safe corner. It is actually artful as the first smoke canister goes down. And the wall is going to get open, but this is a quiet round compared to what we're used to. Nothing. Oh, he got the wall, though.
Well, with the bandit tricking and impact tricking coming out, there's grenades, there's flashbangs flying, and I don't think Meps can see a thing as the wall will ultimately get broken by a portal with that exothermic charge. Also, a good amount of bullets going down range as he's free-firing away those angles. Rebound is going to be able to pick up Sir Meps a lot, but not before being refragged quickly out by the Alda of Natural. Buzz is cooking up a nade, trying to get the flare out from behind Astro's desk, but he's not going to be able to find him until he free-fires some punch holes and bullet holes here. Natural's going to swing out again and take a good amount of damage, but Artful's going to be able to take out the hard breacher of Immortal, as well as picking up a second kill on Demand Bun. But he gets the final kill stolen by Blizzy through the breach, as I thought he was going to get his third. but SMG-11s are just very powerful, and we saw them get a lot of kills that round as soon as the dust settled from that breach.
The lead is retaken here by the defenders as UNA is really fighting tooth and nail for this one with wasted potential. It's looking like it could very well be very close to the trying to think. Looking like it could be very close to what we saw beforehand on Cafe. As I keep mentioning it. I don't have to, but I do keep mentioning it.
Defenders,
So
protect your bombs from being defused by
we'll
attackers.
see how from here wasted potential really can and will make it work. And I would have to say, they really need to work off of picking up Meps a lot again. And they've been doing really well to pick him off first. So that's good on them. But yeah, he's actually 1-9. He's not the one they need to focus. My bad. It's definitely Artful, Blizzy, and Natural that they need to, because Mepsalot is struggling in this one. But if they can take out Artful, especially early on, that could be huge. No C4 play. It is a spawn peek from Blakey trying to net something, but he can't grab anything. He's going to run back home, run it back inside. And, yeah, nothing gained, nothing lost.
Yeah, the only thing that could be lost was his position being broadcast to the entire attacker lineup. That there is going to be somebody upstairs, most likely trying to hold down that side. But the downstairs basement is where the attack is going to be mostly comprised of. There's a whole lot of people rushing pantry, potentially trying to catch anybody off guard if they can just blitz their way on into sight. And with some very powerful weapons on the side of the attackers, with that C7E, that G8, that G36C of Ghana, and probably an R4C on Manbun, they could potentially take these gunfights in a deciding fashion. But the Vigil is going to get scanned out by the Jackal, and they know he's downstairs. He's going to sprint away for his life as he's continuously getting pinged. He's going to go all the way upstairs, and Blizzy's going to get the first kill onto Manbun, who was a little bit too preoccupied to watch out on his flank. Over Revenant is now going to be going upstairs into pantry, has access into sight, but Natural's going to get a nice shot onto Immortal, dropping off the thermite, so no more hard breaching. Gangster Giorno's going to answer back with 2 quick kills in rapid succession as they swarm onto sight. There's another kill coming out as Buzz uses a frag grenade to secure his frag, quite literally, and now sight control is fully relinquished into the side of the wasted potential attackers, but they don't have the diffuser. It's stuck outside Laundry as some pre-fires of Revenant is going to come in. Blakey's going to get a kill onto Gangster Giorno, and it's a little bit more of a fight as Blakey picks up another kill onto Buzz. He's getting back to sight control, and it's a 2v1, but the Mozzie almost gets his head taken off by that G8, but it's not a great position for Revenant to try to take forward. He has 2 people to take care of, as well as only a minute left on the clock without the diffuser.
Oh, the great reposition is read out by the camera, hitting as well the barbed wire. He's going to run into the pre-fire. 6-4 now in favor of UNA. And this one is looking crazy. Could be headed to Consulate very soon here, as Aviator Games is the only site left up. And that one was handled very well by UNM, or by gosh, I keep mixing up teams because it's been so long. Wasted Potential picked that one up, but the first time through, it was definitely looking pretty solid for Wasted Potential. However, even if they do happen to win this one, it's looking rough should they hit trophy statue for Wasted Potential. They really have to do the most on that site.
Yeah, it's one of those sites
Attackers
that
need to locate
really has been
and defuse
teeter-tottering between being being able to win or being able to lose, but typically most teams do like to defend Aviator's games a little bit more, and that's where Unreal Nightmares are going to try to close out this game and force the decider of the consulate. With Wasted Potential has their backs against the wall, they can't drop any more rounds in regulation, or we will be seeing map 3. But I've seen crazier things that happen as just every single round of this game has just been back and forth, back and forth. 2 rounds for one team, 2 rounds for another, 2 rounds for one team, 2 rounds for another, just trading
10 seconds
blows,
remaining.
gut punch for gut punch. Absolute slugfest coming out
5
on
seconds to go.
display in this late night stream for ESA Rival Series.
Attackers must locate and
Man,
defuse a bomb.
yeah, we are really going through the trenches here. So we'll figure out how this one's going to turn out here. We see an Ella, which is an interesting pick, not a pick that we saw really much at
Attackers bomb diffuser
elsewise
has been
or
dropped.
otherwise.
Attackers recovered
Or
the
why
bomb diffuser.
even tried to think that elsewise is a word, but still, otherwise, we see now the Ella picked up. Not really something we see much at all, especially haven't seen tonight. So we'll see how the defenders want to use this. Most likely they're using Blizzy for his shield and putting him up on those main stairs, trying to deny plays like last round where Giorno was able to push on in very freely, very carefree, and take down countless frags, just like it was nothing. But
Attackers have located
from
a bomb.
there, it's pretty slow going for this attack. They know how to attack this site. They know how to handle this, and they're going to do their work. It's interesting, slightly little things. Buzz not standing on the table to not get C4'd. Everyone just casually pushing together. I mean, they're all stacked up on one another. The Maestro Cam's just chilling. They are pushing fast here, actually. Man Bun and Buzz side by side, hitting whatever frags they can. There's nothing over there, actually, as Revnod is going to be the one to find the opening frag on the Blakey. The shield as well from Blizzy is going to be destroyed thanks to the Ash. As now, the Vault is going to be pressured thanks to the opened, or the removed Bandit battery. Speaking of, he's playing further into
A bomb has been
Vault.
located.
Immortal is trying to bait an impact trick, I think? Which is interesting that he didn't put it on the little corner like you usually would, but away from that, Blizzy finds Buzz, and we are down to the last 45 seconds with more frags for UNA than WP here.
Yeah, UNA has the man advantage, and the aggression has to go on the Wasted Potential side as the smoke grenades are going to start popping off, making sure that the main entryway that they opened to the site is becoming very, very dangerous to push. The aggression is going to come in as Manbun's trying to get some sort of window to open with that R4C. He's going to take out the Ella, as well as take out, actually, no, yes, the Ella is down. He's going to get another kill and make a triple way into the site, leaving it all up to Natural. However, all of these attackers are very, very lit as he
10
picks up
seconds to
one,
go.
but the diffuser is going down. Actually, he downs Gangster Giorno as well, and it's a
Attackers
1v1 as he's going to start spraying and pre-firing every angle with all 81 of those bullets, but so far cannot find Immortal, and it is all on the line for UNA. This is a potential clutch position for Natural, and we've seen him come very, very close. This time he might be able to ice out this map if he is successful. Giorno is in an unrecoverable position for the Thermite, so the Maestro doesn't really have to worry about it. All that matters is here, but Immortal shuts the door on that clutch here and is gonna force the final round of regulation as or Wasted Potential stays alive and trying to claw their way back into it.
Yeah, they're really getting back in this one. 6-5, we might be seeing more overtime here.
Window to open
Something
with that
that
R4C.
could have been
He's
even,
going to take out
I
the
think, a
Ella, as
misplay
well as
is,
take out, actually, no, yes,
Giorno
Ella is down.
was
He's going to get
not-
another kill.
Body droning, I guess. Basically, when you're downed in that situation, especially if you're a site in the site and you're still a room away from your teammate, don't even like bother looking for a revive. Don't even bother, doing the usual stuff. It's very interesting that he was just laying there doing nothing. He wasn't giving information. He
Attackers
could have
need to
very
locate
easily
and defuse
just
bombs.
been moving towards his teammate there
Or he could've
and,
just
and
thrown
moving
himself
to the
into
vault. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like you use yourself almost like a drone, and you really want to force yourself into awkward spots for the defense to for the defense to deal with there, so that you can get as much info as possible, even if it means you get finished off early. Then you have at least something better than, hey, 25 seconds ago we saw him in the vault. Say you do get killed or finish off while downed, but still that gives you, hey, I just saw him 5 seconds ago on swinging to the left side of vault. So
Attackers objective
very
is to
interesting that
locate the
he
bomb and
didn't
defuse it.
opt into that one, but we'll see where things are going to go in this final round of regulation. At the least, could be the final round of the map, but it's Trophy Statue.
located by
This is a
attackers.
site Wasted Potential struggled on. This is where they got very solidly beaten last time by UNA. And we'll see
Scanning for electronics.
if the same thing will happen here.
With the default cam being taken out by Revnot, the main entry could be kind of snuck into, but Revnot's going to rotate over towards the 90 window, maybe trying to cut off any rotations here, as Buzz is going to drone inside of bar, making sure that there's no roamers will be extended out onto the east side, or pardon me, the south side of the map. And yes, there is one who has made his way into games or aviation room, as Gangster Giorno is still just sitting outside waiting patiently for the right calls on when he can push, maybe try to get any roamers that are down below, find some footsteps with that Nox scanner that he wields on his head, as well as the very powerful gun that he wields in his hands, being the C7E. Manbun, however, is going to open up the fragging as he takes out Blizzy. The mute has fallen, and that is the main roam presence of a UNA on towards Aviator and game side. So now they have control of that south side of the map. They're going to have to start pushing in towards the site, which is a little bit more difficult, unfortunately, for the defenders. The Nitro Cell is going to be a little bit too premature over on the top of the red stairs, and it will not find anybody. With a man advantage of 5-4, Wasted Potential can set up the proper trades if they are able to take the site effectively, but they're going to have to be falling right into the crosshairs of the defenders who are patiently waiting and holding proper angles.
Yeah, the first smoke's going to come down alongside a nice spray of bullets into Revnot here. But the attack has taken a lot of position. Bullet holes played by the Maestro are going to be found out really fast. As in now pushing forward. Oh, Mepsalot going to pick up Rambun, free fragging that Ash. As now Revnot is tagged by another bullet and taken down even lower, but Immortal's going to net the lead once more for his team. 25 seconds to go, but the shot is not hit on Blakey. Urfel picks up one as well, but Revnot refrags at the least. It's just Rev and Giorno against Blakey and Natural. Defuser is secured. Giorno's really low as Rev is going to start the plant. The cover is coming down as swinging. No! The Maestro Natural shuts it down. Wins out the map. And it's 7-5.
That was a really good flick coming out of the Maestro, as Natural was definitely the man to beat on that map. He was very comfortable on Villa with that Alda in his hands, was just ripping through all of the attackers that he possibly saw. But with that, we are going to go to map 3 once again, with the decider being Consulate. But before that, we're going to get about a 5-minute break to let us casters rest our vocal cords, as well as any moss issues or bathroom breaks for the players. So in about 5 minutes, we will be right back. So make sure to stay tuned if you want to see map 3 of Consulate.
All right, welcome on back to the final map for sure. For good this time. We're done after this one. There's nothing more tonight. Thank you all for sticking with us through it, all through the many, many hours we've been streaming. And let's see the end of this one. We're headed to Consulate. Unreal Nightmares Academy team has opted for attacking here. We'll see what they choose to do and how they choose to play this one out as a result. Anything special that you're expecting coming out of this one, Mr. CDAPS?
You know, I honestly don't know how either of these teams might play this map, because after you've seen the first two maps of Cafe and Villa, those maps are on the far right. They're a lot more structured. But when you have something like Consulate accompanying a Nomad ban, we could really see the brains turn off and go to a absolute zoo of jump outs, run outs, and hyper aggression from both sides, as this map is a lot less structured and strat heavy and a lot more reliant on gun skill and those sorts of physical mechanics.
Oh man, you and Crow alike like to call this one a monkey map. It is.
I didn't want to use that word particularly.
I try and avoid using that term, but
that's why
the
I said
idea
let out
is
the zoo.
Oh man, look at this Mute and Valk.
That's when you don't have to. That means
I
Mira's
swear
on the
to God,
board.
I swear.
Mira's on the board, dude.
Mira and Maestro are. Mira's not super strong on Consulate, so I'm not afraid of it.
Basement, she actually is.
Interesting that Console is the choice. A lot of Pro League teams have been avoiding Console and Meeting. They've opted into... So Siege GG put out a stat out of at least NA, and it was the most played was Basement 17 times. It had a 43% win rate. Lobby Press was the second at 14 with a 73% win rate. Split
Attackers
was the
need to
third
locate and defuse
at
as many bombs as they
11
can.
or 9. It had also like a 41 or a 43% win rate.
My evil eye.
And Console was last with 3 plays at a 33% win rate. So a lot of teams, the whole gist of that is a lot of teams are abandoning this site, interestingly enough, and because we don't see Consulate enough, I don't really know why. I don't really know what changed, really, that the attack is succeeding so much, because I've never really seen massive attacker changes that warrant, you know, a site going down as much as it has. That was intended, as he's looking, maybe it wasn't intended and he's just like, oh, well, now I'll spawn peek just because I fell. But, well, speaking of a spawn peek, Buzz is gonna find Artful. That is a huge find. Oh my god, dude. Why is Artful playing at IQ? Echo is banned. Valkyrie is banned. There is... Just play Amaru, dude. Just play Amaru. Just play Amaru. You want the G8. Just play Amaru, dude. Stop trying to feign like you're... like you want to help the team. And just play Amaru, man. Just play the G8. On a more serious note, though, I mean, you weren't really going to see a lot of IQ pressure from downstairs. The hatch open up in Projector allows a lot of rotation ability from defenders to help deny it. It's specifically to deny buck play down there. But now that the IQ is especially gone, or especially now that the IQ is gone, you're not really going to see a lot of vertical play from the buck. As Buzz has made his way down here, I believe that's the little antenna of the Mozzie racing helmet that I see there. Yeah, it is. Look at me go.
And he's going to be checking some camps over towards the Visa side of the map. And he's going to be rotating there, making some stomping sounds. And that's what's going to be heard by the Jackal as a bunch of free fires on both sides starts raining through. And with only one kill on the side of this map. The Mozzie's head's gonna get straight ripped off as it is evened out at a scoreline of 4-4. The attempted breaching is going
Attackers
to
have
be
located a
stopped
bomb.
as the X-Power Pellet's shot, but so is Giorno as he's going to get taken out by Sir Mepsalot's Jackal. Measures aggressively peeking this split area as he picks up his third kill of the round. Actually, no, that's Meps picking up his third kill. But Immortal's going to be picking up 3 as well as Revnot finds the final kill of Sir Mepsalot in ways to potential prove you wrong on console being a bad site.
Yeah, they're able to win that one out, take it. I don't really think it's a bad site. I just don't understand why
Aggressively peeking this
a
split
lot of teams
area as
think
he
it
picks
is,
up his
and
third
why a
kill
lot of teams
of the
have
round.
been
Actually, no,
bad.
that's Meps getting
But-
picking up his
well,
third kill.
like you
But
said,
Immortal
they proved me wrong. They show that it is just as good as it always has been. And we're going to see a move over now, once again. Now, on to Garage, now that you won the site, obviously. Interesting. I like the mute. The mute ban is so interesting. It shuts down a lot of this mute Mozzie play that we've been seeing from both of these teams. And it's definitely, I feel like, the more impactful, obviously, of the two operators. Just because you have effectively 2 really solid weapons. You have the SMG-11, which a lot of people obviously use as a primary at times. And you also have the SAS shotgun, the M520, or M590 rather, not 20. So, a lot of people. Oh.
Reho.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. 10 seconds left before insertion.
And yep, we're gonna be prolonged just a little bit longer. So with that, while we get the lobby reset back up and all of the issues fixed, we're gonna go to a quick intermission as we make sure all of our I's are dotted, our T's are crossed, and all of our ducks are in a line. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for dealing with our technical issues as we had a rehost and then we had an Ubisoft bug once again and had to fully remake the lobby. But we're going to be getting right back into the action of round 2 on this map 3 of a best of 3 series between Wasted Potential and Unreal Nightmares. If you're just now tuning in, congratulations for coming to a stream at 12:35 Eastern. I respect your night owl status, but round 1 is already in the books with Wasted Potentials edging out Unreal Nightmares in the first round up on the second floor console office site. Now we're going to be going all the way downstairs to the basement and cafeteria and garage. The mirror is going to get flashed by Buzz as he 6 picks away onto the Oryx.
Ooh. Oryx.
Wait, did people have to pick the same ops and stuff? Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Interesting that we see an Oryx come out here on the basement. It's not really an operator that we see a ton of. It's very rotation heavy, and this site could be very rotation heavy as of late. So we'll see how Buzz wants to run this operator, and I'm interested for it. I'm very interested to see where this can go. Because I know it's been talked about a lot, so
10 seconds left before
it's talked about a lot that he does really well on
5
Consulate.
seconds
There's a lot of breakables on Consulate, namely a lot of the desks and a lot of the hatches he likes to rotate on through and stuff. Surprised none of the rush hatches are reinforced, but I guess you don't really expect that in comp. But Buzz is going to be, opening up a lot of hatches. Oh. Am I about to be wrong? Are they going to open up the rush hatch? Yeah. They're... why is it the moment I say something?
located by attackers.
It's called the Caster's Curse.
Yeah, I know. Rush hatches aren't really used in comp that much. Well, here we go. Blakey's in sight, and he's found the first frag. Meepsalot has found 2 as well elsewhere. At least Immortal's gonna find 1. Here comes Buzz looking for what he can, and he's gonna lose out to the G8. It's just up to Immortal. Thank for the Caster's Curse. That round is open and shut in the span of 60 seconds.
I guess Unreal Nightmares really had a lot of time to think about what they wanted to do for this next round. And when they droned out the backside, they're like, hey, this is free. And just like real estate, you definitely want to take it if it's free. And just like that, the map is tied up at a scoreline of 1-1 in a round that lasted about 1 minute. Maybe every round will last that long. That would be amazing.
Oh, that would be perfect if we just like rush through every round and just end this one.
I wish they could. I wish I could talk to them. Ocho, can I do it by proxy? Can you say, can we speed run this map? Can we get a world record for how fast it goes? I mean, I'm sorry, competitive integrity.
Defenders, protect your bombs
But
from being
with
defused
going
by
back
attackers.
downstairs once again, Wasted Potential is going to try to
Attackers
right
have
their
discovered the
wrongs and get
location
a
of a
little bit
bomb.
of repentance, making sure their due diligence on the backside is definitely covered, as you don't want to get rushed once again. Like the old saying, only once, shame on you. If Unreal Nightmares are able to rush site again, then it would definitely be involved in the Wasted Potential side. That's where the plan would definitely be shifted towards. It doesn't matter all the setup you do upstairs if 15 seconds into the round you have 3 people
10
on
seconds
site.
remaining.
Just not gonna be that effective. But with that, the
5
Mozzie is
seconds to
being
go.
brought once again as Buzz is going to be placing these pests all over the place,
Attackers are
making
heading
it a
out
lot
to
more
defuse a
difficult
bomb.
to drone and get the necessary intel that Unreal Nightmares are going to want to grab for their eventual execute.
So, this is
You can stop worrying about
a
grenades
weird
now.
take so far. Ooh, there are footprints. Oh my god, you can reach them. Whoa. There's two people upstairs. Blakey is pushing one of them, as the other is rotating through the long desk. The other is big chillin' in printer. Still, I believe he might have rotated out, though. Yeah, he is no longer there. He's definitely rotated out. Oh, that's a weird little awkward snap that looks really sus, but it's probably him just looking for feet downstairs in spiral. Not like, not at all accusing Mepsalot of walling or anything. There's... Yeah, we're not doing that, but, you know, it's very interesting. I think it's interesting that they accuse Shaco of... I know this keeps getting mentioned every time, like, or at least it was getting mentioned every time Shaco was, like, first starting out, but it's crazy that, like, everyone was like, oh, Shaco cheater, Shaco cheating, why is he allowed back in Pro League? And then he, like, comes back and he's, like, one of the top fraggers in all of EU. Well, one of the top fraggers right now on Wasted Potential is still Man Bun. He's got one as the smoke now swings upstairs. Interesting move from Giorno as he is going to net another frag for himself right back onto Blakey, I believe it was, or maybe Artful. I think it was Artful, as he's not going to die, thankfully, to Lizzie, who almost finds him, and now he's going to get found by the Buck. What remained of the magazine is dumped into the smoke, ending that life as we have 45 seconds to go, and not a ton of pressure from UNA.
Yeah, they have control of Piano and have made the necessary vertical breaching, but that's not going to matter as Buzz gets a nice flank on to Lizzie, removing the Buck from the equation. No more breaching of Buck from him. As well as the default game not getting taken out. The Bandit on the backside swing gets 1 and 2 as Revnot finishes out the round and takes it back for Wasted Potential.
Really good job coming out from Wasted Potential, clutching up a nice round there, making things very solid.
And with that, we'll be able to go back upstairs to the second floor where Wasted Potential was successful on the first round inside of console office and meeting room. It was on the back of Immortal's wonderful Maestro play as he picked up, I believe, 3 kills with the Alda, swinging outside of Projector, just never letting go of Mouse 1. Absolute bullet hose sprayed everyone down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bomb.
I think where I want to go here, I mean, there's not a ton super interesting happening strat-wise. It seems pretty standard strats. You're running the Jaeger on yellow stairs or the smoke. You're just running ADSs on yellow. You're running ACOGs to help out long ranges. Could even be the bathroom ACOG that we've seen. They're running on the attack. There's a Jackal which has been doing work. It is looking like it is the bathroom ACOG or to some capacity something similar from Revenant or Revnot. My bad. As Mepsalot has taken half his health thanks to a spawn peek. WP really trying to end this one fast as double Mozzie Pests will eat 2 more drones from the attack. That is a good bunch of denial, as I think he might have even stolen a 3rd for himself. He's definitely driving one of those away to try and get whatever info he can. And we'll see where the attack wants to posture. It looks like they're posturing definitely for both the platform and admin office takes, as no one's going to be on the windows. And yeah, for sure, Artful just wants to play G8. Like, there's nothing on this roster that of defenders that makes me sit there and say, yeah, I need an IQ, because you're not, for the most part, you're not going to be able to shoot where Mozzie Pests are.
Located by attackers.
And it's not entirely worth to bring the IQ just to go after ADSs when 2 of them are on yellow stairs anyway. So, and you're not gonna IQ away the Maestro cams. You can't get smoke canisters, and you can't get Doc. Well, whatever. It's whatever. Giorno has found Artful. No more G8 abuse.
Yeah, the G8 is very powerful, but you can't bring it back from the dead. But Sir Mepsilon is in a very exposed and advanced position up towards the top of Spiral Staircase, with the rest of his team pushing in on this eastern admin side, trying to get their flaws into Projector, as Blizzy is going to be carefully watching the flank via that hatch. After Blizzy trying to make sure that this wall gets opened up, but the swinging Doc over to his bathroom baguette area is going to make sure that it's not a clean hole to break on in. Sir Mepsilon is going to finally take out an Immortal, clearing the Alda off the board, as well as the ability to move those Maestro cams. But the smokes are going to go off a little bit too late, as the smoke is going to swing out and take down Sir Mepsilon on top of Spiral. It's only 28 seconds left and a whole lot of stuff to do, as there's a whole lot of trays. Gangster Jordan is going to finally take out Blizzy, as a whole nother flurry of kills with Manfun and Repnot also taking down frags. It's a 2v1 and it's a clutch potential, as Blakey does even out the scoreline, picking up his first of the third with the clutch over both of these players on Wasted Potential. Are probably just going to play a little bit passive, as the Maestro Cam is going to be continuously pinging out his location. He has to stick the plant quite soon, as he's going to swing and take out the Doc. He could swing and get this kill, but the Mozzie's going to stay nice, patient, play smart, and take the round for Wasted Potential.
What a round, what a round. Very close there for UNA, but not enough. And considering that they started on the defense, or rather, they were chosen to start on defense, they opted into. Where am I going? I'm so confused with myself all of a sudden. So, Wasted Potential was handed the defense for the first half. They were told to defend because UNA chose to attack. There we go. So, UNA chose to attack. From there,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
this
as many bombs
is not
as they can.
super good looking for Wasted, or for UNA, because at best you're gonna pull a 3-3 half. And when you want to start attack, you choose to start attack usually because that's your preferred side. If you're losing on your preferred side, it's kind of yikes.
Yeah, at this point with the match going the full distance, every map has gone to the last of regulation, even the first one going to overtime. These teams are kind of at their wits' end. And with how Siege is structured and the way the game is played, it has a very, very high element of mental aspect with this. So this is where experience really is shining in. Maybe Potential's been around the block a little bit longer. Maybe they're stronger in their teamwork and are able to just continue pushing and fighting through, getting round after round, trying to end this, especially with it being week 1 of a rival series, which is typically where the new kids on the block try to make some names for themselves. Showing this kind of mental toughness is definitely a little bit of a flex on other inexperienced teams.
And my drone army grows by 1.
Is indeed. So it's very interesting to see how this is really working out then. As we'll move over through an admin take once more, as just similar in a way to a lot of the other sites that we mentioned earlier, cafes, reading fireplace, or the other one that we mentioned about Villa, dining kitchen. You hold lobby press from the upstairs like it's console meeting, and then you fall back, and not just falling, it's even more than dining kitchen, as Giorno is going to take out Mepsilon. He's going to be refragged by Blakey, but buzz right back onto Blakey, as I have to hit my point in a minute. It's going to be a bit more action. The Jaeger spotted twice and not hit neither time by Artful, who has swapped over thankfully, to the gridlock. Revnot is going to be on a flank move or somewhere. Pick up Blizzy. And now it's a 4-on-2 looking really good for wasted potential. And this is part of the... There you go. There you go, Natural. This is part of the good thing about this site is that you have to take a lot of the upstairs and then you can rotate down as the defense so chooses. Or you have to force the attack to take the upstairs, and then you can rotate downstairs if you choose as the attack. Interesting position to check from Artful, but Buzz, a nice find on that frag headshot onto his Aussie teammate. And that's it. Perfect site rotation.
Even though they did lose Garage that one time, taking the commanding lead of 4-1 is not looking too hot if you're an Unreal Nightmares player or fan. This is definitely a very hard deficit to try to claw from a map that I would traditionally say definitely leans a little bit more towards the attacker sided, maybe at most a 3-3 expected split. But with this last round going downstairs to basement, which is typically the preferred site of a lot of teams, they really do have the opportunity on the wasted potential side to spread this lead to 5-1.
So from here, we're gonna see. Like I
Attackers need to
said,
locate and
basement
defuse
has
bombs.
opened up. The garage has opened up. It'll be very interesting, for sure, to see how things work out. Let's go here. Where is it? I don't know. It's annoying to me. It's a little annoying to me. I would like teams to experiment with Split. I think Split could be a good site. It's a very
10 seconds
misunderstood
left.
site. A lot of teams just
5
don't
seconds left
enjoy
before insertion.
to be fair. I don't blame
Attacker's
them.
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This is going to be a full, like... This is a strategy that I've seen from a couple of collegiate teams, and I love calling it the hell in the cell, as Man Bun has been caught peeking somewhere, I think, or maybe being sprayed through a wall. So, maybe the hell in a cell isn't going to be working out. No, he was just peeking. Maybe he was actually kidding, because he's faced up the stairs. So that's interesting.
Drone ready.
Yeah, it could be been kind of
A
a
bomb has
lucky
been
or
located.
unfortunate rotation to just spray open the yellow door, and catching a bullet to the back of the head is going to be enough to take down any operator in the game. But with that, UNA is going to be trying to take that man advantage and put it
Bomb located
into
by attackers.
practice on taking the site as well. There's going to be a lot of upstairs piano play, but Immortal is going to instantly refrag, not instantly refrag, but instantly even it all back up at a scoreline of 4-4. And that's losing your Sophia, who has a lot of frag power, as well as a lot of utility that is now going to be potentially wasted, as there's going to be a good amount of drone work coming out over towards this area. Blizzy and the shotgun is probably going to start blasting away at the floor, but not before Revenant is going to take out Blizzy with a nitro cell, making sure that that Buck can't properly use that Master shotgun.
Scanning for devices and
Attacker's
traps.
bomb
Okay.
diffuser has
Yeah,
been dropped.
no, Master Key is really good on this site just because of how well it is handled from above. But 2-1-2 now as Mepsalot picks up 2 nice frags, able to slowly even things out. It's annoying that no one's on that camera.
Attackers
That
recovered the
Evil
bomb
Eye is
diffuser.
watching perfectly for the site. There we go. Someone finally flicks onto it as the Maestro himself has moved up to that deployable shield. Artful is still chilling out upstairs as the Maestro has moved to yellow. There seems to be an inkling here from Mepsalot, but not enough of an inkling as Immortal is going to swing up and find 2! Jump down both operators, the IQ on yellow, and the Jackal behind White Van, and a commanding 5-1 for the side of Wasted Potential. They seem to have come out from the 7-5, none the worse for wear.
Yeah,
No,
they
Master Key is really good on this site just because of very not exhausted. I don't know how to word it, but they seem to be very solid looking forward here.
Yeah, and with the way this map typically is played, being attacker sided and down 5-1 is just not a position that you want to be in on the Unreal Nightmare side. At this point, any round, any hiccup is going to push it to map point, and that's where you absolutely have no room to wiggle. Currently, you sort of have a 1-round buffer, but after that, you're going to,
Defenders,
at
protect
best,
your bombs
force
from being
overtime.
defused by attackers.
And if it's a game, if it's a war of attrition right now, Wasted Potential has really chipped away the spirit of Nightmares, as well as us casters.
Yeah, it's really, it definitely has worn away at us, but we could be seeing the end of it all here soon enough. As now, it'll be upstairs we go once more. And
10 seconds
literally just the same lineups from both sides, minus Buzz really
5
liking
seconds
the
remaining.
Yana. That's a very welcome change, as Blakey has actually picked up a
Attacker's
pulse.
objective
That's
is to
something I
locate
didn't
a
realize.
bomb
And there's
and
actually a castle. Okay, so it's not totally the same lineup, so that's good. That is good. But I like Buzz on the Yana. It's a very interesting pick just because there's a lot of windows around Consulate.
Yeah,
So-
window play is very important on this map. It's the primary way to enter the site, as most of the doorways can be heavily sort of set to be traps. They can be protected, but you're most likely going to have to repel, maybe utilize some kind of repel mechanics and trying to get those angles onto the defenders, especially in a hotly contested area such as admin. But it does seem as if there's not a presence coming out from UNA in this sort of important room, and that's going to allow somebody such as Man Bun to just swing on in and start taking more horizontal map control. Actually, there's a castle barricade stopping his press on into the printer waiting room, but he's just going to keep his back charging charge in his pocket, as the Habana of Immortal is going to open up a nice long so really hold the position inside of Projector, which is probably where Wasted Potential is going to try to get that diffuser down.
What's interesting, I want to see really how the rest of the attack formulates, just because
Bomb located by
we're
attackers.
probably going to leave Buzz inside, because like you mentioned, a lot of this map is repels and window play, and okay, Man Bun gets flashed. Yana can't do window play. Yana can't use her gadget effectively from windows just because of the clone can't go through windows. Speaking of, the clone is going to be creating some pressure, trying to find some info where it can, and it's going to be quickly shot up, most likely, I believe, by the Jaeger. You can see bullet tracers there just because of how Man Bun is holding firm, but now, oh, from Spiral, I believe, or from the bathroom, pellets are going to be shot out, but quickly denied. It's Man Bun. Revnot finds another on the Blakey as Nexalot falls, the dock down, and Artful is going to pick up 1 and 2 on the Buzz and 3 on the Giorno. A nice shot there as he picks things up into a 2-on-2. Revnot's pretty low, and Immortal is on it, but a sliver here as, oh, the Jaeger is being pinged and spied, and no quad for Artful, as I can't get too loud or else my neighbor will yell at me because it's 1 a.m. I really want to get hyped for this ace, because there it is! Artful, as he shuts down single-handedly the rest of the attack.
That's a beautiful final shot coming out of Artful, showing why he's the fragger on the Jaeger. Really well done from him to patrol that entire.
Denied, it's Man Bun. Revnot finds another on the Blakey as Nexalot falls, the dock down.
One from Spiral.
Artful's going to pick up 1 and 2 on the Buzz and 3 on the
you headshot, and ultimately being able to continue his momentum as he got his hot hand, pick up the final 2 kills, and take the second round for Unreal Nightmares. And this could be the little bit of life that the Unreal Nightmare players needed, as there is the potential still for them to come back. They could get 5 rounds on defense just as easily as Wasted Potential did. Everything's even. We could even see a backwards reverse sweep at 7-5 on
Defenders,
the end of
protect your bombs
regulation.
from being
Anything's
defused
in the
by
realm of
attackers.
possibility, and I'm definitely excited to see how the rest of the game does pan out. And for the next round, we will be going downstairs to basement, as Wasted Potential is going to be putting a lot of deployable shields all over the place with the Wamai and Goyo stacking up all of those metal protectors, cutting off lines of sights and angles, as well as entries, probably with the Wamai and Jaeger placing their anti-throwable gadgets all over the place to protect those shields from being blown up
10
from a
seconds left.
distance.
5 seconds left before insertion.
When he was obviously at his peak with 3
Attacker's
shields.
objective is to locate
Wamai,
a bomb
or
and
not
defuse it.
Not Wamai.
Goyo.
Goyo, that's the one. Goyo was seeing a lot of play, especially down here, because of this exact setup, just with the 3rd shield on the right side of things. But yeah, this is all you do. You can lock down a lot of plant denial, at least until, you know, a buck or a sledge comes from up above, which Buzz has opted into this time around. He's on the sledge this time instead of the buck. And so we'll see, or not, he was never on the buck, my bad. He's on the sledge instead of the Yana. But while I do admire your optimism for UNA, I do think a reverse sweep of 6-0 is a bit far-fetched here. So nice little model bug as Buzz repels in upside down, because this is a very fun game. So we'll see how now the rest of this attack works out. This is an interesting, very tall, very high denial of the wall, as the first Goyo shield is going to be dead.
They cleared the blast!
Nice.
Unlucky, as the ADS swipes away the second breaching round of Man Bun's Ash. And that's going to be a little bit of utility wasted away, as well as the Goyo shield continuing to linger over on the backside of White Band, which that actually could be quite detrimental to any push that Wasted Potential is going to go for. Man Bun is going to be rotating out of the top floor all the way over to Spiral Stairs, but he might meet his end as Blakey is inside of Visa office. And yep, just like that, Blakey gets a nice roam kill and opens up the dragon for this round with about a minute left. He's also going to go try to retake the top floor position, and that's where all of the vertical pressure for Wasted Potential has been coming out of. And it seems as Jorno does sense that he's going to be going here, but he's not going to win the gunfight as Blakey picks up his second kill of the round, as well as now pressure Buzz, who's inside a piano. This attack is really starting to stagnate as they don't really know what to do. They have nearly no map control towards. Actually, they're getting the breach open, which is a very good start, but they're going to have to start dealing with those Goyo shields, as well as the sheer manpower of UNA that is now in very great positions above, as well as outside, inside the site. Mepsalot is going to pick up on the multiple people as he picks up a mortal, but Buzz is going to get the refrag, but not before Mepsalot gets another kill, icing out the final 3 for the round, and UNA takes the third round of the game so far.
Whichever one that it is. So with that, ooh, this one's getting nice and spicy, and it's getting a little closer. 5-3. Things are getting brought right back into it, and we'll have to see as things slowly working out. I think we'll have to see how. Where do I want to go? Give me a second.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Both sides really wanted attack.
Attackers have discovered the location
In
of the bomb.
overtime, it was it was Yeah, wasted potential has chosen the attack for OT. And at the start, like I said, UNA has chosen attack as well. So they both very clearly want the attack on this. And yet their attacks are struggling so massively. So I don't know totally what's going on here with both teams, but I mean,
5 seconds.
this is definitely
Attackers are
a bit
moving
of a
to defuse the
struggle
bomb.
point.
Attackers
But,
dropped the diffuser.
Well, Lizzie is looking for a
Attackers
spawn
recovered the
peek,
bomb
and he's not
diffuser.
gonna find anything. No one spawned over there, buddy. So, woohoo for you. So sad. But there's gonna be a lot of active upstairs play as per usual, and our first Lion of the night, an operator we don't really see outside of these frag-heavy maps, specifically Consulate, most
Attackers have
Thermite,
located a bomb.
Habana, Maverick, etc., whatever you want to call them. Hard breach players, hard support players are normally thrown onto the Lion. It's interesting that Habana is opted into on Immortal despite the Lion being brought instead of Immortal being the Lion. But away from that, we'll see. He doesn't really get to see a lot of play since this change, of course, because he went from an overpowered must pick, must ban operator to okay-ish on these frag heavy maps specifically. His gun doesn't warrant, his gun nor his ability aren't warranted on a normal map pick. So that's why we see him here today in this round on Consulate, as now the Jaeger is being pressured. C4 misses out from below, and Blakey will fall eventually. One day.
And the first E1D scan is going to drain in and make sure that the defenders are going to be just stuck in place, as Buzz is going to finish off the downed kill on the figure of Blakeney. But more shots are going out as Mozzie is locked up inside a bathroom, as well as another player towards the top of yellow stairs. Bathroom player has managed to stay sneaky, and they don't know that he is in that location, and his flank could be quite deadly. As he whips onto the Lion, but ultimately will get the kill, but at the cost of his stealth. There now are 2 guns fixed on him as wall bangs are going all over the place. He's going to toss his D4, but to no avail, as everybody is now flushing in with a bunch of flashbangs
Defender
to
has
find
left
him out.
the designated
Mepslot is
staging
going to get
area.
a kill on a run out towards Revenant, and Manbun is finally going to end Artful's reign of terror inside the bathroom.
Sensor activated.
Oh man, Artful did massive work upstairs as he was able to pick up many frags there. Really worked this lobby defense for the attackers, as now Immortal is going to have to hot drop the hatch. Oh, Smoke is going to get pushed and pressured out. Immortal's going to find Mepsalot, and it's
15
just
seconds
down
remaining.
to Natural all on his lonesome. Pushing tightly into a corner
10
is going to be
seconds to go.
Man Bun. As the first smoke comes out, it misses.
Attackers
It's not
activated.
going to smoke out Immortal. The second one does a little bit of damage. Man Bun's not
compromised.
taken out by the first shotgun pump, nor the second. The second one actually was the one that missed. The first one landed for about 75 or 80. But now Immortal is pushed back into Spiral. Man Bun out front. Natural is in a bad spot. Actually, he's going to take a head off of Immortal. This is huge from Natural. He just has a little bit of damage to deal to Man Bun. He's going to fake the defuse. No cam, no plant, no anything. But a nice shot from Man Bun secures match point, end of the series point. Oh, man.
And that was really great patience coming from the Ash. Typically not 2 qualities that you put together, but playing smart, not necessarily all aim, no brain, as some Ash players are. Being able to read into the fakes and all those sound cues that the smoke was giving off before just ultimately free-firing his way to taking out that clutch potential. With that, we are on match point, series point, everything point, end the stream for everything, please point. And we will be going upstairs to console office and meeting room, a site that the Unreal Nightmare players were able to successfully defend, as the Caviera gets shown, but swapped out for the more traditional roamer of Vigil.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
And
bombs as they
I've
can.
been especially in like high level competitive. I know I have been talking with my younger brother about this specifically. This is gonna be a huge tangent, but he's he's especially one that's starting to learn more competitive. He was always a casual. Like, he played ranked, obviously, but he was more of a casual player of R6 and not totally competitive. And now that he's going into college and stuff, he's starting to look at Comp Siege because he's considering playing collegiate, all that stuff. And one of the things he was talking about is, just general comp metas and what stuff is looking at, Obviously, he feels that, and he knows that some operators are better than others, Hibana, Thermite, all those are just necessary core points of the game, and there's some operators that obviously feel bad, but even in solo and team queue and stuff on ranked in whatnot, why do some operators do well and not in comp?
Bomb located by attackers.
That's Frost, Cav, Capcan, stuff like that. And I mean, it sounds pretty obvious to everyone who's not a new viewer, who's been around comp, but I like doing this. I like explaining to newer people and stuff if I can help it. And the reason these operators don't get shown a lot is because so much information is, that could have been bad. So much information is present in comp in that if you see a Cav, you can easily call out her position, and your drone work is really insane in comp. Or like Capcan traps or Frost traps can easily be called out. But, well, called out is Man Bun after he's been taken down, and the plant is coming down from Immortal here. Oh my god, it came down with like a minute into the round.
Just like that, there's a whole lot of control towards the diffuser as one player's going to run out of garage and get taken out as Revnod is able to read into it. But the bottom's yellow stairs is going to save the life of Ivana, but Mepsalot is going to be able to take out that repelling player, and he's going to start sticking the diffuse. He actually is probably going to get it as there's no time for the player to rotel up. What a play and what a read coming out of the dock of Sir Mepsalot. More like Sir Brains-a-lot, as he just flexed his giant muscle, all of that square footage and wrinklage inside his head to know that he had the necessary time to stick that ninja diffuse.
Massive brain. Great shot from Mepsalot to take out the one repelling, and understand that, that's another thing about comp is there's just so much information, and the communication is insane. And you make the call that, all right, one is still on the connector window, one is downstairs outside, and one you just killed off the window, and I don't remember who the fourth guy was. I think he was also either out front or the point is he just wasn't on the one rappel that he needed to be on. And because of that, you make those calls and you're like, hey, these guys aren't in position, I'm gonna defuse. And that's the information that you get from so much comp, or for so much in comp. But
bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, it is quite a nice job from Mepsalot there. Congrats, good job to him. And now back down to the basement we go. Dokkaebi of Revnod is picked once again. No more Lion. Instead, it is the Dokkaebi. And yeah, that is essentially not much changes here from the attack. There's little changes. No more Yana, no more Sledge. There's no buck play. Man Bun is rushing. Call is coming out as Blakey finds 2.
Well,
That
the
is-
gambit was not successful for the rush strat. It may have worked for UNA, but you can't fake a faker as you can't rush a rushing heavy team. Blakey just picks up 1 and 2 kills on the backside. That's Man Bun and Giorno straight down the drain with no refrag. And at this position, Wasted Potential is not in a great spot, position, anything, because they are now going to have to fight back towards this really, really heavy backside presence, as well as just a full 2-man advantage that they have to go against. They also don't have the greatest gun in the world on Revenant, and one of his logic bombs is already gone. So that's a lot of utility out of the way. Otherwise, going to be using some breaching charges, maybe trying to find out the location of maybe the Wamai or the Jaeger that's playing over towards the Archive's office of basement. However, Mepsalot is just rotated to the bottom of these stairs. He's probably going to make his way back into sight or just protect those back stairs. At this point, you don't have a whole lot of soft breach potential to go into piano and get the necessary gadgets off the wall. That's why Immortal is just going to break the site hatch as a potential last-ditch effort to bomb the site. However, the last hatch of the other bomb site is electroclawed away by the Kaid, making it impossible for that to be an entry point. That's why Immortal's going to have to just, quote-unquote, waste one of those exothermic charges to be essentially a breaching charge, making a big ol' hole in the floor as opposed to a reinforced wall.
Oh, 3 on 5. Things are looking very rough here for Wasted Potential as now Rev takes a lot of damage. Gonna be swinging around with that much more controllable EBR compared to the SMG-12, which is notorious for being god-awful to control. There's a man sitting back in the archives, swinging out, but Immortal is gonna find that head. He's been doing much better since that opening game where he went like 2 and 10 or whatever. Rev's gonna find Artful as well from above, and a nice shot from Immortal finds Vizly. Or Vlizzy, my bad. Mepsalot is gonna find Rev at least. And now here comes the Maestro, but he's not gonna find anything. He's gonna free fire and looking above the hatch. No! It's actually gonna force Mepsalot from above is actually gonna force the Thermite into a bad spot. Now pushing forward onto the Maestro. The Maestro's gonna win the gunfight. Natural picks up the last 2. Buzz not expecting him sitting out so far here. 6-5, and UNA is really trying to scrap their way to this OT here.
With the last round of regulation looming, I will have to say I'm very impressed with the Unreal Nightmares' ability to continue fighting. They've had their backs against the wall with match point for the last couple of rounds, but they don't want to roll over in their graves as they can force this all the way to go the full distance with a potential overtime looming. But if Wasted Potential has anything to say to that, I'm sure that they want to go to bed as well, and they want to type out that GG if they are able to win this round and end everybody's suffering here on the production team. But
Attackers need to
with
locate
that,
and
the
defuse as
site
many
will
bombs
be
as they can.
main lobby, traditionally
Attackers will discover
a
the
very
location
hard
of a bomb.
site to defend, as well as the only round of attack that Wasted Potential has won so far. You didn't see it. It was ultimately down to a 2v1 post plant that the smoke of Natural was almost able to clutch out, but Man Bun's position was too powerful outside of the main door. He was able to stop the fuse, but the main thing is that the vertical pressure of UNA is going to have to hold a little bit longer than what they did last time around. Wasted Potential was just kind of able to bully their way and take all of the vertical control, flush out the roamers, and just lost their man advantage at that point. But we're going to see Vlizzy going for a cheeky little spawn peek over towards the gas station spawn, but there won't be anybody. Not fooling for that very difficult to counter spawn peek where you can really start with a free man advantage if somebody is foolish enough to just hold Shift W out of spawn.
It's me. I am that foolish to hold Shift W right into the dock and then complain about him spawn peeking. So, we're not going to see that though. We're going to see a nice shot instead from Immortal. My bad, on the Blakey. Wow, I don't know why I've been able to say his name right all night, and then all of a sudden the last 2 rounds I want to call him something else. So, 5v4 now for the defense. 2 minutes to go, just kidding, 4v4. Man Bun is able to pick up 1 for himself as Mepslot finds Man Bun other way around. As there's the Pulse with a nice C4, finding that. And looking to get aggressive is the Doc. Lizzie not finding his shots though just yet, as the rest of the attackers are putting pressure through the admin side, as well as 1 on the console windows. That's the IQ here is Giorno, with now it is Buzz and Immortal pushing forward from console or from the admin side. They're looking to get a lot of control, and all the defenders have fallen back now with half the round to go. Just under, rather. We've got just under half the round to go, and a lot of vertical destruction coming in. There's no sledge and no buck, or really a secondary shotgun upstairs, as Revnot might be coming up to help with that, but I doubt it. Point stands, though. There is upstairs destruction coming in, and work being put in by the attackers, but no picks have been found just yet. Oh, almost Revnot and the Doc getting a duel, and for whatever reason, Zofia is in sight, and now she's not. As now the Jackal is shut down by Blizzy. Mepslot is all alone, or picks up 1 rather. It's just Giorno all alone. We're headed to OT.
I'm sure those are words you didn't want to say, but just like that, Artful's going to get the final kill onto Giorno, completing the double 5-1 defensive sweep. As now, what is it? UNA is staying on the defensive. So what seemed to be the definitive advantage, quote unquote, of picking attack actually turns into the biggest deficit, as the lobby is going to be brought once again because of maybe a surprise factor, potentially. Because on the side of Unreal Nightmares, you're probably thinking that you have to win your 2 defensive rounds, but I do want to go ahead and just reference something. I want to ask you a quick question, Cherish, caster to caster, man to man. How do you feel about the potential and your thoughts of maybe going to hour 7?
What do you mean?
Attackers have located a
We're at
bomb.
6.5 hours right now.
There's no way that 3 rounds possibly lasts until 2 a.m.
Rehosts.
Don't say that word. We don't talk about those 2 letters here.
You know, it's a possibility. Just like I
don't
possibility
want
of
to
that reverse
think
sweep.
about that.
You'd prove
10
me
seconds
wrong.
left.
Or you tried to prove me wrong, but
Oh no, you're
I got
right.
the last laugh.
It was
I got the
5
last
seconds
laugh.
left before insertion.
How do they both want attack and it's 2-5-1 defenses?
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
You know,
Okay.
just everything's unexpected. There's no such thing as mistakes. Just happy little accidents. As my main man Bob Ross once said, as Artful is going to try to continue the pain train he's been bringing here, getting a whole lot of kills, and being on the Mozzie this time around. Going to be making sure that the drones stop, and they can't get the necessary intel, as well as having a nitro cell in his back pocket that he might be able to get some free kills with. He's locked up inside a bathroom again, if I can read the outline of the racing helmet correctly, as the Jackal is going to be breaking into Visa, and probably is going to be uncontested in that area of the map, as the rest of his team goes upstairs and is trying to push the players out of Projector, CEO, and Bathroom accordingly.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
So, we're now gonna see how this attack is gonna work once again from WP. It is very interesting. Very, very slow going so far, but already 2 picks land, 1 each side. Manbun and Artful will pick up 1. Manbun has been traded off as Artful finds another. He's picking up his fragging ways from map 2. He's up to double digits finally here. He's had a quieter consulate game, but he's really trying to pick it up here. He's just on 25 or so HP, but this lobby press defense is working well here for UNA. There's a Jaeger on the flank. Buzz seems to know as Repnot hits a nice single tap on the Blakey. Puts down the Jaeger there. Not sure from where or where to, but definitely wasn't aware or looking as Rev hits a good shot. And now the upstairs destruction goes to work. I think that was actually the flank player, my bad, of Blakey, who just wasn't noticed by Rev. So, or rather, didn't notice Rev. But regardless, no C4 from Mepsalot. I don't think Artful has his, or maybe he did use it. And Natural still has his smokes. It's 40 seconds to go. Full health on all 3 attackers. And 25 on Artful. Otherwise, it's full health on the rest. 30 seconds to go, and just kidding. Immortal has been downed at some point by something. I think a C4 just because of all the dust. Looking up above, I'm completely unaware of where there's no info. The nitro cell from the pulse comes out and doesn't find anything as the revive is coming in. A nice shot from Buzz ends 1. He's looking for more. The decrease is picked up. From the flank, though, is Mepsalot. He's not going to be able to deny, or he's going to be able to deny this plant, rather. My bad. I don't know why I said he wasn't going to be able to. Pushing forward for the Mozzie, not going to be able to find Artful. A great flank from Mepsalot is going to potentially put this in the coffin. Oh man, this is wild.
Yep, and another defensive round goes to defense. I guess, yep. I'm just not even going to question what my brain's trying to say anymore. But overtime match point has been brought to the side of Unreal Nightmares, as they could potentially end this series at a scoreline of 8-6. But if the way everything has gone out is any indicator, we're going to see round 15 most likely, as the defenses have just not been able to be effectively broken down by the attackers on either team.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Console meeting is the choice. Very interesting. But I was gonna go look at my stats, but they don't exist. That was
Yeah, I don't write down anything. I leave that for
nice. I at some point I stopped keeping track. At about round 2, I stopped keeping track of opening frags, and at round 10, I stopped keeping track of opening kills. So, and whoever was around. So, we're gonna look at. Oh wait, I have their stats. Never mind. So they are 1-1 on basement. They're 2-0 on console meeting, and no, they're 2-1 on basement. 1-0 on lobby press, and 2-0 on console meeting. I should probably keep more detailed stats next time, and I'll make sure of that in the future.
Numbers are enough, man.
But, well, Crow, have you seen Crow's? Crow does, like, whether it was diffusal, elimination, time running out, how many people were left alive on each
Crow
side,
also does it
like,
from memory, because he used to play really high-level chess, and he can memorize, like, what, 30 moves.
something like
So
that. Crow's a
that's cool to
weirdo.
me. Crow's nuts. That's why he's a better caster. But just like that, admin control is going to be in the hands of the attackers, as UNA is trying to end this quickly and painlessly, just like ripping off a band-aid, as tongue control is also going to go in. There's going to be some projector pressure, as well as Artful going up there to join his other teammate. Actually, which was connected window, trying to find a location of a player. Never mind, he's going to go all the way to the roof to get a nice upside down rappel angle. Please don't fall, because that would be funny, but I would feel bad.
Well, the opening frag is going to come to Mepsalot. This is looking very good for UNA here. The smoke, the one operator you definitely want, I think. Well, the second, as you really want the Maestro down, because he can do everything Smoke can, just with, you know, the Alda. Very well, good find, as now Immortal is also going to fall. The other operator you really want gone. This attack is doing very well. Manbun is trying to claw his team back from defeat, as Revnot is as well. Revnot for 2 here is going to find more. He's going to stim himself up as well. He's up to 14 frags. We'll see if he can push for some more now. The nade's going to sail through and take out his excess health, but not kill him or down him. Lizzie's looking for what he can, as him and Natural are stalling out a good bit. It's them against the hot hand of Revnot and now Manbun, who have both picked up 2 this round, and it's looking now from very quickly swinging from a good round for UNA to a 15th round on the board. 2 15-round maps in a best of 3. This is something that I have not seen for myself. As now, the C4 pre-placed from Buzz sends us to round 15.
It would have been, it just had to be all the way to the final round. There's no other way the script could have been written. I just want to say, you can't write this. This right here is prime content at 1:30 on the dot Eastern Standard Time. Final round, match point. Win or go home, backs against the wall, tired versus tired, just seeing who has the best mental fortitude, as well as maybe a little bit of pocket strats, maybe just whoever's going to win gunfights, but the site's going to be basement, cafeteria, garage in this last round, guaranteed. Sir Mepsalot is going to be looking on the Wamai to maybe get a couple more free kills towards the backside.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Once again, it didn't work last time, so probably won't work this time. But I'm looking to see a more traditional top-down roam clear, get control of the piano, execute on your breach that the Thermite of Immortal is probably going to try to open. Make sure to get rid of those Goyo shields as quickly as possible, and don't die to nitros from below.
Yeah, those nitros could be devastating. There's 2 on the board. Definitely could be more, but at least it's not any less. But I've seen setups that are like actually kind of meta that will run 4. It's like Pulse, Cade, Goyo. Huh?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought you were talking about attack. I'm being
it's
like a flood strat off the 3.
No. It's 4 C4s, so it's like Cade, Goyo, Pulse. I guess you could do Mira. Usually it could be Valk. Maybe Mozzie. Mute would be good. I mean, I've just seen like these standard like actual strats where they run like 4 C4s and you're just walking over a minefield basically. I would have liked to see that as the last one. A nice little homage to the 4th of July that just passed, with some nice fireworks from down below. Everyone picks C4 or frag ops.
But it's not going to happen, as it's a little bit more of a traditional take. Just
No.
as I predicted. Manbun is creeping his way down yellow stairs with a little bit of lag on the server's side. There's going to be some breaching happening in piano, as nearly everybody is down on the basement side for the side of Unreal Nightmare defense. The initial breach is going to go out of the breaching round of the Ash, as well as Buzz and Sophia starting to break away with some breaching charges. Giorno is pushing the backside with that G8 and could cause a little bit of a stir. But Artful's going to get the first kill onto the flank watch of Revnot, taking a powerful gun and a powerful gadget off the board, as well as those powerful smoke grenades that could have made an execute all that much easier. Buzz is going to place down another breaching charge and open up more lines of sight from the back of White Van, making it very difficult for any of these defenders to play inside the site and effectively deny the breach run-in that Immortal is going to be attempting. The Ash is playing above and trying to find where this Goyo exactly is, because the footsteps are heard. but he's gonna just make his way back into the kitchen, probably holding a little bit longer of an angle, as Buzz is gonna take out the Maestro Cam, but Sir Meepslash is gonna swing out and take out Giorno, as his head just goes again. Immortal, unfortunately, both of the players whiff their shot.
Oh man, this is coming down to the end of things. Buzz, Manbun, and Immortal against 5. Things are looking rough, and now it's just the one. Buzz, of course, it would end on a flawless round. UNA shuts it out, makes it look like they didn't sweat at all the entire series. Your map count, give me 1 second, as I have to look back at this. It is 2-1. Thanks, Ocho, for telling me the obvious. It is 2-1 in favor of UNM. It is 7-8, 7-5, 8.
Mepsalot dropped
7.
22. He dropped 22 kills.
Oh,
The
man.
only one close on the other side was 14.
And then
for-
everyone, that's the second highest was 8. That's
Yeah.
insane.
But with that, I don't think we're going to do an interview. I apologize to Unreal Nightmares because you probably were hoping to try to have specifically any presence and some sort of speech into what exactly we're doing and sort of celebrate your victory. But me and Cherish and Ocho are very, very tired because our stream at this point has been up for 6 hours and 40 minutes. So, with that, make sure to tune in tomorrow as Cherish and I believe Keg Lunik are going to be taking off with the